Chapter 4230. That bolt of lightning struck the ground fiercely. With a loud bang, Xiaohua's familiar impact rose from the ground and spread out in all directions. That impact passed through the place where Xiaohua was standing, and it blew away the light protecting Xiaohua's body until it became somewhat dim. Woo-woo! As soon as the impact passed, dozens of primeval beasts soared into the sky from the surroundings of Heaven Connecting Peak. Each of them used their divine abilities and flew towards the peak of the mountain. These primeval beasts flew in different trajectories, and even their flying methods were different. Some directly flew up, some flew in a spiral, and some even teleported, appearing and disappearing in the sky for a while. Some primeval beasts spread their wings, some stepped on clouds, and some were like the black ape from before, stepping into the sky step by step. Of course, there were also a few sword cultivators that seemed to be humans. Their figures turned into bright lights and shot straight into the sky, wanting to overtake the black ape that stepped into the restriction first. Xiaohua still didn't move. His gaze swept past the primeval beasts that had just moved, and he thought to himself, the several hundred primeval beasts from before were similar in strength to the black jade qilin, but these primeval beasts now are similar in strength to me. If it's just these primeval beasts, then I have a great chance of obtaining the so-called divine artifact. Unfortunately, Heaven Connecting Peak has just appeared, and no one knows what other primeval beasts are coming. Moreover, divine sense can't be used around Heaven Connecting Peak. Perhaps there are primeval beasts that are stronger than me hiding nearby. Swoosh! Right at this moment, something that looked like a bamboo shoot suddenly emerged from the ground a few hundred kilometers away from Xiaohua. After that, the bamboo shoot started to grow taller and taller towards Heaven Link Peak, and it only took a short moment for it to grow to a height of over 3 kilometers. Then, more bamboo shoots emerged from the surroundings of this bamboo shoot and followed it into the sky. Xiaohua was secretly shocked when he saw the faint lightning markings on the surface of the bamboo shoot and the faint sparkling between the markings. He understood in his heart that this was the thunder amplification bamboo of the primitive continent. Like the dark sky thunder rotten, it was a monster that was born from lightning. If one didn't have the means to restrain it, then it was even more powerful than ordinary primeval beasts. What he didn't expect was that this wood-born monster was also interested in the divine artifact. Moreover, what happened next made Xiaohua's eyes pop out. In just a few breaths of time, he saw that near the thunder-amplifying bamboo, dozens of spiritual trees of various colors suddenly popped out. These spiritual trees were either in the shape of vines, trees, or plants, and so on. However, their spirit of wanting to compete with the heavens really scared Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at the vines that were as sturdy as a monster and as fierce as a human, and then looked at the Tongtian peak that pierced straight into the clouds. He almost cried out involuntarily, "Motherfucker!" However, the development of the situation once again made Xiaohua blush with shame. After the time it took to finish a meal, rumble! Lightning once again descended from the peak. Just like before, these lightning bolts once again annihilated dozens of beasts. These plants have really gained sentience. Xiaohua was absent-minded, but at the same time he had some understanding. Their element is wood, and their natural nemesis is metal. When the lightning strikes the plants, it can't really harm them. These plants have an advantage over the ancient beasts on the Heavens Connecting Peak. While Xiaohua was pondering, those vines were growing extremely quickly. The earliest bamboo was already close to the last flying beast. Clang! When the prehistoric beast closest to the bamboo looked down, its eyes were already filled with ferocity. It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. It was even sharper than a flying sword when it struck the bamboo. Although the bamboo was not afraid of lightning, when the beam of light landed on the bamboo, it was truly unstoppable. The bamboo that was thousands of feet long was destroyed in a few breaths of time. In fact, the light didn't even slow down. It turned into a thumb-sized crystal thread and pierced towards the center of the bamboo. Boom! The bamboo naturally had its own defensive means. Seeing that the crystal thread was about to pierce through, clusters of lightning appeared on the surface of the bamboo that wasn't destroyed. The lightning entered the bamboo and let out a low rumble, drowning the crystal thread. Not only that, but the lightning also shot out from the bamboo and pounced towards the ancient beasts in the air. Even the other bamboos in the surroundings went crazy. Every single one of them grew crazily and stabbed towards the ancient beasts' bodies. The ancient beasts seemed to have already planned this. They weren't afraid of the bamboo's attack at all. They suddenly flew horizontally and flew towards the other side of the heaven's connecting peak. At this moment, the difference between the ancient beasts and the ancient beasts could be distinguished. Although the bamboos stretched out and chased after the ancient beasts, after thousands of feet, the bamboos seemed to have reached their limit. After twisting for a moment, they had no choice but to give up the chase and once again stab towards the heaven's connecting peak. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't delay any longer. His figure flew towards the heaven's connecting peak like lightning. However, after flying for only a few dozen miles, Xiaohua felt a boulder-like pressure above his head, preventing him from flying high. Moreover, as he urged his magic power, the boulder became heavier and heavier. Xiaohua naturally understood that this was the heaven's connecting peak's restriction. It restricted the ancient beasts outside the range of the heaven's connecting peak from approaching the peak. Therefore, he changed his direction and flew towards the heaven's connecting peak. Once again, he flew towards the sky. At this time, the boulder-like weight disappeared again. However, Xiaohua's smooth journey stopped at 100 miles, which was also where Xiaohua saw the ancient beast's body slow down. At this time, the air seemed to be filled with sludge. Not only did it entangle Xiaohua's body, it also gradually imprisoned his magic power, divine sense, and Buddhist consciousness. Xiaohua had no choice but to urge his magic power with all his might to barely maintain the momentum of flying. Boom! Another thunderous sound came from the top of the heaven's connecting peak. The ring of lightning once again descended. Just as Xiaohua saw before, within the heaven's connecting peak's restriction, Xiaohua couldn't hear the sound of the ring of lightning. Only when the lightning fell on the top of his head did Xiaohua become aware of it. However, Xiaohua naturally didn't fear this kind of lightning power. Lightning surged around his body, wanting to cleverly disperse the power of the lightning power. Unfortunately, the lightning of the heaven's connecting peak was really strange. When it fell into Xiaohua's lightning, it instantly swallowed the lightning. Xiaohua had no choice but to urge the golden light protecting his body to contend with this lightning. Just one layer of lightning consumed a lot of Xiaohua's magic power. Xiaohua couldn't help but continuously descend. Looking at the heaven's connecting peak, he pondered in his heart. After all, the heaven's connecting peak was extremely high. From the bottom to the top, who knew how many rings of lightning one would encounter? If one didn't have any special methods, one would inevitably end up with one's magic power exhausted. At that time, not to mention obtaining a divine tool, even one's own life would be difficult to protect. Xiaohua looked at the broken body falling down again. His gaze fell on the rattan, bamboo, and other bodies. Soon after, he faintly smiled. Not only did his body not fly up, it instead fell down like a falling stone. Wang. At the same time Xiaohua was flying down, 100 li to his left, another strange desolate beast appeared from the void. This strange desolate beast's body was at least 1,000 zhang long. Its entire body was covered in hairs. The tips of these hairs emitted a blue brilliance. It looked both sharp and poisonous. Its wings, which were several hundred zhang long, were almost transparent. There were some lightning marks on them. When the wings flapped, some thunderous sounds came from these marks. The strange desolate beast's eyes were extremely large, almost covering the entire head. Moreover, these eyes didn't have any pupils. Instead, they were protruding and pitch black. Moreover, these eyes were divided by tens of thousands of fine lines. At first glance, it looked like there were tens of thousands of small eyes in the lightning with a strange expression. When Xiaohua's gaze fell on the two antennae on the strange desolate beast's head that were even longer than its body, he couldn't help but involuntarily cry out, "Damn, what a big bee!" Of course, on the strange desolate beast's tail, there was a crimson-red needle hidden in the yellow stripes that looked like a whirlpool. Wasn't this the stinger of a bee's tail? And wasn't the strange desolate beast's entire outline a bee that had expanded who knows how many times? That bee-like strange desolate beast heard Xiaohua's astonishment. Its huge eyes swept over Xiaohua, and a cool feeling that seemed to have been penetrated was born from Xiaohua's body. See? Xiaohua was startled. Seriously, don't treat a bee as a strange desolate beast. This guy's strength isn't any worse than this Xiao's. Seeing Xiaohua's figure fly to the ground, that bee-like strange desolate beast's gaze swept over, then it no longer paid attention to him and flew to the top of Tongtian Peak. Heh. Xiaohua's figure landed. He wasn't in a hurry to do anything else. Instead, he carefully examined the part of Tongtian Peak that was inserted into the ground. He saw that Tongtian Peak was different from ordinary mountain ridges. Even the ground within several hundred li of Tongtian Peak was different from ordinary. That reddish-purple color was like a long robe. Not only did it cover Tongtian Peak, it even covered the ground. Only, what made Xiaohua puzzled was that although this Tongtian Peak was tightly connected to the ground without any gaps at all, no matter if it was the mountain peak or the ground, there wasn't any fluctuation of magic power. Even the fine lines that were commonly seen in the upper realm didn't exist. Xiaohua pinched his chin, looked at the ground, and secretly pondered. That expression didn't look like a human cultivator who came to Tongtian Peak to seize a divine artifact. Even if the desolate continent is more desolate, even if it's the upper realm, it's impossible for it to have a natural mountain that directly connects heaven and earth. This is definitely the work of some existence. Damn, this kind of existence with strength, what exactly is it planning? A group of 9th level elemental energy? Oh, even if it's 10th or 11th level elemental energy, they actually want to seize a divine artifact. Isn't this just making fun of us? Chapter 4231. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then looked at the situation around him. He knew that he had already fallen into the trap. However, the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. He was afraid that he would not be able to easily find the truth of the whole thing. Immediately, Xiaohua no longer thought about it. With a wave of his hand, he took out a few rattans from the space. These rattans were the sky-soaring rattans he obtained in the ink-black forest. They had been left in the space without much use. Now that he saw the appearance of the mysterious sky-thunder rattans and thunder-amplifying bamboo, he immediately thought of the sky-soaring rattans. Although the sky-soaring rattans were an ordinary species, they had been separated by yin and yang in the Xiaoyu continent. Even if they did not have intelligence, they should not be worse than the mysterious sky thunder rattans in terms of growth. Xiaohua did not want to reveal too much of his strength. If he wanted to easily rush up the Tongtian Peak, he could only rely on the sky-soaring rattans. Xiaohua sprinkled the sky-soaring rattans on the ground, but the reddish-purple color was the same as the ordinary ground. There was no reaction. Soon after, Xiaohua waved his hands and struck the sky-soaring vine with a series of hand seals. Xiaohua had obtained the origin of wood, so his physical body's attribute was already inclined towards wood attribute. Thus, he was able to use wood attribute hand seals with ease. Wang. The sky-soaring rattans emitted an emerald green brilliance under the symbols. In the space of a few miles, fist-sized runes also rolled out. Under these runes, several sky-soaring rattans made a roaring sound. One of them drilled into the ground, and the other stopped in the air and shook violently. In just a short moment, Xiaohua felt the ground beneath his feet tremble as if 10,000 horses were galloping. The sky-soaring vine that was originally swaying in the air suddenly went berserk. Ooh! It let out a whistling sound. Not only did it soar into the sky, countless branches and leaves also extended from the left side of the sky-soaring vine. Good? Xiaohua was overjoyed. His figure shrank slightly, and he stepped on a vine that stretched out. His figure rushed up the Tongtian Peak along with the sky-soaring rattans. Although the sky-soaring vine was not as powerful as the profound sky thunder vine and the thunder-amplifying bamboo, its growth speed was several times faster. That huge vine passed through layer upon layer of strange restrictions, growing at an incomparably fast speed. Xiaohua stepped on the vine, the wind whistling in his ears. He actually had the feeling of riding on a flying boat. Half a meal later, the sky-jumping vine caught up with a mutant that looked like a withered tree. That mutant withered tree did not attack the sky-jumping vine like the other prehistoric beasts. Instead, it waved vigorously in the air, as if it was greeting the sky-jumping vine. Unfortunately, the sky-scuttling vine turned a blind eye and continued to crazily shoot up into the sky. At this time, another ring-shaped thunderbolt fell from the sky. This thunderbolt was much more powerful than the previous one. Dozens of the several hundred prehistoric beasts were struck down by the thunderbolt. However, the strength of this batch of beasts was relatively stronger, so only a dozen or so were killed. The other beasts were still able to fly down with great difficulty. Within the thunderbolt, the mutant of the wood element had a great advantage. When the thunderbolt fell on the sky-scuttling vine, the vines of the sky-scuttling vine immediately twisted together, forming a strange posture. And all the vines gathered together, like a rune. At the place where the thunderbolt fell, the rune formed by the vines absorbed the energy of heaven and earth from the nearby space, producing even finer runes to resist the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt that could kill a 7th or 8th stage prehistoric beast was actually dodged by the sky-scuttling vine just like that. Evildoer, evildoer, Xiaohua stood on top of the vine, his whole body also emitting a similar wood element rune. His heart unconsciously trembled. Vines, withered trees, thunder-amplifying bamboo, and so on, although they can naturally avoid thunder and lightning, but this thunderbolt that can kill prehistoric beasts absolutely cannot be avoided so easily, right? How can those prehistoric beasts endure this? Could it be that in the end, the ones who can seize the divine artifact are these strange plants? Soon after, the sky-scuttling vine once again shot up several thousand li towards the Tongtian peak. But looking at the sky above, there was still no end in sight. And at this time, the time was already close to noon. Rumble, rumble. When the scorching sun shone down directly at the end of the Tongtian peak, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came out. The entire Tongtian peak was shaking. After shaking no less than 9 times, in the sky above the Tongtian peak, 9 huge thunderbolts that were like scorching suns struck down. Damn it! The thunderballs had not yet landed, but their might was already like a gale blowing everything to bend. Xiaohua was proficient in the art of thunder, so he had already sensed the might of these thunderballs from the might of these thunderballs. His complexion unconsciously changed. These thunderballs are simply not something that we can resist. Could it be that existence wants to kill all the prehistoric beasts here? Xiaohua hurriedly stomped his foot, and the sky-scuttling vine immediately stopped. The vines that had already spread for hundreds of li began to leisurely dance in the air. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Fortunately, the 9 thunderballs landed halfway up the mountain and suddenly stopped. The 9 thunderballs cracked like colored glass, and countless thunderbolts intertwined and fused together, actually condensing into a platform of thunderbolts above the heads of the prehistoric beasts. And below this platform, the black ape that had rushed up the Tongtian peak the earliest was already less than 10 li away from this platform. That black ape was stunned at first, but soon after, a wisp of thunderbolts appeared on the platform he was on. The thunderbolts struck the black ape's head with lightning speed, and the black ape's huge body trembled. Suddenly, its eyes became bloodshot, and it waved its arms in the air, pouncing towards the nearest prehistoric beast. That prehistoric beast was in the shape of a flying deer. Previously, it had already been injured by the thunderbolts. Now that it suddenly saw the black ape charging towards it, it couldn't help but panic. Multicolored light shone from its antlers, covering the space, and its 4 hooves frantically stomped out. Waves of biting cold wind whistled, bringing with them wind blades that could tear the void apart, enveloping the space within dozens of li. The smell of blood also gradually assailed the nostrils in the midst of this gale. The black ape let out a furious roar and landed in front of the space. Its arms suddenly smashed into the space, and after a series of whooshing sounds, blood and black light immediately appeared on the black ape's arms. Pieces of flesh were torn apart by the wind blades. Roar, roar! The black ape howled and fell into the space around it. It opened its mouth, and a crimson-black beam of light shot out, instantly splitting the space around the wind blades into two. Cracks immediately appeared on the flying deer's antlers. The flying deer was shocked. It hurriedly flapped the wings on its back, looking like it was about to retreat. But at this moment, a furry ape arm suddenly appeared from the void above its back. Boom! The ape arm fell, and it really hit the flying deer's wings. Gotcha! The wings were broken from the roots. Oh! The flying deer howled in pain. Before it could do anything else, the ape's arm suddenly grabbed the flying deer's wings. Crack! Black chi appeared on the ape's arm, and with a slight increase in strength, it actually tore off the wings. As blood splattered everywhere, the flying deer no longer had the strength to attack. Its body flickered with multicolored light as it retreated a few li, wanting to escape. Alas, the black ape had no intention of letting it go. Its figure flickered, and it appeared in front of the flying deer's head again, smashing its arms down on the flying deer's head. At this moment, the flying deer was also resisting stubbornly. It stuck out its antlers. Although the antlers were dripping with blood, they were still glowing tenaciously, wanting to fight to the death. Alas, the flying deer was already heavily injured. How could it possibly survive after crashing into the hands of the black ape that had gone berserk? Boom! With a loud bang, the huge fist came down. Not only did it extinguish the brilliance of the antlers, it even cut them off. Not only that, the fist didn't lose any momentum and landed on the flying deer's head. The flying deer's head shook a few times, and its entire body fell to the ground. Everything happened so suddenly that the nearby exotic beasts were caught off guard and hurriedly flew away. Even Xiaohua, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but be taken aback at this moment. He didn't understand what had happened to that black ape exotic beast. The black ape exotic beast, who had already gained the upper hand, did not give up. Its body flew once again and chased after the flying deer's falling body. Its right arm suddenly pierced towards the flying deer's neck. Piv! A pillar of blood shot out from the flying deer's body, instantly splattering several thousand feet around it. The smell of blood in the air grew even stronger. While Xiaohua was frowning slightly, the other exotic beasts didn't make any strange movements. After all, most of the fights between exotic beasts were life and death. It would be strange if the black ape only knocked the flying deer unconscious and didn't kill it. Ayo! The black ape that killed the flying deer raised its head and roared loudly. Its blood-stained arms waved crazily in the air, as if it was showing off and demonstrating its power. Oh no, it's going to be a mess. Seeing that the black ape wasn't in a hurry to fly to the platform, Xiaohua's heart thumped. He knew it was going to be bad. Sure enough, after the black ape roared, its figure flashed once more, and it pounced towards another primeval cosmos beast. That beast wasn't afraid either. It also roared and met the black ape head-on. Just like that, it began to fight with the black ape. Moreover, as more and more exotic beasts of the untainted land approached the platform, more and more exotic beasts of the untainted land joined the battle, including the 5 little beasts of the untainted land. Damn it! Xiaohua, who was already used to the selection rules of the human race, knew that this fight was the prelude to entering the Heaven's Link Peak. He cursed in his heart and didn't move forward. He only waited at the bottom of the Heaven's Link Peak for the development of the situation. Unfortunately, the tree may wish to remain calm, but the wind will not stop. Xiaohua simply did not have time to dodge. The bee-like beast that had charged into the Heaven's Connecting Peak earlier turned around and headed straight for Xiaohua's head. It was as if a huge yellow cloud was pressing down on him. However, what made Xiaohua feel strange was that although the bamboos, withered trees, and other wood-type beasts near the Heaven's Link vine were already close to the platform, they didn't make any movements. However, the bamboo's momentum was blocked by the lightning, and they couldn't advance even half an inch. Chapter 42-32. Xiaohua retracted his gaze from the distance and coldly looked at the bee-like beast. Boom! Without waiting for the bee-like beast to get close, an indescribable wave rushed over like a stormy sea and landed on Xiaohua's Naiwan palace. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would naturally be flustered. After all, this was the innate ability of the bee-like beast, innately restraining the human race. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, this method was like child's play. Green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows. One by one, green seal characters fell in the air and combined with each other. Finally, they turned into a huge green seal character and whistled in the air. Ooh! A strange wind blew over. The space of several li was filled with layers of green marks. The bee-like beast's wave immediately turned into nothingness when it touched the green marks. It was simply unable to pose a threat to Xiaohua. And what made Xiaohua laugh the most was that the bee-like beast seemed to be blind in the space filled with green marks. The tentacles on its head swung around randomly. The stings on its abdomen pierced through the air while exuding strange bee venom. This bee venom was as sweet as a dream. When Xiaohua breathed in a mouthful, an illusion immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Xiaohua was so scared that he hastily waved his sleeves to disperse the bee venom. The bee-like exotic beast was flustered for a while, but it didn't seem to have any effect. It flapped its transparent wings fiercely, and layers of lightning fell from the fine patterns on its wings. Not only that, the ring-shaped patterns around the bee-like exotic beast started trembling as well, forming illusions in the air and spreading out in all directions. It was a very strange sight. Although Xiaohua's soul technique was effective, the space began to gradually collapse in the midst of the lightning and shadow. The green marks had just faded away when the bee-like beast's figure immediately passed through the air. A stinger sharper than a spear stabbed in front of Xiaohua. Layers of illusions were born along with the sweet fragrance. Seeing the bee venom corroding the space, Xiaohua faintly smiled. He formed a seal with both hands and 2 dark green seeds appeared in his hands. The seeds expanded with the wind and blocked in front of Xiaohua like 2 huge vines. On the vines there were also thumb-sized green dots. The bee-like exotic beast was stunned, as if it didn't understand why the vines had appeared. However, the stinger still shot out, and a ring of light appeared on its abdomen. When the ring of light landed on the stinger, the tip of the stinger actually became mottled with 5 colors. Explode! Following Xiaohua's calm command, the green dots on the vines suddenly exploded. The green dots turned into emerald green flowers, and the explosive force drove away the bee venom from the stings. It even blasted the light of the bee-like beast into pieces. A flower bud that was thousands of feet in size bloomed beautifully at the spot where the needle was. Pitif! The entire flower bud trembled where the needle landed. The trembling petals were like a beauty frowning in pain, causing one's heart to ache. The venom on the stinger fell on the flower bud, corroding the petals and even the space around the petals. Rings of spatial cracks appeared, and the gray-white patterns swallowed the petals. A moment later, a huge vortex appeared in the air. However, the bee-like exotic beast's stinger had also turned pale white, and the sweet fragrance had already disappeared. Coil. Xiaohua smiled faintly, like a Buddha picking flowers. He flicked his hands, and the vines under the petals danced nimbly, rolling towards the bee-like exotic beast. Huff! The bee-like exotic beast was somewhat anxious. Its 2 antennae made the sound of wind and whipped towards the vines. Ka-ka-ka! Wherever the antennae went, the vines were split into 2 halves. Moreover, just as Xiaohua was about to use his magic power again with a frown, the antennae suddenly turned around and attacked Xiaohua from the left and right. The antennae were so swift and violent that Xiaohua, who had always wanted to use this bee-like exotic beast to practice his wood attribute magic, was absolutely caught unprepared. Squeak squeak. A teeth-numbing sound came from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's protective light disappeared where the tentacles fell. His body, which had been tempered thousands of times, was pierced by the tentacles. An indescribable pain drilled into Xiaohua's heart. Damn it! Why is it so powerful? Xiaohua was shocked. He never expected that while he was underestimating the bee-like exotic beast, the bee-like exotic beast was also numbing him. The bee-like exotic beast's real trump card wasn't its stinger, but the antennae above its head. The antennae didn't move at all during the previous battle. Even in Xiaohua's knowledge, he never thought that the seemingly dispensable antennae of the bee-like exotic beast would be so powerful. Xiaohua said somewhat regretfully, "This Xiao was wrong. This isn't a bee that this Xiao has seen before. This is a prehistoric exotic beast." Xiaohua roared. His figure swayed, wanting to teleport away. However, even though shadows appeared one after another, Xiaohua's figure was still in place, unable to move. Obviously, the space around Heaven's connecting peak had been sealed long ago, and he couldn't teleport. Seeing that the antennae's strength had increased sharply and were about to drill into his body, Xiaohua's body overflowed with lightning, and he wanted to borrow the lightning to fly away. "Daoist master, don't be anxious." Suddenly, a voice came from below Xiaohua. Xiaohua lowered his head slightly and saw devouring Heaven holding the nine-toothed rake, flying up with difficulty. It was several hundred li away from him. Xiaohua's heart warmed, but he still cursed, "Damn it, by the time you came up, the cucumber would have already turned cold." While speaking, Xiaohua had already turned into lightning and fell in the direction of devouring Heaven. Unexpectedly, although the bee-like exotic beast's figure wasn't as fast as Xiaohua, its antennae were like maggots in tarsal bones, piercing into Xiaohua's body as he fell. Shua! Xiaohua raised his hand slightly, and the Tengjiao shears turned into a golden light and fell. King. Two golden lights struck the antennae at the same time. What shocked Xiaohua even more was that the place where the golden light landed actually produced a metallic sound, and the incomparably sharp Tengjiao shears actually couldn't cut off the antennae. In fact, not even a crack appeared. Is this still the bee that I teased? Xiaohua was really going crazy. After teasing for half a day, the one who was truly teased was actually himself. Go! Xiaohua's figure fell rapidly. While he put away the Tengjiao shears, he also used the seal of overturning the sea. Boom boom. The seal of overturning the sea let out a rumbling sound, and in an instant, the bee-like exotic beast was sent tumbling in the air. But even so, the antennae pierced a few inches into his body. Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. He suddenly raised his arm, tightly grasping the two antennae with both hands, and roared, "Rise, Wang." The antennae actually let out a rumbling sound, but they were only pulled out about 2 inches, and the antennae fell again. Moreover, in this 2-inch distance, the sharp thorns on the antennae simply didn't come out of Xiaohua's flesh. Xiaohua really didn't dare to believe that this unremarkable bee-like exotic beast had such great strength on its antennae. What should I do? Xiaohua was somewhat at his wit's end. His hands tightly grasped the two antennae that were even more dangerous than a fierce snake, not knowing what to do with them. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. Almost without thinking, he loosened his hands, and the fine crystalline light between his 5 fingers fell onto his arms. Whoosh! Just like a spring breeze blowing through the night, Xiaohua's arms were covered with thumb-sized petals. Even the places where he was injured by the bee-like exotic beast just now were suffused with layers of green light. Tender buds smaller than mung beans covered the entire wound, and thousands upon thousands of thin buds gushed out, wrapping around the bee-like exotic beast's antennae. The antennae originally had some extremely thin thorns, and they had already pierced deeply into Xiaohua's flesh. At this time, with the emergence of the buds, a rich life force spread between the thorns and his flesh. Not only did it block the thorns, it even hastened the rapid healing of his flesh. The thorns of the antennae left his flesh for only a moment, but the bee-like exotic beast immediately sensed that something was wrong. The roots of its antennae suddenly surged with strange fluctuations, wanting to pierce again. What Xiaohua needed was precisely this moment. Just as the buds blocked the thorns, Xiaohua's figure immediately turned into the wind, and the bee-like exotic beast's antennae fell again. The thorns pierced only the shadow of Xiaohua's figure. Damn it, damn it, damn it. As soon as Xiaohua broke free from the bee-like exotic beast's clutches, he roared 3 times in a row. He slapped his head, and his true qi surged. The heavenly law's embodiment technique was displayed, and the wishful steel staff was also in his hand. He danced and fought with the exotic beast. Boom, 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 boom. The roaring sound was incessant in the air. The bee-like exotic beast's antennae were like soft whips, blocking Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. The battle between the man and the beast was very lively. Daoist master, I'll help you. At this time, the heaven-devouring beast rushed over, and the nine-toothed rake was lifted towards the sky and smashed down fiercely. Be careful! Xiaohua saw that the heaven-devouring beast was so reckless and hurriedly reminded, this thing is extremely powerful. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's reminder was too late. The bee-like exotic beast's roar suddenly sounded, and invisible fluctuations suddenly overturned the heaven-devouring beast. Even the afterimage of the antennae swept past, and the heaven-devouring beast was thrown high into the sky. Xiaohua helplessly waved his hand and caught the heaven-devouring beast. He looked around and placed it on the leaves of the sky-soaring vine in the distance. The heaven-devouring beast's body was huge, and the branches and leaves of the sky-soaring vine trembled for a long time before it could support the heaven-devouring beast's body. Fight! After a moment of fighting, Xiaohua suddenly abandoned the wishful steel staff. His hands formed a seal, and the power of the stars and moons surged out like a wave. Boom! The bee-like exotic beast was immediately hit by Xiaohua's sneak attack, and its whole body flew upside down. However, the two antennae did not forget to stab Xiaohua's abdomen. I can't always fight with this thing. Xiaohua raised his eyes slightly and looked around, but did not find anything unusual. He muttered in his heart, in that case, I'll take out some means first. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could come up with any means, he saw that behind the bee-like exotic beast's body, a bamboo suddenly protruded. This bamboo was inserted straight into the bee-like exotic beast's abdomen, and it felt like a spark from a flint. The bee-like exotic beast was shocked, and without thinking, it raised the stinger on its abdomen and stabbed at the bamboo. Chapter 42-33. Ka. With a crisp sound, the bee needle easily pierced into the bamboo. However, at this moment, golden lightning appeared on the surface of the bamboo. This lightning not only dispelled the poison on the bee needle, but also firmly imprisoned the bee needle in an instant. Wang Wang. The bee-like beast flapped its wings, and the ring-shaped yellow light around its body surged and fell on the bamboo. It tried its best to pull the bee needle out of the bamboo, but the lightning on the bamboo flickered and easily extinguished the yellow light. Boo! The two antennae of the bee-like beast moved and attacked the body of the thunder-amplifying bamboo with all its might. Boom! At that moment, Xiaohua moved. His golden silhouette abruptly flew out and grabbed the tentacle with its hands. Immediately after, Xiaohua's silhouette rumbled as he flew towards the peak of the sky-connecting mountain. Seeing this, the thunder-amplifying bamboo suddenly retracted towards the ground. Woo-woo! The bee-like beast let out an inexplicable cry. Its body was stretched extremely long. Finally, when the bamboo fell several thousand zhang, the bee-like beast's antennae were stretched to the limit. Pa! With a light sound, a cluster of blood spurted out from the bee-like beast's abdomen. The bee needle was pulled out by the thunder-amplifying bamboo, and along with it, a large amount of blood-red organs and other things came out. The bee-like beast's body flew towards Xiaohua's golden body as its antennae retracted. Poo-pew! There was no need for Xiaohua to make a move. The withered tree not far from the thunder-amplifying bamboo suddenly stretched out its withered branches and easily pierced the bee-like beast's body. Looking at Xiaohua again, he didn't let go of his hands. He was very clear in his heart that the most precious parts of the bee-like beast's body were these two antennae. Now that he had them in his hands, how could he let go? Xiaohua opened his mouth, and with a piu sound, a sword light spurted out. It fell on the head of the bee-like beast and chopped off its head. The headless bee-like beast's body fell into the withered tree. The thunder-amplifying bamboo and other wood-type bee-like beast all stretched out their branches and tore the bee-like beast's body to pieces in a few breaths. Xiaohua shook his hands, and layers of brilliance appeared on his antennae. That brilliance flowed through the antennae and into the bee-like beast's skull. When the skull's flesh fell, the two intact antennae appeared in Xiaohua's hands. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, These two antennae were connected inside the bee-like beast's body. In other words, the two antennae, they were actually one. Good. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh, and then he placed the tentacle into his space with a sweep of his mind before he said in his heart, "This thing can be refined into a spirit treasure, and it would surely possess the might of an immortal artifact when utilized." What are these things? The sky-devouring beast's trembling voice could be heard. His face was filled with terror as he watched the thunder-amplifying bamboo and the withered tree devour the bee-like beast's body. It didn't care, Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled faintly and transmitted, "What you see is naturally what it is." But they... Sky-devouring was tongue-tied, as if it did not know what to say. Then he was suddenly shocked and jumped out from the leaves of the sky-soaring vine, as if he was afraid of being swallowed by the sky-soaring vine. He cried out in shock, "Why didn't they kill you?" The thunder-amplifying bamboo and the withered tree had already stopped swallowing. They surrounded the sky-soaring vine and waved their branches and leaves, as if communicating with the sky-soaring vine. Xiaohua already understood. Although he wasn't a wood-type mutant, his body had just merged with the wood origin. Moreover, he had just used wood-type magic. That rich life force had already made these mutants treat him as one of them. Moreover, he was standing on the sky-soaring vine, so they couldn't distinguish him. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't explain. He smiled and replied, "Nothing else, this old man's moral quality is good." Moral quality? Xiaohua clearly didn't understand what moral quality was, but he still replied, "I understand, Daoist's moral quality is too good." Yes, that's it. This old man's moral quality is too good. Xiaohua was grinning from ear to ear. He stood on the sky-soaring vine with his hands behind his back and looked at the bloody battle in the distance. "Why you here? Are you here for that divine artifact? Seems, with your strength, you can't get it at all. Why can't I come?" Xiaohua stomped. "You can come, so can Black Jade Donkey, Golden Toad, Five Colors Stupid Chicken, Black and White Stinky Bastard, and Little White Stinky Cat. Why can't I come?" Insatiable greed. Xiaohua smiled. "This old man gave you a weapon. How long has it been and you're already disdaining it? Can't I come to take a look?" Xiaohua was like a defeated rooster. His face carried a faint shame, but his neck was still very stiff. The sky-soaring peak and divine artifact are now crazily spreading in the primitive wasteland continent. If other mutant beasts can come, why can't I? Do whatever you want. Xiaohua was a bit gloomy. He waved his hand and casually said a few words, still looking into the distance. At this moment, the fighting on the heavens connecting peak had come to an end. Less than a tenth of the exotic beasts were left standing in the air. Their scarlet blood spilled on the heavens connecting peak, covering its original purplish color. The bloodstains that flowed along the peak looked like tears of blood left behind by the peak, making it look rather miserable. What's more, the remains of some exotic beasts that had been smashed into pieces were hanging on the peak, swaying in the wind as if they were laughing at something. The air was filled with the smell of blood, which didn't disperse for a long time. However, where Xiaohua stood, many wood-type mutant beasts and sky-soaring vines clustered together, as if they were united against a common enemy. No other mutant beast dared to provoke them. Xiaohua sighed, then his gaze fell on the primitive Five Little Ones. At this moment, the Five Little Ones could no longer form a battle formation. Their so-called halos had been broken, and the brilliance around them had long since dimmed. Even one of the profound sky white tiger's wings was broken. As for the golden toad, the black and white tortoise, they were all covered in wounds of varying severity. Fortunately, they were still alive. The primitive Five Little Ones were already stealing glances at the lightning platform above their heads, which had already begun to crack. Roar! On the other side of sky-soaring peak, where Xiaohua's gaze couldn't reach, there was a mournful howl. A horned horse ruthlessly stabbed its horn into the body of a huge stone-horned beast. The stone-horned beast howled and fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning platform let out a rumbling sound and completely split open. The cracks once again turned into thunderbolts falling down. Go! Xiaohua's heart stirred. He used his foot to step on the sky-soaring vine. The vine produced a whistling sound and carried Xiaohua straight to the lightning platform's previous location. Seeing the sky-soaring vine move, the thunder-amplifying bamboo and the withered tree hurriedly chased after it. As for the sky-swallowing beast, it saw clusters of branches and leaves flash before its eyes. It finally couldn't bear it anymore and urged its body to follow the sky-soaring vine into the sky. After all, Xiaohua wasn't close to the platform. When he was still dozens of li away from the platform, the primitive 5 little ones had already crossed the platform. Sure enough, there were no more restrictions there. The primitive strange beasts safely passed through. Strange. Xiaohua had just flown past the platform with the sky-soaring vine when he suddenly felt relaxed. He couldn't help but release his divine sense. To his surprise, he discovered that his divine sense could already be used. Moreover, the previous restrictions on the sky-soaring peak seemed to have disappeared. Xiaohua urged his body to move again and immediately teleported away. Since Xiaohua discovered something strange, the other primitive strange beasts naturally also discovered it. One by one, the strange beasts urged their bodies. Some stepped into the void, some turned into flowing light, and some used strange escape techniques. They all rushed into the sky not much slower than Xiaohua. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, the sky above their heads became increasingly blue. The wisps of white clouds were already under their feet. However, there was still no end to the sky-soaring peak. Xiaohua's divine sense also couldn't see any divine weapons. Daoist. At this moment, the sky-swallowing beast was somewhat surprised. It pointed at a place and shouted, "Quickly take a look. Is that a divine weapon?" Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly raised his head to look. Sure enough, on one side of the sky-soaring peak, there was something that looked like an axe hanging there. Since his divine sense couldn't see it, but it could also be seen by the naked eye, Xiaohua immediately came to a conclusion. He whispered, "Yes, that's a divine weapon." "Damn it, that's impossible." The sky-swallowing beast swallowed its saliva and shouted, "This isn't the peak of the sky-soaring peak. How can there be a divine weapon? Isn't this different from what was said in the crystal? Moreover, this weapon looks so shabby and doesn't have any aura. How can it be a divine weapon?" That's true. It was rare for Xiaohua to agree with the sky-swallowing beast's point of view. After all the magic weapons he had seen before, as long as they were slightly powerful, they would have some aura. Since this so-called axe was called a divine weapon, it should be much more powerful than a magic weapon, right? Could it be a gimmick? Xiaohua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. However, after pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and patted his forehead. The delusion breaker Dharma eye opened. Ouch! What surprised Xiaohua was that as soon as his delusion breaker Dharma eye opened, an unusually dazzling 9-colored light immediately appeared before his eyes. This colorful light was like a steel needle piercing into his Dharma eye. Xiaohua cried out in pain and hurriedly closed his Dharma eye. A kind of terror that he had never experienced before emerged from his Dharma eye. Daoist. The sky-swallowing beast didn't understand why Xiaohua was crying out in pain. Just as it was about to speak, "Divine weapon," Xiaohua groaned in a low voice. The magic power in his body was activated, and the power of his domain was crazily activated. His figure teleported to the top of the sky-soaring peak. If Xiaohua could see the divine weapon on the sky-soaring peak, how could the other exotic beasts not know? Boom, boom, boom. Huge rumbling sounds rang out one after another on the sky-soaring peak. The group of exotic beasts all released their domains. The strength of these exotic beasts who passed the selection wasn't particularly different. Therefore, when their domains collided with each other, powerful fluctuations were produced. Qi waves, splendor, and multicolored lights completely covered half of the sky-soaring peak. That powerful power formed a barrier, blocking the advance of all the exotic beasts. Chapter 42-34. Crack, crack, crack. Xiaohua's figure retreated from the void helplessly. His divine sense swept across the sky that was blocked by the chaotic fluctuations. Immediately, tens of thousands of thunderbolts appeared around his body. These thunderbolts and lightning condensed into a shuttle shape and fell towards the sky above his head. Xiaohua then activated the thunder escape technique and crashed into the tens of thousands of airwaves. Buzz buzz buzz. The thunderbolts fell within the fluctuations, causing the entire space to shake. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua forcibly squeezed out a gap in the turbulent fluctuations. Seeing Xiaohua's figure fly out from the gap, roar? The seemingly most powerful black ape mutated beast went crazy. It raised both of its arms in the air, and a pitch-black beam of light appeared between its 10 fingers. The core of the beam of light was blood-red. Crack! The black ape actually tore a 10-mile-long gap in the void where the beam of light went. Although the fluctuations and chaotic aura rushed out from the void, the black ape, whose eyes were already red, didn't even look at it. Its figure turned into a beam of black light and crashed into the gap. Roar! In the distant sky, a strange bird with 4 wings on its back let out a high-pitched cry. This cry didn't sound like a bird's cry, but more like a beast's cry. Immediately, the strange bird's 4 wings suddenly flashed, and a phantom soared into the sky from the top of the strange bird's head. In just a moment, it actually rushed out of the blockade and directly rushed towards the axe high up in the sky. Seeing that a strange beast rushed out of the blockade, the other strange beasts didn't dare to stay any longer. Each of them used their incomprehensible divine abilities. They either rushed into the fluctuations with their physical bodies, or turned into flowing light. There was even a strange beast that looked like an anteater that opened its mouth and began to swallow the fluctuations. As it swallowed the fluctuations, the strange beast's body also produced fluctuations. It merged with the fluctuations and the airwaves and broke through the blockade easily. When the prehistoric strange beasts moved, the thunder-amplifying bamboo, the withered tree, and the other wood-type strange beasts also hurriedly stretched towards the sky. However, at this moment, these strange wood-type strange beasts revealed their shortcomings. Under the fluctuations, many of their branches and leaves were destroyed. Even though the surface of the thunder-amplifying bamboo produced layers of lightning to resist, many bamboo joints were still broken by the airwaves. The sky-devouring beast stayed between the branches and leaves of the sky-soaring vine and also reached the place where the fluctuations were sealed. At this moment, it seemed to have given up the idea of fighting for the divine artifact. It was somewhat dumbfounded, looking at the prehistoric strange beasts and the strange beasts using their divine abilities. It felt really ashamed of its short-sightedness. However, it was under the cover of the sky-soaring vine's branches and leaves. Those fluctuations didn't affect the sky-devouring beast. Prehistoric strange beasts that could pass the selection slaughter, how could they be ordinary beasts? Xiaohua, the black ape, and the others had only just broken out of the seal and gained the upper hand for the time being. The other beasts immediately used their other divine arts and broke out of the seal that was starting to calm down. They continued to chase after Xiaohua and the others. Even the thunder-amplifying bamboo and the other wood-type strange beasts, after withstanding the attacks of the fluctuations, once again rushed into the sky. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, knowing that he had the upper hand. He hurriedly released his Buddhist sense, wanting to quietly put that divine artifact into the space. However, the Buddhist sense was even worse than divine sense. When it swept past the location of the axe's shadow, not only did it not see the axe, but there was also an incomparably sharp fluctuation flashing in the void, unexpectedly cutting the Buddhist sense to pieces. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly withdrew his Buddhist sense, no longer daring to use other divine sense methods. He could only obediently fly high, preparing to use the simplest method to get the axe. Under the thunderclap ninth heaven, the distance of several tens of thousands of li was covered in a flash. The Tongtian peak was so quiet that it made Xiaohua feel intoxicated. Along the way, there were no more attacks or ambushes, as if everything was normal. Seeing that astral winds had already appeared in the vicinity, the blue sky had already disappeared, and the clouds had already disappeared. Layers of earth, fire, wind, and lightning faintly appeared in the grayish-white color above his head. Xiaohua knew that the Tongtian peak was really connected to the heavens. This end was already inserted into the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. However, he did not have time to sigh with emotion at the almighty method of constructing the Tongtian Peak. His gaze fell on a protruding mountain rock under the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. There was precisely an axe placed there. A real axe. This axe looked ordinary, but in Xiaohua's eyes, it was incomparably stunning. The axe's entire body was grayish-black. The axe's handle and the axe's head were one. The axe's handle was strangely curved, and there were indescribable textures on it. Those textures in Xiaohua's eyes seemed to be floating clouds, and he simply could not see the true appearance under the clouds. There was also another type of textures on the axe, and these textures were divided into two layers. Although the upper layer looked grayish-black, within the textures, there was a bright blue, faintly containing the meaning of light. The lower layer of textures was different, revealing a kind of pitch-black, faintly containing the demonic qi and underworld qi. And in between the two layers of textures, there was only a straight, thin line. This line, from the surface, looked like a straight line without any curve, but within it, there were tens of thousands of spiral-shaped fine lines that were like whirlpools. Within these fine lines, there was actually the aura that Xiaohua was familiar with, the qi of heaven and earth, the power of the stars and moon, and other indescribable auras. What kind of axe is this? Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, and a layer of goosebumps suddenly appeared all over his body. A kind of excitement that he had not felt for a long time appeared in his heart, and at this moment, his gaze once again fell on the edge of the axe. The edge of the axe was originally the most important part, but as far as Xiaohua's eyes could see, he could not clearly see where this edge was. This was because all of the light, all of the void, and even everything had been sliced apart by this edge. If it weren't for the axe's hilt resting on the mountain rock would have already been sliced into nothingness by the edge of the axe. Fuck, who cares what kind of trap it is? Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he made up his mind. How can I let go of such a divine tool? This was human nature. Even though Xiaohua was a grand ascension cultivator, his Dao heart was quite firm, and even though he had already seen through the trap, greed immediately welled up in his heart at the sight of this divine tool. He had already cast his previous plans to the back of his mind, and he was completely focused on obtaining this axe. With this thought in mind, Xiaohua waved his hand, and his arm immediately transformed into a massive hand that was several hundred feet in size, which swept through the air toward the axe. At this moment, a cracking sound came from the void above Xiaohua's head. Then, several thousand zhang of space collapsed. The black ape stepped out from the void, its body flashing with black-red blood light. This ape looked like Xiaohua and stretched out its arm. It smiled coldly and waved its left arm. A string of cracks appeared in the void, and a force that could tear Xiaohua's body apart pounced toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered. He waved his other hand as well, and a huge fist met the black ape's attack head-on. Amidst the huge explosion, the space between Xiaohua and the black ape exploded one after another. Xiaohua borrowed the force of this attack to rush up once more. Roar! The black ape was enraged, and it let loose a wild roar as it opened its mouth to blast out a pitch-black pillar of light. This pillar of light suddenly shot through the air toward the mountain rock in the distance. The black ape's figure once again soared into the air, and it chased after Xiaohua in no time at all. Xiaohua had only flown a few more li when another beast roar came from the sky to his left. Xiaohua turned to look and saw that it was actually the phantom of the four-winged bird. The phantom only existed for a few breaths of time before ripples appeared on it, and it transformed into the bird's body. However, the bird didn't attack Xiaohua at all. It only looked at Xiaohua with contempt. The 4 layers of wings flapped again, and another phantom soared into the sky and pounced towards the axe faster than lightning. Presumably, as long as the phantom was there, the bird's main body would also appear there. Oh no, this is bad. Xiaohua was alarmed when he saw the ancient mutant beast chasing after him. He quickly scanned the area with his divine sense, and he cried out involuntarily, "This Xiao has already been overtaken by several ancient mutant beasts, and there are actually others who are faster than this Xiao in the other directions of the Tongtian Peak." I'm afraid this Xiao is going to fall behind. Thinking of this, Xiaohua raised his hand and slapped the top of his head, shouting, "Fellow Daoists, quickly come and help." As he spoke, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, bone-tempering Xiaohua, dragon bloodline Xiaohua, green-robed Xiaohua, Buddha Bodhi, and devil spirit Xiaohua all rushed out of Xiaohua's body. They didn't need Xiaohua to say anything, and they all teleported and pounced on the ancient mutant beasts in different directions, stopping them from advancing. As for Xiaohua himself, he let out a loud roar. The big hand that was originally grabbing the axe suddenly changed direction and fell toward the black ape. Xiaohua's big hand falling was really out of the black ape's expectations. Seeing the mountain boulder-like imprisonment coming at it, the black ape could only roar and wave its fists to meet it. Boom! The big hand fell and first crushed the pitch-black light pillar in the sky, and then it collided with the black ape's fists. When the big hand was destroyed, the black ape's body was also blocked, and it even fell several li. The black ape was furious and pounced toward Xiaohua. It seemed like it also wanted to kill Xiaohua first. Come on! The corners of Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a faint smile. At the same time as his figure horizontally pounced towards the black ape, a phoenix cry rang out. Xiaohua's phoenix form suddenly flew out from Xiaohua's body. With a flap of his wings, he directly pounced towards the axe in the distance like a bolt of lightning. Xiaohua's fists danced in the air as he fought against the black ape. Under Xiaohua's will, the space within a few hundred miles was set off layers upon layers of air waves. The inexplicable cracks appeared wantonly and blocked the prehistoric beasts that wanted to approach him. As for the four-winged bird that had previously transformed into a phantom and flew high up in the sky, it was now blocked in the air by Xiaohua's devil qi. It could only watch helplessly as Xiaohua, who had a phoenix body, flew past it. As for the ancient mutant beasts in the other directions of Heaven Connecting Peak, they were naturally blocked by Confucian cultivator Xiaohua for the time being. They couldn't get close to the axe. Seeing that phoenix body Xiaohua would be able to get the axe in a few more moments, Xiaohua displayed a divine ability to block the black ape's fury. At the same time, he was grinning from ear to ear as he thought to himself, "Your grandmother, you dare to snatch from me. If I'm not happy, I'll take out all the Fortune Gate's disciples and have them lay down a formation. Let's see who can withstand millions, no, tens of millions of humans." Chapter 42-35. However, the instant phoenix body Xiaohua approached the axe, a fist-sized lightning suddenly rolled out from the side of the mountain rock where the axe was located. Subsequently, a huge bamboo joint stretched out from the void and grabbed towards the axe. It was actually a moment earlier than phoenix body Xiaohua. Lightning amplification bamboo? What's going on? Xiaohua was slightly shocked. When did it get here? Isn't this guy still under this Xiao's body with the sky-piercing vine? However, at this time, there was already no meaning in thinking about the reason. Phoenix body Xiaohua waved his phoenix claw, and a shadow shot out like lightning, wanting to grab the axe before the lightning amplification bamboo. Ka-cha-cha! At the same time the lightning amplification bamboo's bamboo joint fell, another 100 bamboo joints grew out, blocking other directions. Phoenix body Xiaohua's phoenix claw was shattered by the lightning amplification bamboo. Damn it! If this Xiao returns to the hidden immortal continent and says this Xiao was defeated by a spirit, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Xiaohua was really angry and anxious. He released several great clones, and the fatty meat was already at the side of his mouth, but it was actually snatched away by a spirit wood. He really had an impulse to be flustered and exasperated. Without any suspense, the lightning amplification bamboo's bamboo joint wrapped around the axe. However, at this time, a strange change occurred again. The bamboo joint that wrapped around the axe suddenly emitted a kacha-kacha, crisp sound, and the bamboo joint broke into several pieces. Even the rhythm of the shattering spread along the lightning amplification bamboo's bamboo joint, falling no less than several hundred feet. Seeing this, Xiaohua was shocked in his heart, and then he was overjoyed. If it wasn't for him using all his strength to resist the black ape mutant beast, He would have almost clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Ha, this Xiao understands? This axe is a divine weapon, annihilating everything in the world. My human race and mutant beasts all have flesh and blood, so they should be able to pick up this axe. And the wood-type mutant's body is a spirit wood, so how can it pick up this axe? No wonder the sky-piercing peak's previous restriction didn't stop wood-type mutants, because they simply don't have the qualifications to use this axe. Xiaohua already understood, but the lightning amplification bamboo didn't. The bamboo joint once again stretched out and was about to fall, but unfortunately, the result was the same. All the bamboo joints that approached the axe were shattered. There was no exception. This item is eyes. As Xiaohua laughed, he had already flown in front of the axe. His phoenix claws swiftly and fiercely descended, passing through the shattered bamboo to grab the axe. Xiaohua's suspended heart finally settled down. The several strange beasts closest to the axe were all blocked by his own clones. No one could stop the phoenix Xiaohua from taking the axe. Unfortunately, right at the instant Xiaohua came into contact with the axe, a ferocious aura arrived unexpectedly from extremely far away and assaulted Xiaohua. This aura seemed to have substance, and was more powerful than any of the attack methods that Xiaohua had seen before. Although Phoenix Body Xiaohua had extended his Phoenix Claw, his origin perception had long since scanned the surroundings, and he was extremely vigilant in his heart. However, this aura was formless and traceless, and extremely strangely appeared near Phoenix Body Xiaohua. Phoenix Body Xiaohua was greatly shocked, so how could he still dare to take the axe? He hastily flapped his wings, and numerous illusory figures appeared. Those two phoenix claws even swiped through the air with a swoosh, forming a star-moon shield, wanting to block this aura. Boom! With a loud bang, not only was the star-moon shield smashed into pieces, even the illusory wings were destroyed. Even Phoenix Body Xiaohua, who was on the verge of 9th grade origin energy, was sent tumbling in midair, and helplessly fell to the side of Heaven Connecting Peak. In midair, feathers and bloodstains slowly fell along with Phoenix Body Xiaohua's unyieldingness. Shortly after, that aura rolled in midair, and once again crashed down with a loud bang. Boom boom boom. Amidst the violent tremors, all of the primeval strange beasts that were fighting were knocked down by this aura for more than several hundred li. When the primeval strange beasts appeared in midair, all of their bodies were trembling, and traces of blood appeared on the surface of their bodies. No matter if it was their two eyes or their single eye, their eyes all carried incomparable fear as they looked towards the origin of that aura. As for the thunder-amplifying bamboo, dead wood, and even the sky-soaring vine and other wood-attribute strange beasts, they were even more unbearable under this aura. Kacha-kacha, crisp sounds continuously rang out, and the majority of their bodies that were climbing up Heaven Connecting Peak were smashed to pieces, and they hastily retreated back into the ground. The primeval strange beasts were beaten into such a sorry state, and Xiaohua was similarly unable to bear it. The golden light that protected his body was annihilated by this aura, and the true essence within his body was beaten until it dissipated. Even the true qi within his middle danton was beaten into chaos. An indescribable dizziness emerged from his Naiwen palace, and it didn't disperse for a long time. The Phoenix Body Xiaohua was the most seriously injured, and he had already fainted after falling from midair. Fortunately, he had the devil spirit Xiaohua by his side. The devil spirit Xiaohua vigilantly abandoned his four-winged bird and caught the Phoenix Body Xiaohua. Under the attack of that aura, he hastily fled to Xiaohua's side. Then, while the other primeval strange beasts were panicking, he escaped into Xiaohua's body. As for the dragon vein Xiaohua and the others, because they were too far away from Xiaohua, they didn't dare to act rashly at this time. They all blended into the group of primeval strange beasts, and quietly observed the situation. After that aura that injured the primeval strange beasts appeared for a moment, it immediately disappeared. Then, in the horizon, a pitch-black cloud and mist appeared. This cloud and mist instantly dyed the sky black, and swept towards the Heaven Connecting Peak. The aura that was exactly the same as the previous one was like a stormy sea, and it enveloped the space of several tens of thousands of li. Then, a cold voice that carried the vicissitudes of life, bloodthirst, and anger, rippled through the entire space like a god. Although this voice sounded very unfamiliar, when it landed in Xiaohua's ears, Xiaohua understood, damned bunch of little things. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourselves in the mirror? You actually dare to come and snatch the panga axe. You all deserve to die for having such thoughts. Damn it. Xiaohua hid beside the black ape's strange beast, biting his lips, and did his best to resist the aura that could make 10,000 beasts kneel down. He thought to himself, there really is an ambush behind the heaven-connecting peak. This thing that wants to come, I'm afraid it has been spying on my existence all this time, right? However, although this aura is so terrifying, within it, there is a hint of familiarity. This trace of familiarity, what is it? The dark clouds were about to press down, and that terrifying aura became even denser. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua couldn't help but fall down again. Within the rolling dark clouds, a strange beast that was several tens of thousands of zhang in size gradually revealed its figure. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the dark clouds, and he couldn't help but frown. This was because the dark clouds were emitting a dense, desolate aura, and there were also layers of dragon patterns. These dragon patterns were golden in color, and they condensed into the shape of a dragon within the dark clouds. However, the strange beast that was revealed was surrounded by demonic clouds, and the demonic clouds weren't completely in the shape of a dragon. Instead, it was a monster that looked like a dog yet wasn't a dog, a monster that looked like a dragon yet wasn't a dragon. As soon as this monster appeared, a boundless pressure fell down from the sky. As the demonic clouds around its body swelled, huge scales could be vaguely seen. The natural patterns on the scales, and the chaotic desolate aura, were constantly being born and destroyed within these patterns. Could it be that this is the dragon-shaped god? Xiaohua suddenly understood. His naked eyes were almost unable to look directly at this monster, because the aura on this monster's body was much higher than that of a human. Under the gaze of a human, the monster's body had long been distorted. To Xiaohua, rather than saying that the monster was standing in midair, it was better to say that the monster was in the void. However, just as Xiaohua was puzzled, a few strands of Buddhist light appeared within the monster's demonic clouds, and when the demonic clouds rolled, they became even denser. What? This monster is actually related to Namo Maitreya Buddha? Xiaohua was shocked. However, when he saw that the Buddhist light was instantly destroyed by the demonic clouds, and another voice, equally ancient but also filled with compassion and pity, was born from another direction of the heaven-connecting peak, he suddenly came to a realization. No, this is another existence. Sure enough, when that voice fell into Xiaohua's ears, it was another voice. Heaven-swallowing beast, are you trying to lure this old man out? Xiaohua hurriedly wanted to turn his head, but at this moment, another familiar aura, although faint, still had an indestructible momentum, pounced over from that direction. This aura fell into the previous aura. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions rang out, and the entire space within 1,000 li of it collapsed. Xiaohua didn't even need to turn his head to know that the newcomer was the underground expert he had met when he was looking for Chao Tian Tower. However, the expert at this time had revealed his ability, far surpassing his expectations. Xiaohua and the group of strange beasts scattered in all directions like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They originally thought that they were the main characters of the heaven-connecting peak, but when the real main character appeared, they discovered that they were merely fish in the moat. Xiaohua, who was fleeing in panic, finally turned his head, only to see that in the opposite direction of the heaven-swallowing beast, the horizon was reddish-yellow. Within the reddish-yellow clouds, there was a myriad of layers of Buddhist light. Within the clouds, wind-like ripples fluttered irregularly, and within the Buddhist light, there were heavenly dragons and fairies appearing and disappearing from time to time. Above these clouds that were shaped like Buddhist lotuses, there was also a strange beast that was several tens of thousands of zhang in size. Who exactly is this dragon-shaped god? When Xiaohua saw this strange beast, although he had never seen it before, A trace of the same familiar feeling arose from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. This strange beast had a tiger head, a single horn, a dog's ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and a cheetah's feet. It looked rather strange, and its appearance was similar to that of a dragon yet not a dragon, a tiger yet not a tiger, a lion yet not a lion, a cheetah yet not a cheetah, and a dog yet not a dog. Moreover, under the Buddhist light, there was actually a layer of guardian heavenly king's projection outside of the beast's body. At this time, Dragon Vane Xiaohua and the others had already taken advantage of the chaos to land around Xiaohua. Xiaohua hurriedly transmitted his voice to Buddha Bodhi. This strange beast looks like a dragon. Could it be that it is that dragon-shaped god? Namo Methria, Buddha Bodhi's figure fell into Xiaohua's Niwen palace, and he somewhat indifferently replied, "Sandalwood, this thing is definitely related to my Buddhist sect. Its body has a dense Buddha nature of Namo Methria, and it also has the Buddha fruit of guardian heavenly king." Chapter 42-36. As soon as Bodhi's voice came out, the monster's strange eyes rolled and swept toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua was shocked and retreated again. At this time, the voice of the heaven-devouring beast sounded, "Di Ting, you and I have to settle this. This Tongtun Peak is the best choice for you and me." "Not bad, not bad." Di Ting raised its tiger head and praised, "In this incomplete eldritch continent, only this Tongtian Peak is worth seeing. You've really put in a lot of effort for today's battle." As it spoke, Di Ting's gaze fell on the axe. "Moreover, you actually took out Dragon God's Pango axe. It seems like you and I are going to fight to the death today, huh?" The heaven-devouring beast was stunned and surprised. Unfortunately, before it could speak, Di Ting opened its mouth and spat out a Buddhist light that fell on Pango axe. How could the heaven-devouring beast care to speak? He also opened his mouth, and the space within 1,000 miles in front of his head suddenly turned black and collapsed, as if it was being swallowed. Just as the black crater was about to block the Buddha's light, Di Ting's figure suddenly swayed and disappeared from the spot. Then, fist-sized Buddha lotuses appeared in the vicinity of the Heaven's Path Peak. Each Buddha lotus was burning with crimson karmic fire. "Let's go!" Xiaohua shouted. His mind swept over the sky-soaring vine, and with a wave of his sleeve, he caught Sky-devouring Beast, who was with the sky-soaring vine. His figure turned into a thunderbolt, and he fled into the distance with the group of strange beasts. At this time, Pango Axe had turned into a flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. It had nothing to do with Xiaohua anymore. The battle between the two eldritch beasts was not something these eldritch beasts could participate in. Xiaohua and the rest were not fools. They knew that if they stayed here any longer, they would lose their lives. Damn it! The heaven-devouring beast cursed angrily. Its whole body was covered with black clouds and countless dragons pounced on the red lotus karmic fire. In a loud roar, Di Ting's figure flew out from one of the red lotus karmic fire and quickly used the horn on its head to hit the heaven-devouring beast's chest. Caught off guard, the heaven-devouring beast was flipped over by Di Ting. As the earth quaked and the mountains shook, the heaven-devouring beast's body crashed into a mountain range of nearly 1,000 miles, causing it to collapse. As Truth Listener pounced at the heaven-devouring beast, it said coldly, "Since I know that this Pango Axe is a trap, how can I fall for it so easily?" Woof woof. The heaven-swallowing beast let out a bark that sounded like a dog's bark. It leaped out from the collapsed ground and shouted, "If I want to kill you, why would I need to use a trap? Damn it, there's a problem." Xiaohua fled while peeking. Hearing this, he looked at the sky collapsing and earth sinking battle in the distance and unconsciously came to a realization. However, this has nothing to do with this Xiao. Let this Xiao escape first before anything else. However, just as Xiaohua felt that he was about to be safe, the space around him suddenly froze, as if a giant seal had been placed on him. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly urged the magic power in his body. Lightning burst out from his body, wanting to break the seal. However, before his magic power could be generated, he saw a stream of light flash in front of his eyes. Layers of Buddhist lotuses bloomed and his figure flew out from the Buddhist lotuses, appearing at the Tongtian peak that he had escaped from earlier. What's going on? Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly urged his magic power. Unfortunately, all of Xiaohua's magic power was restricted at this time. He couldn't use a trace of magic power, and he couldn't use any strength. After this old man kills the heaven-devouring beast, I'll send you to the Western paradise. Truth listener's voice was like the sound of heaven. You actually dared to snatch the Maitreya Buddha's Buddhist light. You're even more despicable than the dragon god. Damn it. Xiaohua was almost gnashing his teeth. He already understood that everything he had done in the primitive continent was seen by Truth Listener. This Truth Listener was probably related to Jiang Luer's previous life. He had touched Truth Listener's bottom line. How could Truth Listener let him go? Only when the heaven-devouring beast kills Truth Listener would he have a chance to escape, right? That's right. After this old man kills Truth Listener, I'll also kill this guy. At this time, the heaven-devouring beast's voice also sounded. On this continent, other than the dragon god, there can be no other dragon race. When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but feel his soul fly out of his body. He had calculated many times, but he didn't expect that the existence that was spying on him was right beside him. His crisis actually came from these two strange beasts with the ability to penetrate heaven and earth. Even if Xiaohua didn't want to watch the two strange beasts fight, he had no choice but to watch. The two strange beasts, Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast, each used their magic power. The space within tens of thousands of miles was torn apart. On the entire land, all the mountains, forests, and everything else were destroyed by the two beasts. Those strange beasts that couldn't escape in time were also killed. There were no exceptions. Other than the sky not being pierced through, everything was not beyond Xiaohua's expectations. Looking at such an earth-shattering battle, Xiaohua only had one thought in his mind. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry up and use your magic power. Let's fight to the death and perish together. Of course, Xiaohua was also clear in his heart that these two strange beasts had survived and endured on this continent for so many years because they had a clear understanding of each other's strength. They knew that they didn't have the confidence to win, so they didn't make a move for so long. The possibility of them perishing together was very high. Moreover, while praying, Xiaohua also looked elsewhere, waiting for the third person who hadn't appeared yet. Because from the short conversation between the two beasts, Xiaohua had already faintly smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Previously, Xiaohua might have had a trace of an idea to reveal to the two beasts, but now that he heard that the two beasts wanted to kill him, Xiaohua naturally hid this idea deeply. Unfortunately, the development of the matter was not within Xiaohua's control. The two beasts fought for more than 10 days. Seeing that the sky was turned upside down and the earth was turned upside down, there were no other peaks in the hundreds of thousands of li of land, but the two beasts still hadn't decided a victor. Although whether it was Di Ting or the heaven-swallowing beast, their bodies were stained with blood and large pieces of flesh were missing, the two beasts were still very far away from perishing together. The third person who was supposed to appear had also not appeared. Woof! The heaven-swallowing beast let out a slightly miserable roar, blowing away the spatial cracks that filled the sky and falling into Xiaohua's ears. This sound is somewhat similar to Little Black. Xiaohua, who was burning with anxiety, didn't notice it before. At this moment he suddenly frowned. Thinking of the familiarity he felt when he saw the heaven-swallowing beast earlier, Xiaohua's heart gave birth to an inconceivable thought. Damn it, this heaven-swallowing beast can't be related to Little Black, right? Thinking of Little Black, Xiaohua's gaze naturally fell on Di Ting. There was almost no need to guess. Xiaohua already understood that this Di Ting must be related to Little Yellow. Because as early as in the Xiaoyu continent, the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress had already said that Little Yellow might be Di Ting. Moreover, when he saw Di Ting, he also had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wasn't it Little Yellow's aura? Damn it, Little Yellow, Little Black, your father and mother are going to be killed by I don't know if it's your ancestors or descendants. You're going to become orphans. Xiaohua had a feeling of defeat. Facing such a strange beast, he really didn't have any power to fight back, even if he used the heavenly white bone. Maybe only this Pangu axe. Xiaohua turned his eyes to look at the Pangu axe. I don't know if this Pangu axe is real or fake. Why hasn't the third person who put the Pangu axe here come? Seeing that these two strange beasts didn't even look at the Pangu axe, this Pangu axe is probably a fake. Otherwise, while Xiaohua was looking at the Pangu axe, the heaven-devouring beast was also looking at it. Its gigantic body suddenly emitted a monstrous demonic aura that covered thousands of miles. Amidst the demonic aura, dragon tattoos that resembled black flood dragons regrouped and pounced at Di Ting, who was covered in Buddhist light. As Di Ting roared, the space began to boil. The Buddhist light turned into strange branch-like Buddhist weapons that smashed towards the dragon patterns. Another wave of dazzling light that could tear apart the primitive world was born in every inch of the void, once again overturning and tearing the void. Even the seal around Xiaohua's body was torn apart. However, when these dazzling lights landed on the heaven-connecting peak, the dark purple mountain rocks only sparkled, and there was no damage at all. Damn it! In this dazzling light, Di Ting suddenly roared. Its huge body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the heaven-connecting peak. Xiaohua was stunned and hurriedly turned his head to look. The heaven-swallowing beast had actually taken advantage of the attack just now to rush towards the Pangu axe. Seeing this, Di Ting suddenly came to a realization. This Pangu axe is actually real? Although Di Ting's body turned into a stream of light, the heaven-swallowing beast was half a step ahead. Its body was like the wind, and it had already rushed in front of the Pangu axe. Seeing that it couldn't stop the heaven-swallowing beast, Di Ting opened its mouth and hundreds of lightning bolts turned into the shape of Buddhist lotuses and attacked the heaven-swallowing beast's back. At the same time, Di Ting's body turned into a dragon, and its horn was like a meteor as it fiercely pounced on the heaven-swallowing beast. Seeing that the demonic clouds around the heaven-swallowing beast's body were flourishing, and a huge tentacle suddenly appeared and was about to grab the Pangu axe, Di Ting roared again and sped up. At the same time that Di Ting sped up, a spatial rift that was hundreds of feet wide suddenly appeared above Di Ting. Then, a strange beast that looked very similar to Xiao He poked its head out of the rift, and with a buzzing sound, bit Di Ting's dragon body. At this time, the lightning bolts that Di Ting sent towards the heaven-swallowing beast had already landed on the heaven-swallowing beast's back. Amidst a loud boom, the heaven-swallowing beast's body turned into a phantom. Within the phantom, the pitch-black demonic clouds were scattered by the lightning. Di Ting was shocked. He really didn't expect the heaven-swallowing beast to trick him again. At this time, it was too late to turn around. This was because although the head that poked out was small, the mouth that opened looked huge. Di Ting's huge dragon body actually fell into that extremely small mouth. Chapter 4237. Roar. Helpless, Di Ting could only speed up in an attempt to escape from the mouth of the heaven-devouring beast. Woof! The heaven-devouring beast let out a clear cry as it bit down on half of Di Ting's dragon body. Di Ting's body glowed with Buddhist light and lightning as it tried its best to stop the heaven-devouring beast from devouring it. However, the heaven-devouring beast managed to bite down on half of its dragon body. Roar! Di Ting roared in pain as the Buddhist light around him diminished greatly. However, under his desperate struggle, his remaining body managed to escape from the heaven-devouring beast's devouring once again. Woof! The heaven-devouring beast let out a wild cry as the spatial rift rapidly expanded. Even the space within a few hundred miles began to ripple. The heaven-devouring beast's huge body emerged from the void once again as it pounced on Di Ting with its pitch-black demonic clouds. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Xiaohua's heart turned cold. Di Ting is seriously injured. As long as the heaven-devouring beast continues its pursuit, Di Ting will definitely die. If Di Ting dies, I'm afraid I'll also die in the heaven-devouring beast's mouth. Why is my life so bitter? If Xiaohua could think of this, how could Di Ting not think of it? Di Ting continued to fly forward as his entire body twitched. At the same time, The dim Buddhist light shone brightly as if he was about to make a final struggle. At this moment, Di Ting had already flown to the front of Tongtian Peak and was extremely close to Panga's axe. Although Di Ting did not believe that Panga's axe was real, he still lifted his qilin-like foot and landed on Panga's axe. With Panga's axe in hand, Di Ting suddenly turned around. The qilin foot transformed into an arm as it brandished Panga's axe at the heaven-devouring beast that was chasing after it. Once Panga's axe was swung, an incomparably ferocious aura immediately emanated from it. This aura enveloped the space within a few thousand miles. Under this aura, everything was imprisoned, whether it was spatial rifts or spatial fluctuations. Even the seemingly invincible heaven-devouring beast's speed suddenly decreased as the demonic clouds around it were blown away. How is this possible? This Panga's axe is real? When did you get the Pango axe? The heaven-swallowing beast cried out in disbelief. You have the Pango axe, why have you always? Unfortunately, Di Ting did not listen to the heaven-devouring beast's words, nor would he answer its question. The Pango axe slowly descended along with his arm, and the light and shadows within tens of thousands of miles were annihilated by the edge of the axe. The world turned dark. Xiaohua didn't even see what was happening. The entire world was filled with a kind of sharpness. The shackles around Xiaohua's body were instantly cleaved apart, and bloody wounds several inches deep appeared on his body. See? Xiaohua was shocked on the spot. Is this Panga's axe? This thing was 100 times stronger than the soaring dragon shears, and 1,000 times stronger than the soaring dragon shears. 10,000 times. Amidst his shock, Xiaohua didn't dare to escape casually. Ignoring the fact that he couldn't escape from Truth Listener, even if Truth Listener stood there motionlessly and casually brandished Panga's axe, Xiaohua wouldn't be able to escape even if he fled 5,000 kilometers away. While Xiaohua was shocked, the heaven-devouring beast was in big trouble. Although it tried its best to dodge, under the Panga axe, even if its body turned into wind, it would still be cleaved into two. Almost silently, the heaven-devouring beast's entire body was cleaved into two halves except for its head. Woof! The heaven-devouring beast roared weakly. The half of its body that was still connected to its head was wrapped in pitch-black demonic clouds and rapidly shrunk, while the other half of its body instantly dried up and turned into powder, disappearing into the air. Success in one strike, Di Ting said coldly, I didn't expect you to actually dare to use the real Pango axe as bait. Since that's the case, then I'll chop off this Tongtian Peak where you worship the dragon god. So that those stone giants don't worship your bullshit dragon god. After saying that, Di Ting no longer paid attention to the heaven-devouring beast that was almost powerless to fight back. Its figure leaped up again, and Panga's axe waved again. However, this time, the Pango axe was even slower. Looking at Di Ting's appearance, this Pango axe was even heavier than before. Wait. At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast suddenly heard something strange and hurriedly shouted. However, it would have been better if it had not spoken. As soon as it spoke, the Buddhist light around Di Ting suddenly disappeared. Under Di Ting's forceful swing, Panga's axe actually roared. Woo-woo. Then, there was a soft sound, like a willow branch brushing against a mountain rock. However, after this soft sound, the entire Tongtian Peak immediately emitted a purplish brilliance. Amidst the brilliance, Di Ting's figure fell backward uncontrollably. The Pango axe in its hand drew an arc in midair, which went straight through the void and disappeared into the ground. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Di Ting's figure had not yet stabilized when it roared again. Then it perked up. A blood-red brilliance appeared on its horn, and its entire body pounced toward the Tongtian Peak again. Di Ting's fierce voice sounded in the chaotic air. Even if I'm going to die, I must knock down this Tongtian Peak. I will never let this bullshit dragon god accumulate the power of faith. Boom. Di Ting's figure was so fast. Before its voice fell, its horn had already hit the Tongtian Peak. In fact, the Tongtian Peak had already been cut off when Panga's axe fell. It was just that Panga's axe was too sharp, so the Tongtian Peak did not collapse. Now that Di Ting's horn hit the Tongtian Peak, There was a huge roar, and the sky changed color. The Tongtian peak that pierced through the earth, fire, wind, and thunder was knocked down just like that. Xiaohua stood in midair, dumbfounded as he watched Di Ting, whose horn was broken and who was on the verge of death, being blown away by the collapsing force of the Tongtian peak. Then he looked at the huge mountain collapsing like a stone pillar. An inconceivable feeling involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. He roared in a low voice that was close to a whisper, Is this the magical ability of a prehistoric beast? Is this the ability to collapse mountains and split the earth by raising its hand? How is this possible in the cultivation world? Damn it. And you? While Xiaohua was in a daze, Di Ting's fierce voice sounded again. You fought with Maitreya Buddha Lord for the Buddha's light. You must die too. As it spoke, a suffocating aura once again fell from the sky, wanting to imprison Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered. He hurriedly rubbed his hands, and a huge crystal light fell into the void. His figure hurriedly prepared to escape. Although Xiaohua was not afraid of two dying beasts, he really did not need to fight with them. He only needed to wait for them to die slowly. Wait. At this moment, another aura blocked Di Ting's killing aura. The voice of the heaven-devouring beast sounded, Di Ting, let me ask you. This Tongtian peak, weren't you the one who ordered the stone giants to build it? Di Ting was stunned. Then he coldly snorted and replied, How could it be me? Why did I build this Tongtian peak? Back then, weren't you the one who ordered hundreds of millions of stone giants to build this Tongtian peak? Wasn't it for today's battle? Is it to pay respects to your dragon god? How is that possible? The heaven-devouring beast exclaimed, How could I order hundreds of millions of stone giants? I thought you built a Tongtian peak similar to a Buddhist pagoda to gather the power of faith for Maitreya Buddha Lord. Which eye of yours thinks the Tongtian peak looks like a Buddhist pagoda? Isn't it similar to the Dragon Clan's altar? Di Ting also felt that something was wrong and retorted. Back then, hundreds of millions of stone giants built the Tongtian peak. It was divided into 9 stages. Isn't each stage a pagoda? The heaven-devouring beast seemed to recall, Back then, if I wasn't afraid of your Buddhist treasure, I would have torn down your Tongtian peak. Bullshit. Di Ting also said angrily, Is building the Tongtian peak into 9 stages a Buddhist pagoda? Isn't the Dragon Clan's altar built in the same way? If I wasn't afraid of your dragon artifact back then, I would have torn down this Tongtian peak. Then, at this point, Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast said in unison, Then, who built this Tongtian peak? Seeing the two strange beasts entangled with each other again, Xiaohua quietly ordered. The green-robed Xiaohua steered his invisible nascent soul and secretly slipped out of Xiaohua's body, heading towards the place where Panga's axe fell. Who knew that these two strange beasts were so powerful? The moment the green-robed Xiaohua slipped out, Di Ting immediately noticed and turned around to ask. Xiaohua hastily opened his mouth and transmitted his voice. Seniors, Junior feels that you should first see who left the crystals in Imperial Heaven Tower and who placed that divine artifact on Heavenspan Peak before talking. Only by knowing this can you find out who built the Tongtian Peak. But speaking of this, Xiaohua was a little surprised. Hundreds of millions of stone giants built the Tongtian Peak. Was it just to arouse the suspicion of these two strange beasts? To place Panga's axe? As soon as Xiaohua spoke, the two strange beasts' eyes shone with an ominous glint. One emitted a demonic aura while the other emitted a Buddhist aura. It seemed that they both wanted to kill Xiaohua. Xiaohua was slightly startled and hurriedly shouted, Seniors, this junior just came to the great desolate continent. I didn't have the chance nor the ability to build this Tongtian Peak. You naturally don't have the ability. But, if I die here today, Maitreya Buddha's Buddhist aura will definitely be. How could Di Ting be willing to listen to Xiaohua's explanation? He said coldly, abandoning the heaven-devouring beast and pouncing towards Xiaohua. Seeing that the heaven-devouring beast didn't release its aura and didn't use its divine ability, Xiaohua already had a plan in mind. He hurriedly urged his magic power to dodge. But at this moment, Gotcha! A burst of light sound like thunder came from high up in the sky. Then, the sound of splashing water sounded again. Not only was Xiaohua taken aback, but even Truth Listener, who was lunging over, was taken aback. It looked up in surprise and saw that the light blue sky was as smooth as a mirror. The spot where the Heaven Ascension Peak had previously pierced into the sky was now an azure hole. A large amount of water dripped down from this azure hole. In particular, around the hole, clear cracks radiated towards the entire horizon. Pieces of the sky were like shattered mirrors that collapsed along with these cracks. The strangest thing was that the azure color around the hole was also spreading in all directions along with the shattered mirror. The further away from the hole, the fainter it became. Chapter 4238. It's raining? How can it be raining? How can it be raining now? Xiaohua was inexplicably nervous. After all, he had traveled around the Eldritch continent for decades and had seen very little water elemental energy. He had already regarded the Eldritch continent as a place where the 5 elements were incomplete. Now that the Tongtian Peak had suddenly collapsed and the sky was leaking water light, how could he not be surprised? What surprised Xiaohua was not only this, but in the sky, as the sky collapsed, the hole became bigger and bigger. The blue around the hole spread in all directions, and bright white water light fell from these holes. The dazzling color of the water light made Xiaohua's eyes unable to take it in. Is the sky collapsing or is it raining? Looking at the sky collapsing and countless water droplets falling from the sky, Xiaohua was truly at a loss. However, when he released his divine sense and wanted to investigate, the abnormality in the divine sense immediately made his face change. He exclaimed in disbelief, This is innate heavy water? Motherfucker, where did so much innate heavy water come from? Not only was Xiaohua surprised, but the heaven-swallowing beast and Di Ting were also surprised. They looked up at the innate heavy water that was like a clear stream in the beginning, but when it fell into the sky, it was like a flood. They did not know what was wrong with it. Not good. Xiaohua's heart was full of doubts, but he did not get an answer. However, when his divine sense swept across the land that had long turned into ruins within hundreds of thousands of miles, he suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. A terrible thought came from the bottom of his heart, and he could not help but exclaim, This innate heavy water falling to the ground, isn't it more powerful than the fight between 2 strange beasts? 2 strange beasts can destroy everything within 100,000 miles, then this heavy water can destroy everything in the Eldritch continent. Is this the rhythm of the world's destruction? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's tongue was like spring thunder, and he roared at the heaven-swallowing beast and Di Ting, Speak quickly. What is going on? Damn it. The Harken was infuriated when it heard this. A mere human dares to shout at me. Who do you think you are? Shut up. Xiaohua interrupted Di Ting's arrogance and berated, Isn't this all your fault? You knocked down the Tongtian Peak, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. This is the connate heavy water, which is enough to destroy the entire primordial continent. The number of people you have killed is not something you can imagine. Even if Namomethria came personally, he would not dare to be so bold. Hurry up and tell this Xiao what's going on. It's too late. Hurry, let's hurry up and fix this sky. Xiaohua knew that the sky had just collapsed and had yet to take shape. Although he didn't know what had happened, if he didn't take action now and continue to dawdle with these 2 strange beasts, it would be too late for him to do anything. As he spoke, Xiaohua slapped the top of his head. Buddhist light shot out, and Bodhi flew out of his Niwen palace. Bodhi didn't understand what was going on at first, but with a thought from Xiaohua, he instantly understood what was going on. Bodhi's face fell, and he shot up into the sky while chanting, Namo Methria Buddha. His hands formed a seal, and the clear water bottle appeared in his Buddhist seal. At the same time, the clear water bottle shone brightly, as if a sun was born from it. Wherever the Buddhist light shone, the connate true water would fall into the clear water bottle. A ferocious glint flashed through Di Ting's eyes when he saw Bodhi appear. However, Bodhi ignored him and used his ability to collect the connate heavy water instead. Di Ting gritted his teeth and temporarily suppressed his vile thoughts. Let's go. Seeing this, the heaven-devouring beast narrowed its eyes and followed Bodhi into the sky. It even shouted, "We'll go and see what's going on." The Harken responded faintly as it flew up into the air as well. Just a moment ago, these two opponents were still locked in a fierce battle of life and death. But now that they were on the brink of death, they finally let go of the vigilance that had existed for countless years. Xiaohua was some distance away from Bodhi. He also released his divine sense and enveloped the space within 1,000 miles. All the connate heavy water that fell down was absorbed into his space. Seeing that his mind was useful, Xiaohua expanded his mind bit by bit, wanting to absorb more of the innate heavy water into his space, even though his mind was corroded by the innate heavy water and waves of sourness came from his mind like ants biting at him. However, Xiaohua had overestimated his divine arts. His psyche might be able to expand to tens of thousands of miles, but the innate heavy water was everywhere within 10,000 miles. Furthermore, it was pouring down endlessly. Xiaohua's psyche still had some energy left over to prevent the water from leaking out, but after 10,000 miles, it was beyond his power. A lot of heavy water leaked out from his psyche and landed on the ground. Rumble! At this time, the connate true water that fell from the sky had already begun to wash the ground like a mountain flood. Rumbling sounds came from afar. Xiaohua didn't need to release his divine sense at all, nor did he need to fly over to check. He already knew that this was the connate heavy water that fell into the mountain range and washed it down. The signs of the collapse of the mountain and the earth were beginning to appear. The prelude to the destruction of the world had already begun. Moreover, even if Xiaohua used his heels to think, he could imagine that in this mountain range, on this earth, who knew how many living beings would be annihilated by this landslide? Xiaohua even had a premonition that if there was no way to mend the sky, all the living beings in the entire primitive continent would be wiped out from the earth by the connate heavy water, no matter how strong or weak they were. No, I definitely can't let this kind of tragedy happen. Xiaohua saw that his remedy was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. He made a prompt decision to withdraw his divine sense. His figure flashed with lightning as he flew towards the sky. As he flew, he pondered, collecting the connate heavy water like this is only a temporary solution. If I don't find the source of the connate heavy water, this disaster won't stop at all. Xiaohua flew for a while, then his eyes turned rapidly. He stopped and raised his hand to take out Xiaodou, which he hadn't used for a long time. At this time, Xiaodou had already merged with Xiaohua's blood essence. Although Xiaohua still didn't know how to use it, it could be considered to have a slight connection with Xiaodou. Xiaohua shook his hand and took out Xiaodou. Unfortunately, when the connate heavy water fell into Xiaodou, Xiaodou didn't move at all. It was like an ordinary object, allowing the connate heavy water to wash over it. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. Knowing that this item was once again useless, he dejectedly put away the small bucket and continued to fly. After flying for an entire hour, he finally managed to arrive at the place where the Tongtian Peak pierced the sky. At this moment, this place had already become a kind of chaotic color. That endless innate heavy water gushed out in droves, as if the heavenly river was suddenly spilling out. This heavy water landed on the light protecting Xiaohua's body, emitting a sizzling sound. Admittedly, the heavy water was placed at the side, but Xiaohua's mana consumption was also extremely great. The heaven-swallowing beast and Di Ting had already arrived. The two strange beasts maintained a certain distance and looked at the waves in the sky somewhat foolishly. No one knew what they were thinking. "Seniors, do you have any ideas?" Xiaohua suppressed the anger in his chest and asked in a low voice. Di Ting turned its head and replied somewhat disdainfully, "Of course I don't have any ideas. Otherwise, why would I look at it so foolishly?" The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiaohua and forced its mouth open. Faint ripples flickered in the space of several thousand li. The connate heavy water within this range immediately turned into a torrent and rushed into the heaven-swallowing beast's mouth. However, just as the ripples in the space passed, countless connate heavy water fell again. It didn't stop for too long. The heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth a few more times and swallowed a few more connate heavy water. Only then did it open its mouth and say, "Do you understand? We only have these methods. However, it seems similar to your method. It can't solve this disaster." Xiaohua knew that these two strange beasts were similar to the desolate continent's strange beasts. Although they had extremely powerful strength, the divine abilities they knew were limited. They definitely couldn't do something like patching the sky. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. His hands moved and tens of thousands of crystal lights fell into the sky. Soon after, Xiaohua raised his hand. Rumble. The space within 10,000 li trembled. Layers of ripples were produced. Within the ripples, pieces of brilliance appeared and turned into earthy yellow restrictions. They blocked the connate heavy water within 10,000 li. Moreover, Xiaohua slapped the door with his hand. Connate true qi spurted out and Xiaohua also rushed into the sky. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua landed in the air. He opened his mouth and spat out one armor inscription after another. These armor inscriptions took the shape of a square in the sky. The square inscriptions neatly arranged themselves according to the words and sentences. In just a moment, they formed a word wall and a word mountain, blocking the innate heavy water inside the hole. Seeing that the spell and inscriptions were effective, Xiaohua was overjoyed. His figure teleported and flew in another direction. He wanted to use these methods to repair the hole in the distance. But before he could cast the spell, rumble, a huge sound of water came from beside him. Xiaohua's Dao Gate imprisonment and the Confucian cultivator's defense formation were unable to resist the heavy pressure of the connate heavy water. In the end, the connate heavy water broke through and turned into tens of thousands of feet of water falling from the sky. Fellow Daoists. Seeing that all the restrictions were broken, Xiaohua panicked for no reason. His gaze swept across the sky that had collapsed a lot. A kind of panic that he had never felt before emerged from the bottom of his heart. Almost without any hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped the door on his head. He released his doppelgangers and shouted somewhat hurriedly, "Let's work together and block these holes." The doppelgangers sensed the panic in Xiaohua's heart. They didn't say a second word and flew in all directions. One by one, they used their magical powers. In the hundreds of thousands of li in the sky, all kinds of brilliance flashed, all kinds of heaven and earth origin qi surged, and a series of earth-shaking sounds and ghostly sounds were incessantly heard. Sure enough, people's hearts moved. In just a few minutes, the majestic rain finally stopped. Not a single drop of connate heavy water fell. Chapter 4239. Phew! Xiaohua heaved a long sigh of relief. He scanned the ground with his divine sense and saw that the place that had been ravaged by the two beasts had become a thin swamp in such a short period of time. The connate heavy water was different from ordinary rain. Many mountains and rocks were corroded. Except for special places, the soil on the ground couldn't seep in. However, as long as there were some cracks in the ground, the connate heavy water was pervasive. If the entire primitive continent was drenched by this connate heavy water, not an inch of land would be left, and not even a blade of grass would be left. The end of the world wasn't a lie. Xiaohua sighed in his heart and withdrew his divine sense. He looked up again. The azure water was still spreading in all directions, and the sky was still collapsing wherever the water passed. He hurriedly said to the two beasts in the distance, "Seniors, you must have seen how I did it, right? Seniors, this is all you need to do. This is all I can do. I still have to take you fellow Daoists to other places. If it's possible, I implore you to lend a hand, or you can ask other seniors in the primitive continent to lend a hand." The heaven-devouring beast looked at the sky and said, "If it's normal, I can naturally lend a hand. However, I can't even take care of myself right now. I don't even know when I'll die, so I'm afraid I can't help you. As for the help you speak of, as far as I know, there's nothing in the primitive continent that can help you. Moreover, even if there is, this connate heavy water won't affect them, so they won't lend a hand." Xiaohua said furiously, "This connate heavy water might not affect them, But this connate heavy water can annihilate low-level primitive beasts. Just how many living beings are there? At this point, Xiaohua stopped. Primitive beasts were different from humans. In their eyes, they only had themselves. Most of the time, they didn't even care about their own kind. How could they care about the lives of other races? Take the two exotic beasts in front of him, for example. Their strength far exceeded his. They were basically heavily injured now, but if they made a move, they would be several times stronger than him, and the effect would be much better. However, for the sake of their own survival, they would definitely not make a move. This was because they weren't humans. Even if they cultivated for 1,000,000 years, they probably wouldn't have a human nature. Forget it. Xiaohua shook his head slightly and ordered the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and the others to head to another place to seal the collapsed sky. Then, he transmitted his voice to the two strange beasts. Seniors, this is all juniors' wishful thinking. Whatever seniors think and do is seniors' business. However, Junior has a feeling that this disaster will absolutely not end so simply. Although Junior has tried his best to stop it, Junior doesn't know how effective it will be. Therefore, this Junior would like to earnestly request the two seniors to explain the ins and outs of the matter clearly. This Junior might be able to find something strange from within and find a way to eradicate this disaster. What do you want to know? The Harkin asked calmly. Seniors, who are the venerable dragon god and the Buddha Lord of Namo Methria Buddha? How did they get here? What were they doing here? Also, apart from them, were there any other seniors here? That divine artifact, where did it go? Xiaohua voiced out his doubts in one breath. Unfortunately, the Harkin and the heaven-swallowing beast didn't listen to him at all. They berated him almost in unison. How dare you? How can a little ant like you know about this kind of thing? Good. Xiaohua's grief and indignation almost reached the extreme. He pointed his finger and said, "This kind of thing is the business of the gods and Buddhas. It has nothing to do with us little ants. This Junior won't ask about it again in the future. However, seniors, this Junior knows that your origins are extraordinary. However, seniors, take a look. Heaven Connecting Peak collapsed because of your fight, and the sky also collapsed because of you. The billions of lives on this earth are in danger because of your grievances. They will fall into the 9 underworlds. This kind of sin, not to mention Namo Methria, even Mahavairakana's true body, and even the tens of thousands of Buddhas of the Thunder Temple can't bear it, right?" After saying that, Xiaohua no longer paid attention to the two strange beasts. He stepped on lightning and went in the direction of Xiaohua and the others. Damn it. Di Ting's eyes glinted fiercely as he looked at Xiaohua's back. The light of Buddha under his feet turned into sword light, and he looked like he was about to attack. However, when he glanced at the heaven-devouring beast, he saw a sneer in the beast's eyes. Di Ting was shocked again and hurriedly retracted the light of Buddha. He moved further away from the heaven-devouring beast. Gotcha! It was also at this moment that the seal that Xiaohua previously added above the two beasts now cracked again. Drops of innate heavy water seeped out from the crack. Shua! A phantasm appeared in the air. Xiaohua's figure appeared again. He launched several symbols to seal the crack. However, before he could leave, another crack appeared in the sky not far away. Xiaohua had no choice but to seal it again. After a while, Xiaohua finally sealed the sky within 10,000 miles. He didn't even look at the two strange beasts. He sighed, "It's better to let it out than to block it." Then he disappeared again. If he's just a little ant, does he think he's the dragon god? The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiaohua's back and snorted coldly. Beside him, Di Ting chimed in, "Don't underestimate him, heaven-devouring beast. One of his incarnations is in the form of a dragon. If he can find the dragon's remains and obtain the dragon's horns and bones, he will definitely become venerable dragon god's greatest enemy in the future." "How dare he?" The heaven-swallowing beast roared, "I'll eat him right now." However, the heaven-swallowing beast roared again, "Whether the dragon god is alive or dead, and where his remains are, I don't even know. How can a little ant like him find it? I'm not worried about this at all. However, I do know that one of this little thing's avatars is cultivating the Dharma of Namo Maitreya Buddha. He's now competing with Namo Maitreya Buddha for the Buddha fruit. This Buddha fruit's Buddhist light. It won't be used to find the remains, right? Damn it. The Harkin cursed angrily. The heaven-swallowing beast had hit the nail on the head. However, Huang Xiaolong was clear that he could kill Xiaohua, but Xiaohua had too many clones, not to mention the number of Fortune Gate's disciples. After Huang Xiaolong killed Xiaohua's clones, not to mention the fact that he might not survive, even if he did, how was he going to face the heaven-devouring beast? Boom. Right at this time, not far away from the two strange beasts, at the spot where the heaven-connecting peak pierced into the sky, a stream of jade-green water broke through Xiaohua's seal and rushed towards the boundless land. Near the green water, countless cracks appeared. The seal within 1,000 miles collapsed piece by piece, and the Xiantian heavy water fell uncontrollably. Xiaohua, who had arrived just in time, didn't appear. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, all of the seals within 1,000 miles had been broken by the heavy water, and it poured down like a heavenly river. Sigh. Only now did Xiaohua's sigh faintly come out. He had already discovered it earlier. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport over, but the sky tens of thousands of miles away also needed to be sealed. He was only late by half a cup of tea's time. Everything he had done before had turned into flowing water. Even if Xiaohua had 10 avatars. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterward, a series of explosions rang out within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. The seals from before were broken one after another. In the face of the might of heaven and earth, the methods of a grand ascension stage cultivator were truly insignificant. Ants, that's right, ants. Xiaohua listened to the incessant explosions and the sound of the heavy water falling, and he looked up into the sky and let out a long sigh. There are times when a person's strength is limited. Wanting to compete with the heavens is nothing more than a joke for a frog at the bottom of a well. Fellow Daoist, fellow Daoist. At this moment, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and the others had all teleported over. All of them appeared to be exhausted, and they said, "We've already done our best. Please forgive us, fellow Daoist." Sigh, you've all worked hard, fellow Daoists. Xiaohua clasped his hands and said with a wry smile, "If we were to guard the area within 1,000 miles, we would be fine. However, the sky is collapsing extremely quickly, and it's already over 1,000,000 miles away. Even if we were to guard this area, we wouldn't be able to do anything beyond 100,000 miles away. All right. Everyone, please return." At this point, Xiaohua's brows furrowed, and he looked into the distance. He raised a hand and said, "We'll look elsewhere." Fellow Daoist. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua said in a low voice, "There's no need for us to give up now, right? There are billions of living beings on the primitive continent. If we don't act, it really could be the end of the world." The end of the world? That would be the end of the primitive continent. It has nothing to do with us. Xiaohua chuckled lightly. Not to mention that with our cultivations, such an apocalyptic calamity might not be able to descend upon us. Let's go. While speaking, Xiaohua flew away. The group of clones looked at each other. Although they were puzzled, they didn't receive any hint or telepathic message from Xiaohua, so they didn't ask any more questions and followed Xiaohua. Heaven-devouring beast. Seeing Xiaohua and the others leave, Di Ting turned to the heaven-devouring beast and said, "What this little guy said is somewhat reasonable. This matter is indeed strange. I thought you were the one who built Heaven-Connecting Peak and placed Panga's axe on it, but you thought I was the one who built Heaven-Connecting Peak and placed Panga's axe on it. Then, who built Heaven-Connecting Peak and placed Panga's axe on it?" The heaven-devouring beast shook its head slightly. "I don't know who it is. I'm afraid it has something to do with the purpose of my Lord Dragon God and your Buddha Lord coming here." At this point, the heaven-devouring beast looked at the falling innate heavy water and said with a bitter smile, "As for the purpose of building Heaven-Connecting Peak, it's naturally to accumulate innate heavy water. The purpose of placing Panga's axe on Heaven-Connecting Peak is to attract you and me, so that we can push down Heaven-Connecting Peak while fighting." Chapter 4240. If he has the Pangu axe, why would he need us to take action? He can just chop the Tongtian Peak in half. Di Ting was puzzled. Besides, if he wants to accumulate the Khanate heavy water, why would he waste so much effort to build the Tongtian Peak? The heaven-devouring beast smiled bitterly and shook his head. How would I know? Perhaps he wants us to fight to the death before he can make a move? Or maybe he doesn't have the ability to wield the Pangu axe. However, this little fellow is right. Although Di Ting hated Xiaohua, he agreed with Xiaohua's thoughts like the heaven-devouring beast. I was the one who bumped into the heaven-piercing peak. Although I didn't set up the Khanate heavy water, I can't escape responsibility. Although I'm not afraid of any negative karma, if this affects my Buddha Lord and allows this little ant's clone to benefit, then I'll really be ashamed of my Buddha Lord. At this point, Di Ting raised his head as if he was listening to something. No, I have to find a way with this little guy. But where did this little guy go? It's only been a short while, yet you can't find any trace of him? The heaven-devouring beast sneered. Aren't our methods 100 times more powerful than his? Why should we go with him? Although he's very weak, he has a lot of methods. Don't forget, he's a human, known as the spirit of all things. Their heads are the most powerful divine weapons in the chaos divine world. How I know? As Di Ting spoke, he suddenly realized something. Without waiting for him to say more, the heaven-devouring beast also understood. The two beasts looked at each other and shouted in unison again. Pangu axe. This audacious thing is going to find the Pangu axe. That's right, Xiaohua released the green-robed Xiaohua earlier to find the Pangu axe. However, he received a transmission from the green-robed Xiaohua just now. The green-robed Xiaohua couldn't collect the Pangu axe, so he let Xiaohua go. Xiaohua naturally couldn't let Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast know what he was doing, so he pretended to be dispirited and left with his clones. As soon as Xiaohua left the range of Di Ting's detection, he immediately turned invisible and fled toward the green-robed Xiaohua. However, he knew that with Truth Listener's ability, it wouldn't give him too much time, so he didn't dare delay for even a moment. Green-robed Xiaohua was in the depths of the earth, a rather strange place. However, this was not outside of Xiaohua's expectations. Pangu's axe was known as a divine weapon. Even the void could not contain its sharp edge. How could an ordinary place hold Pangu's axe? If it weren't for the special seal on the Tongtian Peak, the Pangu axe would have been able to split the Tongtian Peak into two halves. Xiaohua's figure appeared in the void. His gaze fell on the depths of the earth, where a layer of strange restrictions flickered. He seemed to be deep in thought. This restriction was different from ordinary restrictions. There were some faint black patterns on it. The black patterns were like black fish that slowly flowed within the restriction. Near the restriction, the water-type heaven-earth yuan qi that Xiaohua couldn't find previously was now in sight. Fellow Daoist. Green-robed Xiaohua's face carried a trace of embarrassment. He pointed at Pangu's axe that was lying on top of the restriction and said, I received fellow Daoist's instructions and followed fellow Daoist's speculation all the way here. This thing is really strange. It's different from ordinary magic treasures. Divine sense can't find it at all. Even the naked eye can't see it. If I hadn't searched carefully, I definitely wouldn't have been able to find it. Xiaohua nodded. He didn't ask about Pangu's axe. Instead, he pointed at the restriction and asked, what about this restriction? What's its origin? Or what's its use? Green-robed Xiaohua was stunned. He quickly replied, this restriction is incomplete. I have already examined it. It doesn't have any use at all. Good. Xiaohua smiled. He almost clapped his hands and said, if it weren't for this restriction, I don't know where this Pangu's axe would have fallen. It seems like I have fate with this divine weapon. As he spoke, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and grabbed the handle of Pangu's axe. However, a strange thing happened. Xiaohua's hand swept past the handle of the axe. It was as if the handle of Pangu's axe was empty and didn't exist at all. An illusion? Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He used his hand to grab it a few more times, but it was all empty. Xiaohua's eyes turned a few times. He turned around and patted his forehead. He opened his delirium eyes. There was no need for Xiaohua to turn around. The nine-colored brilliance of Pangu's delirium eyes had already reflected pain on Xiaohua's delirium eyes. Damn it. Xiaohua hurriedly closed his delirium eyes and turned his head to look at Pangu's axe. He saw that Pangu's axe was still Pangu's axe, quietly lying on top of the restriction. His divine sense also passed through empty space. Alas, a divine weapon is a divine weapon after all. The majestic appearance of Di Ting holding Pangu's axe and splitting Tong Tian Peak appeared in Xiaohua's mind. He sighed and said, "It's definitely not something an ordinary cultivator can obtain. Now, facing a divine weapon, I don't even have the ability to touch a divine weapon. What a pity, what a pity. Fellow Daoist is too weak." Just as Xiaohua was regretting, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's voice sounded, "Others can't do it, but how can I not?" "Not bad, not bad." Xiaohua suddenly woke up. He patted his forehead and said, "I forgot about you. You're the condensed body of Dragon Domain Dragon Cleansing Liquid. You're different from us. You can't even enter ice space. Presumably, you can pick up this thing. I'll give it a try first." Dragon Vein Xiaohua came out from Xiaohua's body and said with a smile, "I heard from that heaven-swallowing beast that this divine artifact seems to be related to his dragon god. This poor Daoist is also a 5-clawed golden dragon. Perhaps I can succeed." "Fellow Daoist, please." Xiaohua smiled and stepped aside. He said, "If you can't do it, we'll leave now. Presumably, Di Ting has already woken up and is looking for us. If they find out that we're thinking about Pangu's axe, I'm afraid that heaven-swallowing beast won't let us off." "Alright." Dragon Vein Xiaohua raised his hand. 5 dragon claws stretched out and landed on the Pangu's axe's handle. A layer of fine lines flashed on the axe's handle and faced Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claws. Rumble. Xiaohua's surroundings rumbled. It was completely different from when Di Ting picked up Pangu's axe. However, since there was an abnormality, it meant that there was a chance. Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but raise. Woo! A whimpering sound came from the space. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claws retracted. The Pangu's axe's blade streaked across the void. The entire Pangu's axe was really picked up by Dragon Vein Xiaohua. "Go!" Xiaohua was overjoyed. He urged, "Once this place moves, Di Ting will know. Let's go quickly." Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled bitterly. His dragon claws seemed to be holding a heavy object. He hammered it under his body and said, "This thing is incomparably heavy. If I don't take it, I won't be able to escape." "Wait a moment." Xiaohua hurriedly flicked his sleeve and took out the Kunlun mirror. However, he looked at the Kunlun mirror and then looked at the Pangu's axe. He smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it. Better hurry up and refine it." Puff. Dragon Vein Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly spat a mouthful of dragon qi on the Pangu's axe. Soon after, he chanted the heavenly dragon technique. However, in a moment, the Pangu's axe jumped a few times and fell down again. There were no other changes. Not good. That guy is coming. Xiaohua was suddenly alarmed. He hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Daoist, if you can't take it, we'll leave right away. Little funnel, quickly take out little funnel." Green-robed Xiaohua suddenly shouted from the side. "That thing has been refined with your blood essence. Perhaps it can be used." Xiaohua was currently like a patient seeking help. He took out little funnel without hesitation. Sure enough, little funnel fell below the Pangu's axe and just happened to take it in. Then, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon qi landed on little funnel and immediately took little funnel along with the Pangu's axe into his body. It was also at this moment that an extremely dim fluctuation flashed by. Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast's figures appeared above the 3 people's heads. The heaven-devouring beast's gloomy voice sounded, "Little thing, quickly take out the Pangu's axe. This thing isn't something you can have." Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. He looked indifferently at the heaven-devouring beast and said with a smile, "Senior, which eye of yours saw this junior take out the Pangu's axe? There's the aura of the Pangu's axe here." The heaven-devouring beast simply didn't allow Xiaohua to explain and said, "Moreover, there are no other strange beasts within 1,000 li. If you didn't take it, where would the panga's axe go? Quickly take it out. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed coldly. It was this junior who took away the panga's axe. What's wrong? Something that has fallen into this Xiao's hands. Even immortals can forget about taking it away from this Xiao. If you want to take it, then take out some real ability and snatch it from this Xiao's hands. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The heaven-devouring beast was furious. Black gas splashed out from its body and a powerful aura quickly enveloped Xiaohua. Xiaohua slapped the top of his head and several streams of true energy spurted out. A big hand also appeared in the aura. The D Ting was happy at first, but after a moment he hesitated. Seeing Xiaohua's big hand shatter in the heaven-devouring beast's aura and Xiaohua was about to activate his divine ability, the D Ting hurriedly said, "Heaven-devouring beast." "What?" The heaven-devouring beast said impatiently, "Scram to the side first. Wait until I crush this little ant to death, then I'll go with you." At this point, the heaven-devouring beast seemed to have thought of something. Its eyes flickered and that murderous aura also stopped. "Little thing, what's this formless soul of yours? It looks interesting." As the D Ting spoke, a Buddhist light appeared from its ear and landed behind the heaven-devouring beast. The formless nascent soul formed a seal with both hands and revealed its figure with an expression of disbelief. "Ah, what's this?" At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast noticed the green-robed Xiaohua. The heaven-devouring beast was shocked. Its figure flashed and hid to the side. With its strength, it actually didn't notice how the green-robed Xiaohua went over. If the green-robed Xiaohua attacked, the heavily injured heaven-devouring beast would definitely suffer a great loss. Xiaohua's face also carried some shame and anger. He said coldly, "That's I's formless nascent soul. What's wrong? Senior, are you interested?" Chapter 42-41. Formless nascent soul? D Ting slightly frowns as if he is thinking. After a moment, he looks at the heaven-swallowing beast as if asking, "Heaven-swallowing beast, I seem to have some impression. There seems to be a very small world under the great desolate world. The humans in this world call themselves immortals, right? How would I know about the matters of the human race?" The heaven-swallowing beast is on guard while saying coldly, "My Lord Dragon God is not a human. Only your Buddha Lord knows about the matters of the human race, right?" D Ting nods. "Although my Buddha Lord is a human, his cultivation method is different from that of the human race. I don't know much about it. However, I vaguely heard that there are many worlds under the immortal world. In those lowly worlds, there are very few humans who cultivate nascent soul." "Ah?" Xiaohua is stunned and says in surprise, "Senior, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand? How did you come here?" D Ting doesn't explain to him and suddenly asks, "Answer immediately." Junior took advantage of the teleportation array to go to the hidden immortal continent to train. Suddenly, the teleportation channel collapsed. Junior fell into the void and then fainted. "When I woke up, I bumped into a mountain." Xiaohua's spring and autumn brush is more proficient than Yabai. He says it without hesitation. Then, Junior saw the stone giant. Then, no need to say any more. D Ting waves his hand and asks again, "You just said that the things you obtained are things that even immortals can't snatch away. Have you seen immortals?" "Immortals?" That is Junior's cultivation goal. Xiaohua's eyes are filled with infinite longing. He says anxiously, "Could it be that Senior has seen immortals? Oh, Senior, could it be that you are an immortal bird? You don't need to know our origin." D Ting doesn't answer Xiaohua's question at all. He turns to the heaven-swallowing beast and says, "Did you hear that? This little guy is really an ant. Even if that pango axe is placed in front of him, he can't pick it up. Don't forget, that day, this little guy's clone held panga axe, but he couldn't touch it at all. Is that so?" The heaven-swallowing beast already understands what D Ting is talking about. However, he can't be sure whether Phoenix Body Xiaohua has touched pango axe or not. Xiaohua was even more bewildered. And he asked curiously, Senior? My clone did not touch the panga axe at that time. But why couldn't he touch it? I can see it with my eyes, but I can't sense it with my divine sense. Haha. The Harkin burst into laughter. Divine artifacts can only be used by existences from the great desolate realm of the gods. You are not from the great desolate realm of the gods, so how can you possibly use them? What's more, this panga axe is only a divine shell. It's not complete at all. It's even more impossible for you humans to touch it. Shut up. The heaven-devouring beast was enraged. Even if it's a divine shell, it's still Panga's axe. Hee, I didn't say that it wasn't the Panga axe. The Harkin laughed. Actually, I was just bluffing this little guy. That clone of his didn't even come into contact with the Pango axe. If he admitted it, it would mean that he knew that he couldn't pick up the Pango axe. That would also mean that he had seen the Pango axe before. But what he just said clearly he didn't know. The heaven-devouring beast obviously didn't think as much as the Harkin. It was a little stunned. In the end, it could only ask, the Harkin, so you think that he didn't take the Pango axe? The Harkin replied without hesitation. Then what is he doing here? Oh yes, little guy, what are you doing here? The Harkin also turned to ask Xiaohua. It's like this. Xiaohua's mood was very good at this time. He smiled and said, Junior saw that the seal in the sky was ineffective, so I asked a few of my fellow Daoists to go underground and see where the innate heavy water could seep to. It would also be good for us to return to the stone giants and let them find a place to stay. After saying that, he pointed at the strange seal and said, Junior's fellow Daoists saw that there was a strange seal here, so he asked me to come and take a look, and the Harkin had already seen this broken seal, so it didn't care. It asked, Then, do you have any countermeasures now? Xiaohua smiled bitterly, shrugged, and said, What else can I do? Dig a deep hole and accumulate more food. What does this mean? The Harkin and the heaven-swallowing beast were stunned. Wherever the innate true water goes, the mountains will collapse and the earth will split. It can destroy everything, and nothing will be born. Xiaohua explained, but the innate true water is not easy to seep into the ground. The stone giants can dig a hole under the ground. As long as the entrance is sealed and not let the innate heavy water seep in, they should be able to survive. What about accumulating food? The Harkin was very curious. Us humans eat food. Without food we can't survive. The stone giants eat fire elemental primordial stones, so they have to accumulate a lot of primordial stones. Before the innate heavy waterfalls, they will rely on these primordial stones to survive. Sigh. The heaven-swallowing beast sighed. What you said might be reasonable. But it's just like how you sealed the sky earlier. It's only a temporary measure. Once the entire primeval continent is destroyed and the ground is filled with natural heavy water, how long can your so-called seal last? Is there that much innate heavy water? Xiaohua asked meaningfully. Why not? The heaven-swallowing beast said without hesitation, the water elemental energy in the prehistoric continent has already disappeared by millions. Cough, cough. The Harkin coughed, and the heaven-swallowing beast also woke up. However, since it had already said that, it still continued, after accumulating so much water elemental energy for so many years. Why can't it drown the entire prehistoric continent? Seniors, do you really not know who it is? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask again. We don't know. The Harkin and the heaven-swallowing beast replied. Forget it. Xiaohua said helplessly, we'll save as many as we can and hold on for as long as we can. After saying that, Xiaohua waved at the dragon gates Xiaohua. The two of them, together with the green-robed Xiaohua, prepared to leave. Where are you going? The Harkin suddenly asked. Senior, you can clearly see what this junior has done. Xiaohua didn't even turn his head as he replied. Junior isn't willing to let them be destroyed just like this after they've just gained intelligence. By the time you return, they will have already turned into powder. The Harkin sneered and said, We'll go with you. Seniors? Xiaohua was a little stunned. Only now did he understand that the two strange beasts didn't come just for the pango axe. Don't resist. The Harkin ordered indifferently. Xiaohua only felt a stream of light flash in front of his eyes, and his whole body floated. In just the time it took to eat a meal, the light in front of Xiaohua's eyes disappeared. When his body sank, what appeared in front of him was the mountain peak he had crashed into. Damn it! When Xiaohua saw the mountain peak, he immediately thought of something. How does this old thing know everything? Could it be that he also knows about the teleportation array? Of course, Xiaohua wouldn't ask too much. When he was about to instruct the dragon vein Xiaohua, he was suddenly stunned again. Because the heaven-swallowing beast, who had already disappeared when he flew up to fight for the panga axe, was now standing not far from him. Thinking that he had hurriedly collected the sky-soaring vine and didn't look for the heaven-swallowing beast, Xiaohua was a little embarrassed and hurriedly asked, "Heaven-swallowing beast, why are you here?" Heaven-swallowing beast? The heaven-swallowing beast at the side was stunned. The heaven-swallowing beast scratched its head and answered honestly, "Daoist, I don't know, it's me." The Harkin replied faintly, "I met him on the way, so I brought him back as well." Great-grandfather? The heaven-swallowing beast respectfully bowed to the Harkin. Good grandson of the heaven-swallowing beast. The Harkin proudly patted the heaven-swallowing beast's head and slightly slanted his eyes to look at the heaven-swallowing beast's face, which was green and red, and said with a smile, "You can stay here with great-grandfather. With great-grandfather here, you definitely won't suffer." The Harkin, the heaven-swallowing beast, was a little embarrassed and angry. "Why did you name him Heaven-swallowing beast?" The Harkin had an innocent face and replied, "Heaven-swallowing beast, you're mistaken. This little guy can eat, and it's said that he can even eat the sky, so he's called Heaven-swallowing beast. This name wasn't given by me." The heaven-swallowing beast was fuming with anger, but he didn't know how to refute the Harkin. Only the heaven-swallowing beast stood beside the proud Harkin in bewilderment. Xiaohua didn't have the time to say anything to the two strange beasts. He brought the dragon vein Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua high up in the sky. Wherever his divine sense passed, there was no change in the sky, not even a single dark cloud could be seen. However, Xiaohua's sharp senses had already discovered that there were slight changes in the water element origin energy. Presumably, the changes in the heaven-connecting peak had already affected the entire desolate mainland. Although he couldn't see the collapsing sky and the world-destroying innate heavy water, the curtain of the heaven-connecting peak had already been lifted. However, the prelude to destruction had already been lifted by an invisible hand. Death was only a matter of time. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He took out the Kunlun mirror and summoned the Fortune Gate's disciples. He roughly explained what had happened and said, "This old man can once again guarantee that the innate heavy water won't have any effect on this old man, and you're definitely not in any danger. However, the desolate mainland has already been enlightened." Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and slapped his forehead. He said regretfully, "Fuck, this old man is really stupid. I was thinking about how to seal the collapsing sky and completely forgot about taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. You will all set out and go to various places. Take all the spatial rings and universe bags. If you can take them, take them. If you can't take them, then tell them that this old man wants them to dig a hole in the ground and hide them there. This old man will discuss with your martial uncles to take them into the Kunlun immortal realm. Alright, all of you don't have to fly too far. If you see the sky collapsing or the innate heavy water falling down, quickly turn back." The group of disciples didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly flew to various places according to the previous arrangements. Chapter 42-42. After the group of disciples left, Xiaohua summoned his clones. He raised his hand and patted the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror split into several copies. With a wave of his hand, the real Kunlun mirror and the fake Kunlun mirror fell into the hands of everyone. Then, Xiaohua transmitted his voice. "Fellow Daoists, the situation is urgent. This poor Daoist will not say much. The Kunlun mirror of the Confucian Daoist is real. The Kunlun mirrors of the other fellow cultivators are all fake. You also have Qingkuan bags, longbei, and other items. You've collected all of them. As for those that you can't collect, it depends on your cultivation. Since you can enter and exit the space freely, you must have the ability to put things in it. You've also collected all of them. Of course, there may be some fellow Daoists who can't do it for the time being. Fellow Daoists, for the sake of the creatures of the primitive continent, fellow Daoists, have worked hard. Yes, we understand. After Xiaohua finished speaking, the clones all left. Except for Xiaohua, the other clones flew around and tried to understand their relationship with the space. They tried their best to sense the position of the space so that they could take in the beasts before the innate heavy water fell. The sky collapsed and the innate heavy water fell in an instant. Xiaohua was only a Mahayana human cultivator. How many creatures of the primitive continent could he save? Even if he had the space to rely on, how many creatures had he rescued in the entire Eldritch continent? His strength could only be a drop in the bucket in front of the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, Xiaohua went to the primitive continent and taught the primitive continent. He had already gained the merit of teaching. Xiaohua, a Confucian cultivator, had stepped into the literary star. At this time, even if Xiaohua didn't do anything, this merit had already been realized. If it was other utilitarian cultivators, they would inevitably care about themselves and no longer care about these low-level creatures of the primitive continent that had nothing to do with them. However, Xiaohua was just this kind of merciful person. He didn't teach the untainted continent for the sake of teaching. He truly did want all living things to live as freely as he did. However, heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. Even living such a simple life, in the eyes of some powerful beings, for their unknown purposes, was not easy to achieve. What Xiaohua wanted to fight for the billions of living beings in the primitive continent was that tiny chance of survival. After nearly 100 years of enlightenment, Xiaohua had already been regarded as a god by the stone giants, water and wind fishmen, golden armored men, woodmen, earth giants, and other low-level prehistoric beasts. Therefore, when Xiaohua appeared, he didn't need to explain too much. In just a few words, the illusion of the Kunlun mirror waved, and Xiaohua brought them into a corner of the space. In this corner of space, Xiaohua had already built a place similar to the great desolate continent for them, so they wouldn't feel unfamiliar with it. Xiaohua didn't dare to delay any longer. Not only was there not enough time, he also had to consider for the green-robed Xiaohua and the others. He was afraid that if he was too far away from his clones, they wouldn't be able to sense his space. However, the green-robed Xiaohua and the other clones were flying in all directions. It was not suitable for Xiaohua to fly to any place. Thus, he could only teleport while sensing everything in the surrounding space. For several days, other than the strange beasts that Xiaohua had brought into the space, no other strange beasts had entered the space. Xiaohua felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the green-robed Xiaohua and the others didn't have the ability to send things into the space. In these few days, the distance that his clones had flown out had probably exceeded the range of his consciousness. It was even more impossible for them to sense his space. Forget it. Xiaohua comforted himself. They have a universe bag in their hands, I'll just take as much as I can. Subsequently, Xiaohua no longer thought about it. He urged his body to fly in a certain direction. Whenever he found a low-level prehistoric beast, he would immediately put it into the space. Whenever he found a Fortune Gate disciple returning, he would immediately take their universe bag or spatial ring and send them out to continue searching for strange beasts. This continued for more than 10 days. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart stirred. His mind hastily entered the space. He saw a stone giant with faint dragon patterns on its body standing high up in the sky. It was looking all around in a baffled manner. Good. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He didn't bother to identify which clone had sent this stone giant. With a wave of his hand, he sent this stone giant to where the strange beasts were. Since there was a first, there would naturally be a second. In the following few months, a steady stream of strange beasts were sent into the space by his clones. While Xiaohua was collecting strange beasts, he was also making arrangements for these strange beasts at the same time. On this day, Xiaohua had just finished arranging for a batch of strange beasts to be sent over. His consciousness left the space, but before he could fly away, boom boom boom. A rumbling sound, like the muffled thunder before a storm, resounded in the sky. These days, Xiaohua had been busy saving strange beasts, so he didn't look at the sky. When he heard the rumbling thunder, he was startled. He hurriedly raised his head and saw that the distant horizon had been dyed blue and gray. Although the blue and gray colors looked very beautiful, under those colors, the falling Xiantian heavy water emitted a world-destroying aura. Alas! Xiaohua sighed. He turned his head to look in the opposite direction of the sky and said in a low voice, "In the end, it still came." Before his voice fell, a kind of grief and indignation suddenly appeared in Xiaohua's heart. An indescribable emotion blocked his chest. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and roar, as if he was venting. That unyielding voice resounded between heaven and earth, resisting the rumbling thunder of the sky. "Heavenly Tao, I have cultivated for so long, why is my strength still so weak? Why can't you give me the power to overturn the heavens? I have the power to overturn the heavens. I will definitely save the lives of the billions of creatures in the wilderness. I will definitely open a path to the heavens for them." Unfortunately, Xiaohua's sorrowful voice drifted between the heavens and the earth, but in just a moment, it was drowned out by the sound of the sky collapsing. In this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch that fell out of thin air. Xiaohua's lofty aspirations moved the heavens and the earth, but without difficult cultivation, any words were just empty words. When heaven and earth are in trouble, all living things are destroyed. The spirit of the wilderness led me to the continent. With the 7-foot body of the human race and the unyielding backbone of 10,000 years, I will leave behind the seedlings of the wilderness and prolong the offspring of the strange beasts. After Xiaohua finished venting, he knew that he didn't have much time left. He chanted and didn't dare to stay any longer, flying in a certain direction. When he flew up, the same voice came out from his body. When heaven and earth are virtuous, the green robe descends to the world, using great strength to defeat the enemy, using great power to save the world. If such a green robe can't become an immortal, who can? Xiaohua was surprised. Seeing the green robe Xiaohua flying out while singing a song, he asked, "How did you?" However, Xiaohua smiled. Since the green robe Xiaohua and the other clones could sense their own space and send in the strange beasts, they could also enter the space. Wasn't it normal for the green robe to come out from the space? The green robe Xiaohua smiled and said, "The direction I went was the direction of the sky connecting peak. There is already Xiantian heavy water there. I had already sent the educated strange beasts into the space. As for those uneducated beasts, they didn't listen to I, so I couldn't send them into the space. Therefore, after I sent the Fortune Gate's disciples in that direction into the space, I came over myself." "Good." Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "So, other fellow Daoists can come over at any time, and the Fortune Gate's disciples can also be sent over?" "Other than the pitiful fellow Daoist Long, everyone else can." The green robe Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist should give the Kunlun mirror to fellow Daoist Longmai." "It doesn't matter." Xiaohua smiled and said, "He is a dragon, how could he be afraid of water?" "Fellow Daoist, summon the Fortune Gate's disciples, we will continue to work hard." The green robe Xiaohua flew with Xiaohua for a while and said, "Maybe we can save more strange beasts before the storm arrives." "Storm?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked meaningfully at the green robe Xiaohua. He nodded and said, "Fellow Daoist is right. We will continue to work hard." Subsequently, Xiaohua summoned the Fortune Gate's disciples, and everyone continued to fly in the same direction. In the sky above a mountain peak, Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were looking in Xiaohua's direction from a distance. In this direction, the torrential rain had already fallen. Countless mountains and boulders collapsed under the impact of the connate heavy water. Similarly, under the heavy rain, not to mention all the vegetation being corroded by the heavy water, many primordial beasts that did not know the truth were desperately fleeing. Some of the stronger primordial beasts were fine as they had some light around them that could temporarily resist the connate true water. Most of the strange beasts that were fleeing were low-level strange beasts that did not have much intelligence. When their bodies came in contact with the heavy water, other than some simple resistance, their flesh was corroded by the heavy water, and there were even deep bloody holes smashed by the heavy water. They fell to the ground and let out mournful screams, but these screams only lasted for a few times before disappearing. The strange beasts were either corpses riddled with holes, or bones dripping with blood and flesh after being corroded. However, this miserable scene disappeared in a few breaths of time. Under the innate heavy water, not to mention blood and bones, even mountains and rocks would melt. Ting. Facing the horrifying scene, the heaven-devouring beast did not frown at all. He only transmitted his voice to Ting. This little guy looks a little strange. He really seems to be saving those low-level strange beasts. Ting coldly replied, "Heaven-devouring beast, you don't understand the human race's cultivation at all. This little guy looks like he's saving the strange beasts, but in reality, he's accumulating merit points for himself. The more he saves, the more merit points he gets, and the faster his strength will grow. Do you think he has the leisure to do this kind of boring thing?" The heaven-devouring beast laughed, and the black demonic clouds around him flickered rapidly as he said, "So, your Buddha Lord used to be like this in the past." Chapter 42-43. Shut up. At the mention of Jiang Luer's past life, Ting flew into a rage and scolded, "How can this fame-seeking thing be compared to my Buddha Lord? My Buddha Lord is the real Maitreya Buddha. What is he?" "But if it's as you say..." The sky-devouring beast's words were not without provocation. This little guy has accumulated so much merit that his Buddhist clone will sooner or later snatch away the Buddha's light that belongs to the Maitreya Buddha? Ting snorted and said fiercely, "If I didn't need to keep this guy as bait, I would have torn him apart and eaten him." "That's strange too." The sky-devouring beast looked up at the falling rain and said curiously, "It's been a few months and 40% of the entire Eldritch continent has been destroyed. Why hasn't the mastermind appeared yet? Does he really want to destroy the world? What good will it do him if all the living beings in the Eldritch continent are killed?" "How would I know?" Ting gritted his teeth again and said, "I've been wise all my life, but I've been schemed against by the mastermind before I die. I'm afraid some of the karma for the destruction of the world will fall on my head." At this point, Ting looked at the sky-devouring beast and said, "Don't be so smug. If I have 30%, you have to take 30%. The sky-devouring beast wagged its tail and said with a smile, "I'm not a Buddhist disciple, so I don't care about this. If you say this to this little guy, it's more like it." At this point, the sky-devouring beast suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and stood up abruptly. The sky-devouring beast's movements attracted Ting's attention at the same time. Ting hurriedly retreated and looked at the sky-devouring beast vigilantly. Ting. The sky-devouring beast stared in Xiaohua's direction for a long time and said, "Do you think this little guy is the mastermind? What he did in front of us was all an act." "How is that possible?" Ting said with extreme disdain, "I know that this guy has been in the Eldritch continent since he came. His every move is under my surveillance, hee. The heaven-devouring beast laughed coldly and retorted, "If I'm not wrong, then this little fellow vanished before our eyes for a period of time before Heaven Link Peak." The Harkin's aura grew cold, and even the connate heavy water that filled the sky began to show signs of freezing. Could it be that everything about this little fellow is just a disguise? Even the strength he displayed was fake? Who knows? At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast's aura slackened as it said lazily, "I'm not the truth listener beast who has searched all 6 realms. Naturally, I wouldn't know about this." Damn it. Truth listener was already extremely resentful towards Xiaohua. Now that it heard such a possibility, it became even more furious. It cursed 3 times in a row. If it wasn't for the fact that it was seriously injured, it would have flown over to kill Xiaohua long ago, right? At this moment, Xiaohua was not in the mood to pay attention to the guesses of the 2 strange beasts. He was racing against time to compete with the collapsing sky. He wanted to save more untainted creatures before the apocalypse arrived. In the blink of an eye, dozens of days passed. The collapsing sky increased in size and speed as time passed. In the end, it was as if a flood was pouring down from the sky. The real flood fell from the sky, passing over the flying figures of Xiaohua and the other Fortune Gate disciples, drowning the land full of vitality in death. Xiaohua's figure stopped in the rain. He looked at the collapsing sky above his head and sighed. What should come, will come eventually. I want to understand the law of time. I really want to stop time at this moment. Time cannot be stopped. The green-robed Xiaohua said indifferently beside Xiaohua. Moreover, this is an untainted land surrounded by the turbulence of time. We have already tried our best. There shouldn't be any more regrets. Except for the dragon vein, Xiaohua's other avatars had already returned through space. At this time, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua comforted Xiaohua with a trace of regret in his voice. Xiaohua didn't look back. He just looked into the distance with compassion and didn't speak for a long time. The bone-honing Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. He grinned and said, only in times of crisis can one's potential be unearthed. If it was normal, I don't know when I would be able to sense. Shenhua continent. I don't know when I would be able to enter Shenhua continent. This is only a small step in our cultivation. It's nothing to be proud of. Xiaohua replied indifferently. He then asked, fellow Daoist Xiaohua, when you see these creatures being strangled in the innate heavy water, don't you feel sorrow? Why not? The bone-honing Xiaohua grinned. But looking at his grin, how was it sorrow? Tanyu. Buddha Bodhi, who had become less talkative after arriving at the desolate land, opened his mouth. Let's go take a look and save as many as we can. After all, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Xiaohua's heart was already filled with grief and indignation. When he heard the word, stupa, from Buddha Subhudi's mouth, he felt a burst of disgust for no reason. He glanced at Buddha Subhudi indifferently, nodded, and said, that's right. For the sake of merit, we have to go forward. Xiaohua emphasized the word, merit. Others might not be able to hear it, but Buddha Subhudi naturally understood. Seeing Xiaohua flying forward without even turning his head, Buddha Subhudi chanted, Namo Mithriya Buddha, with a miserable expression on his face. Holding up the sky with one hand had always been a divine ability of almighty beings. Xiaohua wasn't considered an almighty at this time. Therefore, even if he wanted to do a lot, what he could achieve was pitifully little. After searching for more than 10 days, he saw the vast flood on the ground. Everything was clear and bright, and the world was filled with the aura of the innate heavy water. Xiaohua had no choice but to give up again. He put all his clones back into his body and turned to fly back. At this point, Xiaohua no longer had any superfluous thoughts. He had to make plans for himself. If the innate heavy water continued to fall, the entire untainted continent would be covered by the innate heavy water. Xiaohua had to make plans for himself. It was also at this time that a whale came from afar. A primitive variant beast bobbed up and down in the innate heavy water. The brilliance around its body disappeared, and its corpse fell to the bottom of the water and disappeared. Buddha Bodhi was slightly taken aback. He said with some surprise, it's strange. The soul of this primitive variant beast. Why didn't it come out? Is that so? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. He was also puzzled. His consciousness swept in that direction. As expected, it was empty. Destroy the world. Destroy the world. Destroy the world. Xiaohua suddenly looked like he was struck by lightning. He stood there blankly and muttered to himself, destroy the world for what? Could it be? For the souls of billions of creatures? Hurry! At this time, Xiaohua threw away the grudge he had with Buddha Bodhi and shouted, Follow this old man to another place to take a look. Yes. Buddha Bodhi responded and flew in the direction of the flood. Another dozen days passed. Xiaohua brought his clones to many places. Without exception, all of these places were flooded by the innate heavy water. Moreover, without exception, no soul managed to escape. However, Xiaohua couldn't be sure that the goal of this disaster was the souls of billions of creatures in the primitive continent. Because the chances of the primitive variant beasts being killed by the innate heavy water were too few. Xiaohua couldn't watch as any creatures were killed by the innate heavy water in front of him for no reason. Therefore, although no souls appeared when the innate heavy water fell, it could also mean that the souls had returned to the 9 underworlds. Grandmaster, I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Green-robed Xiaohua was somewhat disapproving. He looked at the flood and said, presumably, those souls have already entered the cycle of reincarnation. I think that it's normal that no souls appeared. Xiaohua nodded faintly. Green-robed Daoist is right. I think so too. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi didn't argue and said, I hope this poor monk is thinking too much. Why hasn't Daoist Longmai returned yet? Xiaohua didn't want to talk to Buddha Bodhi anymore and changed the topic. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, yes, could it be that this guy encountered another disaster? Could it be that we have to go to Chaotian Tower again? The primitive continent has already been covered by the flood. If there are no accidents, Chaotian Tower will no longer exist. Phoenix Body Xiaohua replied with some melancholy. Daoist Longmai shouldn't have a problem. Bonehone Xiaohua said with a smile, now that it's raining heavily, other primitive variant beasts can't even hide. Who would find trouble with a 5-clawed true dragon? Let's go. We'll go in the direction of Daoist Longmai to welcome him. Xiaohua leaped into the sky and said faintly, now that you have nothing to do, you might as well go back and rest. Immediately after, the group of clones returned to Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua flew in the direction pointed by Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. Along the way, Xiaohua paid attention again. From time to time, he would open his illusion breaker eye and pay attention to the matter of souls. After flying for more than 10 days, he didn't see any lingering souls. Only then did Xiaohua gradually let down his guard. On this day, he really flew to a place where Xiaohua couldn't distinguish the direction. A familiar yuan will swept across the sky from afar. Xiaohua knew that this was Dragon Vein Xiaohua returning. He was overjoyed and flew towards the sky to welcome him. Daoist. Seeing that Dragon Vein Xiaohua had some scars all over his body and some damage on his scales, Xiaohua asked in surprise, what happened to you? Dragon Vein Xiaohua didn't answer Xiaohua's question. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Daoist, take a look. Is there anything strange there? That place. Xiaohua was stunned. He looked towards the place where Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw was pointing. He saw that in the sky, there seemed to be a torrential downpour of innate heavy water. Above the innate heavy water, there was a gray and azure sky. At the end of this variegated sky, a slightly pale sun was powerlessly looking at all the tragedies on the ground. Chapter 42-44. Nothing. Xiaohua looked again and again but didn't find anything strange. He could only ask Longmai Xiaohua in confusion. A mysterious expression appeared on Longmai Xiaohua's face as he said with a smile, fellow Daoist, take a closer look. Is the sky collapsing? Of course it's collapsing. Xiaohua answered without hesitation. That day when I saw the collapse of Tongtian Peak, I already looked. At this point, Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. Just as Longmai Xiaohua said, he looked at the sky again. After a while, his gaze landed on the pale sun again. Damn it, I was wrong. Xiaohua looked at the sun and smiled bitterly. I always thought that the space above the primitive continent had collapsed. But if the space had collapsed, then the sun naturally can't be seen. It must have been blocked by the collapsed space. But now, the sun can be seen clearly and there are no dark clouds. Presumably, it's not a real space collapse, but the activation of a kind of array. If one were to think deeper, Perhaps there was an array formation above the entire primordial continent that even the Harkin and the heaven-devouring beast were unaware of. This array formation? Sigh, I understand now. This array formation was built from the top of the Heaven Ascension Peak. Then, with Tongtian Peak as the center, it covered the entire primitive continent. Inside the array, all the water element energy of heaven and earth above the primitive continent was absorbed by this array. This caused the primitive continent to have no water element energy of heaven and earth. And inside the array, the water element energy of heaven and earth was cast into the innate heavy water. And when Tongtian Peak collapsed, this array was also activated. The innate heavy water that had been gathered for millions of years poured into the primitive continent, causing a tragedy of annihilation. But such a large array, such a large scale, who created it? Xiaohua was really in disbelief. This idea was so big that it exceeded his imagination. He himself felt that it was unimaginable. Dragon God. Longmai Xiaohua answered without hesitation. Dragon God? Impossible? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. If Dragon God is still here, how can the heaven-swallowing beast not know? To tell you the truth, fellow Daoist. Dragon Vein Xiaohua explained, I had long sensed a trace of the dragon clan's aura in the heavenly heavy water. After sending the last batch of Beasts and Fortune Gate's disciples to the Shenhua continent, I did not immediately meet up with fellow Daoist. Instead, I went to the sky to investigate. As a result, just as fellow Daoist saw, I discovered a flaw in the formation. When I tried to break the formation by force, I was injured by the formation. I didn't dare to act rashly, so I hurried to report it to fellow Daoist. Good. Joy appeared on Xiaohua's face as he shouted, We'll go investigate now. Perhaps we can find a way to break the formation. Unfortunately, Dragon Vein Xiaohua shook his head slightly and said, Fellow Daoist, I have come to report and also to warn you. This array is definitely not something we can break. I just touched the outer layer and was injured by the formation. I don't think fellow Daoist has the ability to break this formation. So it's like that. Although Dragon Vein Xiaohua's words were like cold water poured over Xiaohua's head, Xiaohua was not particularly surprised. If it was really the Dragon God's formation, it would be a joke if he could break it. Then, what should we do? Xiaohua was a little helpless. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled and said, We can't do it, but there's still Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast. Impossible. Xiaohua shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, that heaven-devouring beast is the Dragon God's spiritual beast. How could it help us break the Dragon God's formation? Fellow Daoist seems to have forgotten. Dragon Vein Xiaohua replied, The heaven-devouring beast was kept in the dark. It was also bait in the formation. That's right. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and nodded. Now that we know that the heaven-devouring beast is the Dragon God's spiritual beast and Di Ting is Nanwu Methraya's spiritual beast, the two of them must have come here with the Dragon God and Nanwu Methraya. Although they didn't mention their master, it's very obvious that Nanwu Methraya has already reincarnated. Can the Dragon God still be alive? Even if he's alive, I'm afraid he doesn't have much magic power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast fight for the Panga axe and cause a conflict to push down Tongtian Peak. He can settle this matter with one axe, there's no need to make it so troublesome. And he doesn't dare to summon the heaven-devouring beast because he's afraid that the heaven-devouring beast has ulterior motives. Moreover, only the god of the dragon clan could create so much connate heavy water. But right, there's also that Pangu axe. It's the dragon god's weapon, and only the dragon god can place it on Tongtian Peak. But, Dragon Vein Xiaohua spoke again, I kept thinking on the way back. The dragon chi in this connate heavy water is extremely weak. If not for the fact that I have the body of a dragon, I definitely wouldn't be able to detect it. However, when we arrived at the formation, the dragon chi there was slightly stronger. The heaven-devouring beast is the spiritual beast that follows the dragon god. How could it not detect it? If it knew that this formation was set up by the dragon god, even if it has resentment in its heart, it wouldn't dare to cooperate with us to break the formation, right? Xiaohua pinched his chin and nodded. That's right, you're right. The heaven-devouring beast definitely wouldn't dare to break the formation set up by the dragon god, even if the dragon god has already abandoned it. I have to think of a way. At this point, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he thought of something. Then, he transmitted a few words to Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Dragon Vein Xiaohua beamed with joy and nodded repeatedly, "That's right, that's right. If that's the case, that heaven-devouring beast will definitely be fooled. Let's do as fellow Daoist says." Then, Xiaohua and Dragon Vein Xiaohua discussed for a while. Only then did Dragon Vein Xiaohua enter Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua identified the direction and flew in the direction of Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast. At this time, the Eldritch continent was filled with rain and flood. It was impossible to identify any direction. However, it was also in this place that Xiaohua was the best at identifying directions. He didn't spend much effort to find the two strange beasts lying in the air. The mountain where the two strange beasts were on had already disappeared. Xiaohua didn't dare to use his divine sense to check whether the teleportation formation in the capital star formation was intact. He stood respectfully in the air, bowed, and said, "Junior greets the two seniors." "What? You were filled with anger when you left. Why aren't you angry now?" The heaven-devouring beast still didn't forget to sow discord and asked with a smile. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Previously, Junior thought that the two seniors were cold-blooded. You had a lot of magical powers but didn't want to take care of the billions of creatures in the Eldritch continent. Junior even suspected that the two seniors had done something, so Junior was angry. However, in the past few months, Junior tried his best but couldn't save many Eldritch beasts. While feeling dejected, Junior thought that the two seniors were injured. Even if you took action, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to save many creatures. So Junior can understand the difficulties of the two seniors. And we don't have the Kunlun mirror, so it's naturally impossible for us to save creatures as easily as you, so we simply helped you guard to prevent the enemy who made the sky collapse from appearing." The heaven-devouring beast nodded and said, "Previously, we didn't want to say it. Since you already understand, this old man will also explain it to you." Indeed. When Xiaohua heard the heaven-devouring beast mention the enemy, he was overjoyed and said, "While Junior was saving creatures along the way, I also found something strange. I know that the two seniors are also victims and are definitely not the ones who set the trap, so now I'm specially apologizing to the two seniors." With that, Xiaohua bowed again. After he finished bowing, Di Ting asked curiously, "What did you find?" "I haven't found anything special after looking for so long." "Souls," Xiaohua said seriously. "I don't know if Senior noticed the souls of those eldritch beasts after they were killed." But Di Ting was confused and shook his head slightly. Ordinary souls should leave the body for a few breaths after leaving the body, and then they will be pulled into the 9 underworlds by the power of samsara. Xiaohua explained in all seriousness. However, this Junior discovered that in this flood, the souls of all the primeval beasts that were killed never left their bodies. What does this mean? What does it mean? Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast were both surprised and asked naturally. It means that there are devils on the Eldritch continent. It's at least a devil venerable. Xiaohua's face tightened and said, "This devil venerable used this apocalyptic flood to collect souls? Impossible." Di Ting denied. "If there was a devil venerable, how could I not know?" "Senior, please look over there." Xiaohua pointed at the sun in the sky and asked, "Senior, did you find anything unusual?" Even Xiaohua couldn't see the abnormality for a moment, so Di Ting naturally couldn't see it, so Xiaohua told him the result of his discussion with Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Finally, looking at the heaven-devouring beast's uncertain expression and flickering eyes, he asserted, "I hope Senior Heaven-Devouring can investigate clearly. It must be that devil venerable of the devil race who occupied the dragon gods, divine bone, and borrowed the dragon god's power to build Tongtian Peak on the Eldritch continent and set up the boundless dragon array. Shut up." Just as Dragon Vein Xiaohua said, without waiting for Xiaohua to finish his conclusion, the heaven-devouring beast interrupted Xiaohua. "How can there be such a devil race? How can they occupy the dragon bone of my dragon god? How is it impossible? Xiaohua said with deep emotion. Previously, Junior saw a devil emperor of the zombie race in a cultivation world called the Ruins. He could occupy a celestial zombie. A devil emperor is so powerful, then a devil venerable should be able to occupy the dragon bone of the dragon god, right? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Hearing that the dragon god's dragon bone was desecrated, the heaven-devouring beast shouted in anger, but Di Ting still didn't believe it. He frowned and said, if there really is a devil venerable, it's possible. But the problem is, Senior has never heard of a devil race on the Eldritch continent. Chapter 42-45. This, Junior doesn't know. Junior came late and doesn't know much about the great desolate continent. Xiaohua shrugged. Of course, if the devil race's devil lord had already existed before the two seniors arrived, then the two seniors might not have noticed it. That's even more impossible. Di Ting shook his head even more. My Buddha lord. At this point, Di Ting didn't say anything more, but Xiaohua also understood that even the demon venerable couldn't hide in front of Namo Maitreya Buddha. However, Xiaohua really didn't know what was above the demon venerable, so he didn't dare to say anything. He could only stammer, if that's the case, the missing soul, how do you explain it? Heaven-swallowing beast snorted, no need to say so much. Little guy, follow me to the array and you will know. Di Ting, are you going? Hearing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. Junior naturally wants to go. Junior also wants to see the face of Dragon God. Oh, maybe I can also see the face of Namo Maitreya Buddha. When Xiaohua said this, Di Ting's heart thumped. How could he be at ease to let Xiaohua look for the corpse of Jiang Luer's previous life? Di Ting hurriedly replied, of course I want to go. This demon venerable dared to scheme against me, I want to let him know my power. Immediately, the two strange beasts brought Xiaohua to the location of Tongtian Peak. At this time, the surroundings of Tongtian Peak were flooded. Except for the collapsed peak of Tongtian Peak, which had not been corroded by the innate heavy water, the other mountains and boulders were also slowly melting. If Junior's guess is right, Xiaohua pointed to the place where Tongtian Peak pierced the sky and said, this is the array core of the entire array. Dragon God's bone might be here and is being controlled by the demon venerable. Damn it! Heaven-swallowing beast roared, and its figure flashed in the heavy water and disappeared into the sky. Senior. Xiaohua pretended to raise his hand and shouted, why didn't you bring Junior along? Hee, of course I won't forget you. Next to him, Truth Listener smiled sinisterly. Xiaohua's body became light, and the water in front of his eyes became colorful. When all the phenomena disappeared, Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw that he was standing under a collapsed space with Truth Listener. At this moment, the heaven-swallowing beast stood above his head in an extremely irritable manner. Its entire body expanded and shrunk uncontrollably. Its pitch-black demonic aura mixed with dragon tattoos enveloped an area of nearly 100 miles. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and released his divine sense. Hundreds of miles above his head, thousands of miles around him was filled with chaos. Within this chaos, there was a blue water light. The innate heavy water was pouring down from this water light. It was endless and didn't look like it was going to stop at all. Between the water light, there was a void fluctuation wantonly. It was no different from an ordinary void being torn apart. In these fluctuations, there was even an extremely large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi gushing out. Looking 1,000 miles away, there were pieces of space fragments and cracks in space. They were like broken terraces on a mountain peak. It looked like there were segments, but in reality, there was no pattern. Among these fragments, there was also a huge amount of innate heavy water pouring down. As the innate heavy water poured down, the originally connected space fragments shattered one after another and fell into the void. First, the heaven and earth yuan qi and disorderly fluctuations gushed out from the broken fragments, followed by another wave of innate heavy water. Damn it, isn't this the collapse of the void? Xiaohua, who already had a good understanding of the void, looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. He then looked into the distance again. The scorching sun had already set in the west, and the faint rays of sunlight reflected 7 colors in the water light. If it wasn't for this sun, I would have been deceived by this great array. That's right. The heaven-devouring beast's voice transmitted word by word. There's clearly the aura of the dragon god here, and this aura is somewhat sluggish. There's no vitality. It must be the demon lord of the demon race who has taken over my dragon god's dragon bones. How hateful! But Di Ting first flew 100 miles away from the center for a while, then flew a few thousand miles away. At this time, he flew back and transmitted his voice. I didn't smell a trace of the demon race's aura. How could Xiaohua let the heaven-devouring beast doubt him again? He hurriedly covered up. The zombie race is the best at hiding their aura. How could it be so easily discovered? Moreover, the dragon god's aura is incomparably strong. I'm afraid it has already concealed the aura of the demon race. That's right. The heaven-devouring beast nodded resolutely. He looked at Di Ting and said, "The little guy is right. The dragon god's dragon bones must have been desecrated by the demon race. Di Ting, in order to not shame the dragon god's dragon bones, I'll put aside my grudges with you first. I'll break this demonic array first, and after I rescue the dragon god's dragon bones, I'll settle the score with you. How about that?" Di Ting hesitated for a moment, then said, "The dragon god is also a dragon that I respect. How about this? I'll break the array with you. Perhaps there'll be the remains of my Buddha Lord inside." "Good." Before Di Ting could finish, the heaven-devouring beast shouted happily, "Let's do it together." Damn it. Just thinking about being able to see the dragon god's dragon bones before I die, my heart is also beating fast. AI, what a pity. If only the Panga axe was here again, it would save us a lot of trouble. Di Ting sighed and glanced at Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was not moved at all. His face was as heavy as water, even heavier than the surrounding Xiantian heavy water. "Do it." The heaven-devouring beast was a little anxious, but it didn't say anything. It transmitted its voice and immediately opened its mouth. Layers of ripples appeared in its black mouth, and the space in front of the heaven-devouring beast began to boil. This boiling was like a huge horn that spread to the sky. Wherever the boiling passed, everything disappeared, including the Xiantian heavy water and the shattered void. It was as if everything had been swallowed into the heaven-devouring beast's stomach. "I'll help you." Seeing the heaven-devouring beast take action, Di Ting roared, and the dim Buddhist light around its body shone brightly. The horn on its head emitted a 9-colored light, and the light coordinated with the heaven-devouring beast's fluctuations. It also rushed to the place thousands of miles high in the sky with the same power as the fluctuations. Wherever the light touched, everything was shattered, turning into wisps of Buddhist clouds. The fragments and cracks in the void were also shattered by the sound of the wooden fish, and no more Xiantian heavy water fell. "AI, I'm afraid it won't work." Xiaohua stood not far away, watching the two beasts do their best to break the array. He could not help but shake his head. These two beasts are already at the point of exhaustion. This joint attack is much weaker than the previous battle at the Sky Connecting Peak. Although the two beasts were exhausted, the power of their attacks was extremely powerful. When the heaven-devouring beast's fluctuations landed on the 1,000-mile array, thousands of dragon patterns suddenly appeared, covering half of the array. The entire array was extremely distorted, and thousands of chaotic fluctuations leaked out. When Di Ting's light landed on the other half of the array, thousands of Buddhist Dharma protectors were also born. These Buddhist Dharma protectors carried enormous strength, and each of them used the power of dragons and elephants, which also messed up the light and shadows of the array. Woo! A strange sound rang out, and the space thousands of miles was pulled down thousands of feet by the two beasts. The moment the array was torn apart, several strands of golden light leaked out. As expected. Seeing the light, Xiaohua finally calmed down. This must be the sunlight above the array. Fellow Daoist Longmai's guess was right. There's a normal sky above the array. Gotcha! At the same time the light leaked out, a huge dragon-shaped thunderbolt fell out of the sky. This thunderbolt was golden in color, and it was filled with a terrifying dragon's breath. As soon as it fell, it immediately enveloped thousands of miles. In the face of this dragon's breath, the heaven-devouring beast was dumbfounded. He almost cried out, "Supreme Dragon God, you!" In the face of the Supreme Dragon God's remaining power, the heaven-devouring beast naturally did not dare to resist, but Di Ting did not dare to do so. Di Ting's figure flashed, and he swept the heaven-devouring beast away and flew away, still transmitting a voice transmission, "Hurry up and leave." Although the two beasts saw the opportunity early, and their strength was also extraordinary, this space of thousands of miles had already been sealed. How could they escape unscathed? Swoosh! The thunderbolt swept down, and the two beasts' bodies trembled. The heaven-devouring beast's demonic aura was completely destroyed, and the Buddhist light around Di Ting's body was also withdrawn. Even the wails of the two beasts were left in the air. However, even so, the two beasts still managed to escape from the space sealed by the dragon's breath before the thunderbolt fell. Damn it! Seeing the two beasts disappear in an instant, Xiao Hua angrily cursed, and his figure hurriedly teleported. However, his strength was too weak compared to the two beasts, and under the terrifying dragon's breath, how could he teleport? Seeing the dragon-shaped thunderbolt fall, Xiao Hua trembled with fear, and he hurriedly activated the lightning escape technique. Crack! The thunderbolt fell, and it hit Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua originally could not break through the seal of the thunderbolt, but when the thunderbolt fell, Xiao Hua borrowed the power of the thunderbolt to fly out of the seal. However, after flying for a few miles, Xiao Hua's body fell down like a stone. It was unknown how long he fell. Poof! Xiao Hua's body crashed into the broken peak of Heaven Connecting Peak, and the mountain rocks that had been corroded by the innate heavy water smashed a huge deep hole. Xiao Hua's body was embedded in the deep hole. At this time, the magic array that was pulled by the two beasts had already returned to its original state, and an endless amount of innate heavy water fell from within. What was different from before was that within the 1,000 miles of the magic array, the huge eye from before faintly appeared again. It looked at Xiao Hua's body that was embedded in the mountain rocks with extreme coldness, and then slowly disappeared. However, what the huge eye did not know was that when the huge eye disappeared, the slightly opened illusion breaker eye between Xiao Hua's brows flashed with a trace of green light, and then it tightly closed again. Chapter 42-46. Dozens of days later, two strands of Yuan Shen swept across the sky from afar. Although these strands of Yuan Shen were powerful, they were sneaky like thieves sneaking into someone else's house. When the strands of Yuan Shen landed on the mountain peak where Xiao Hua was located, they saw the innate heavy water accumulated in the deep hole and immediately stopped. They circled around a few times before quietly withdrawing. After about the time it took to eat a meal, Di Ting and the heaven-swallowing beast lowered their bodies and slowly flew along the surface of the flood. Every time they flew a certain distance, they would raise their heads to look at the sky. They didn't dare to release their Yuan Shen, let alone use other divine abilities. The two beasts flew close to the broken peak, but they didn't rescue Xiao Hua from the deep hole first. Instead, they raised their heads in fear, as if they were afraid of waking up the dragon god in the sky. Huff! Just as they raised their heads, a stream of heavy water suddenly emerged from the human-shaped deep hole, and Xiao Hua's figure flew out from it. Woo! The two beasts were like birds startled by the twang of a bow and hurriedly flew away. When they discovered the truth, they couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Little thing, what are you doing? Seniors. Xiao Hua's tone was a little straight, and there was no emotion in his tone. His opened eyes were faintly glowing with green light. This junior has just woken up. If there is any disturbance, please forgive me. Hee hee. The heaven-swallowing beast smacked its lips. You really are an unkillable cockroach. Even the dragon god's wrath couldn't destroy you. Your human fleshly body is really not bad. It's a pity that our Yuan Shen is too powerful. Di Ting also felt a little regretful. Moreover, it's not compatible with the human body. Otherwise, we would also covet your body. Seniors, what do you mean? Xiaohua was quite puzzled and asked curiously. Di Ting and the heaven-swallowing beast looked at each other, somewhat surprised by Xiaohua's dullness. However, Di Ting immediately said, "We are just saying that we have no ill intentions. Moreover, we have been thinking about the dragon god's wrath. Our opinions are somewhat different, so we want to hear your opinion." I see. Xiaohua pondered for a moment before raising his head to look at the sky. He cautiously said, "It's not convenient to talk about this matter here. How about this? This junior has yet to recover from his serious injuries. Seniors, please wait for another 10 days. Once this junior has recovered from his injuries, we will discuss this matter again. How about that? Will your injuries recover in less than 10 days? Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast asked in alarm. Xiaohua nodded. Junior is a human. I have specially refined medicinal pills and also have a healing cultivation technique. Although I won't be able to fully recover in a dozen or so days, I can still move freely. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua thought of something and hurriedly asked, Seniors, do you need medicinal pills? This junior doesn't know if the pills of the human race can be used by the two seniors. Why don't you show it to me? The Harkin asked curiously. Xiaohua took out a spatial ring and took out some medicinal pills refined by the incense cult and handed them to the Harkin. The Harkin took them and looked at them for a moment before shaking his head. These medicinal pills are too weak. Moreover, they are targeted at the human race. I'm afraid they won't be of much use to us. You. The heaven-devouring beast raised its head, and a suction force that even the Harkin found difficult to resist appeared. It forcibly sucked the pills into its residence, and it muttered, Who cares? It's better than nothing, yes, yes. Xiaohua said as he took out some more pills from his spatial ring and handed them to the heaven-devouring beast. This junior doesn't have many medicinal pills. Please enjoy these. The heaven-devouring beast opened its mouth and sucked in the pills again. However, a moment later, a strange expression appeared on its face. The Harkin looked at the heaven-devouring beast meaningfully and asked with a smile, How is it? Bullshit. The heaven-devouring beast spat out a mouthful of pills and cursed, After eating so much, it's still not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Like I said. The Harkin laughed. These are medicinal pills of the human race. It's not something that can be consumed by us. Xiaohua smiled and said, This junior wants to recuperate here first. Recuperate here? You don't want to live anymore? The heaven-devouring beast looked up with some fear. Right under the nose of venerable dragon god? My human race has a saying, the safest place is also the most dangerous place. Xiaohua replied. Bullshit. The Harkin also cursed. That saying is, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Yes, yes, this junior hasn't read many books and can't compare to the profound knowledge of the two seniors. Xiaohua said as he sat down cross-legged and swallowed one of the medicinal pills that he gave to the heaven-devouring beast. He began to circulate his cultivation method and began to heal his wounds. The wisps of 5 elements origin energy fell into Xiaohua's body and then overflowed from his forehead, turning into a faint 5-colored cloud. Damn it, the human race is the human race. The heaven-devouring beast enviously looked at Xiaohua as he healed his wounds. This brain of his really isn't for nothing. Even his healing method is extraordinary. Let's go. The Harkin understood Xiaohua's meaning and said with a smile, His cultivation method being extraordinary is secondary, the key is his brain. This little guy has already ordered us to leave. Let's wait until he recovers. The heaven-devouring beast looked at Xiaohua as he healed his wounds. He basically didn't take the Harkin and the Harkin seriously. Although it was a bit angry, it also knew that it needed his help and couldn't do anything to Xiaohua. Therefore, it coldly snorted and turned around to follow the Harkin and flew away. After the two beasts left, Xiaohua took out his spatial ring. But when he took out a pill from his spatial ring, Xiaohua's hand moved and the pill refined by Xiaoguo appeared in his hand. After Xiaohua swallowed the pill, he said to himself, It seems, my humanity has grown a lot. At this time, the one occupying Xiaohua's body was naturally the soul cultivator Xiaohua. The wrath of the dragon god from the mouth of the heaven-devouring beast wasn't a small spell. All the soul cultivators in Xiaohua's body were knocked unconscious. Only the soul cultivator Xiaohua, who had been hiding in the spatial ring, managed to escape. At this time, he was controlling Xiaohua's body and successfully deceived the Harken and the heaven-devouring beast. After another 10 days, Xiaohua opened his eyes. After the starlight slowly passed, his eyes were filled with benevolence. An indescribable divine light flashed from his pupils, and then they returned to normal. Not bad. Xiaohua, who had regained his consciousness, looked around. He already knew that the soul cultivator Xiaohua had used a Daoist cultivation method and a Confucian cultivation method to heal his wounds. In these 10 days, most of his injuries had healed. He couldn't help but praise, "Fellow Daoist is indeed worthy of being a shaman who controlled the ninth sky of spirit origin. I admire you." Hee. The soul cultivator Xiaohua smiled proudly and said, "I don't dare. As the saying goes, if you learn one method, you can learn 10,000 methods. When you cultivate to the end, there are signs of 10,000 methods returning to the same origin." Moreover, fellow Daoist used the lightning escape technique to avoid the wrath of the dragon god, which has the effect of borrowing force to fight force. The injuries you suffered may seem serious, but in fact, they are nothing. Oh, also, fellow Daoist, when you were unconscious, I noticed a huge eye above the formation in the sky. Oh, an eye? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. His eyes turned sharply as he asked curiously, could it be that the spying Lu Yi detected earlier was not Diting? Was there really a dragon god spying on us? It wasn't just the dragon god spying on us, of course, Diting was spying on us too. Xiaohua replied, Diting is very familiar with our actions. If he didn't spy on us, I would be the first to not believe it. However, didn't Lu Yi say it clearly at that time? The spying he sensed was a kind of extermination, was a kind of crisis. This spying was definitely done by the dragon god. Looking at this world-ending crisis, if the Fortune Gate's disciples weren't on Shunhua continent, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to survive. Xiaohua closed his eyes again. After pondering for a moment, he said, it seems like we've been monitored since the moment we entered the desolate continent. Moreover, the heavenly heavy water might not necessarily take Lu Yi's and the others' lives. If Lu Yi's feeling is right, the dragon god must have other powerful means. This formation, we must break it. Of course we must break it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Grandmaster Bodhi's water bottle is already filled with heavenly heavy water. Even an ocean on Shunhua continent is now filled with heavenly heavy water. However, this is only a temporary solution. If we don't break the formation, the desolate continent will face the end of the world. Moreover, if we don't take advantage of the fact that the dragon god can't escape from the formation and kill him as soon as possible, how will we survive when he can move? Let's go. Xiaohua no longer dared to hesitate. He leaped up and said, we need to find Diting and the heaven-devouring beast. If we want to break the formation, we need to rely on their abilities. There was no need for Xiaohua to spend too much effort searching for them. Xiaohua had only flown for half a day when Diting's origin sense swept over. Soon after, Diting rushed over with the heaven-devouring beast. Behind Diting, the heaven-devouring beast stood respectfully. Looking at the heaven-devouring beast's sleepy face, Xiaohua understood that this lazy beast wanted to rely on Diting to escape this calamity. Little guy, have your injuries healed? Diting looked at Xiaohua from head to toe and asked curiously. Xiaohua was still a little guy in his mouth. He had never asked for Xiaohua's name, as if he looked down on Xiaohua. Perhaps it was just like what Diting said, demonic beasts didn't need a name. Many thanks for Senior's concern. Xiaohua bowed and said, Junior's injuries have not healed, but since Senior has summoned me, Junior does not dare to keep Senior waiting. Little guy. The heaven-devouring beast hurriedly said, you're right about the formation in the sky. This old man has already seen it. However, the wrath of the dragon god in the formation is indeed the real deal. There is no demonic aura at all. How could my dragon god be desecrated by the demon lord? What do you think, senior? Xiaohua didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at Di Ting. To be honest, Di Ting didn't hide it and replied, this old man also didn't hear any demonic aura from the formation. However, this old man keeps feeling that something is wrong. Chapter 42-47. Hearing this, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up. Without waiting for Di Ting to finish, he continued, Senior, do you think that the dragon god in the formation is too unreasonable? He shouldn't have killed the heaven-swallowing beast? Do you think that with the dragon god's identity, he wouldn't attack the two seniors? Do you think that venerable dragon god won't kill them? That's right. Xiaohua's, that's right, immediately hit Di Ting's heart. Di Ting nodded repeatedly, that's right. The heaven-devouring beast has been following Supreme Dragon God for who knows how many years. He's loyal and devoted. Even after Supreme Dragon God disappeared, he's still guarding Supreme Dragon God and fighting with me for the sake of his faith in the Eldritch continent. Sigh, that's right. Hearing this, the heaven-swallowing beast's face was also extremely lonely. He sighed. When I saw the dragon god's wrath descend, I really didn't want to live anymore. How could the dragon god treat me like this? That's why. Xiaohua struck while the iron was hot. The dragon god in the formation is definitely not the dragon god, but a puppet whose dragon bones are occupied by the demon lord. However, the demon lord's concealment technique is too powerful. He could actually deceive the two seniors. Perhaps, this is the only explanation that can make me feel at ease. The heaven-swallowing beast was obviously moved by Xiaohua's words. He looked at the distant sky and said faintly, Senior, if the dragon god's dragon bones or dragon body were desecrated by the demon lord, what would you do? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed like crescent moons as he asked softly. Nonsense. Of course, I'll kill the demon lord. I definitely won't allow anything to desecrate the dragon god. The heaven-swallowing beast said fiercely. He even looked at Xiaohua with a fierce gaze. Xiaohua didn't care about the heaven-swallowing beast's threat. He turned to Di Ting and asked, Senior, what do you think we should do? Di Ting was a little hesitant and replied, Of course, we should break the formation. Kill the demon lord and rescue the dragon god's dragon bones from the formation. It's just that, this formation is too powerful. We have no way of breaking it. Hee. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the distant sky. The center of the formation is naturally the formation eye. The defense there is naturally the strongest. What about the edge of the array? This junior doesn't believe that the great formation that covers the entire primeval wasteland continent is perfectly round and flawless. If the demon lord really used Lord Dragon God's divine ability to lay out a formation that covers the entire Eldritch continent, I'm afraid there really isn't any flaw in it. The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiaohua with disdain and said, This daddy once saw venerable dragon god set up a dragon array that covered the entire star field. Boom. The heaven-swallowing beast's words made Xiaohua dizzy all of a sudden. Only now did Xiaohua realize how shallow he was. The so-called Supreme Dragon God is the god of the dragon race. Even when his spirit beast was heavily injured and on the verge of death, he couldn't resist it. How could his divine ability be measured by him? For a dragon god who could set up a dragon formation that could control an entire space zone, even if he couldn't move and didn't have much power left, the great formation he set up could definitely cover the entire primeval continent. It was definitely not something that he and two dying beasts could break. Right? The heaven-devouring beast's words continued to enter Xiaohua's mind. However, Xiaohua did not hear a single word. Now, he seemed to have fallen into another deadlock. Could it be that the distortion in the starry sky is the key to breaking the great formation? Xiaohua was absent-minded. His eyes rolled around as he thought to himself, only at that time will this Xiao have a chance to escape? Of course, this daddy is very familiar with the dragon formation set up by venerable dragon god. The heaven-devouring beast's words entered Xiao Hua's mind intermittently. Venerable dragon god often tells this daddy that breaking a formation requires a finishing touch, to find the key to the formation, to understand the thoughts of the person who set up the formation. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed. He sneered and cursed in his heart. These words are for beasts. Our human race cultivators already knew this when we first started learning about formations. If this daddy knew the weakness of this dragon formation, would this daddy still need to waste time with you? Xiao Hua did not listen to the heaven-devouring beast's show-off. He raised his head to look at the blue and gray sky and thought, this dragon formation covers the entire primeval continent. Even if we reach the edge of the great formation, it's impossible to get out. It's really difficult to break the formation from the inside. But what about outside the great formation? Could it be possible? But how can this daddy get out of the great formation? Since this daddy got out of the great formation, this great formation, is it not already broken? Damn it, this is a dead knot. Back then, this dragon god spent a lot of effort to set up the formation. He actually used hundreds of millions of stone giants. Damn it, hundreds of millions of stone giants to build such a Tongtian peak. That's why he could reach the peak of Tongtian Peak and start setting up the formation. This damn dragon god. At that time, he couldn't even fly. How could he dare to look for the heaven-devouring beast? If the heaven-devouring beast was not obedient and directly swallowed the dragon god, he wouldn't even have a place to cry out. It's probably because of the suspicion at that time that made the dragon god attack the heaven-devouring beast today. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly flashed with a faintly discernible thought. However, this thought flashed by like a fish. Io. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He hurriedly turned his head and looked around again. He almost lost his voice. Junior seems to have some feeling. What feeling? The heaven-devouring beast's words were interrupted by Xiao Hua. It was somewhat unhappy and asked coldly, could it be the feeling of breaking the formation? With the strength of your human race, you actually want to break the dragon formation? Don't you think it's a little wishful thinking? Xiao Hua's words were indeed somewhat arrogant. Not only did Di Ting look at him in disbelief, even the sleepy heaven-devouring beast also became alert and looked at Xiao Hua. That's right. Xiao Hua nodded with certainty. Junior thought of an idea related to breaking the formation. What idea? Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast also became alert as they stared at Xiao Hua and asked. Xiao Hua shrugged and said with a smile, unfortunately, this idea flashed by. Junior hasn't grasped this idea yet. Damn it. The heaven-devouring beast was somewhat flustered and exasperated. That kind of nostalgic memory was cut off and he got such an answer. How could he not be furious? Di Ting smiled and said, don't worry, slowly think, we have plenty of time. Speaking until here, Di Ting didn't forget to remind, the ones who don't have time are the creatures of the ancient continent. Now that the flood has covered the continent for a long time, it probably won't be long before the entire ground can't bear the weight of the innate heavy water. That's right. Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He didn't think of this, so he frowned and stared at the sky, thinking hard, what exactly is it? What did I think of just now? Great formation? Should it be broken from the outside? But how can I get out of here? Dragon God spent billions of stone giants to build Tongtian Peak? This Tongtian Peak is the eye of the Great Formation? Can only break the formation from Tongtian Peak? But how can I get out from the eye of the formation on Tongtian Peak? Tongtian Peak? Damn it, I'm afraid this is the only mountain in the ancient continent that can reach the sky, right? Xiao Hua's thoughts were somewhat random. His gaze fell on the distant sky. He couldn't see clearly where Tongtian Peak pierced into the sky. It seems that the hidden immortal continent also doesn't have such a mountain. That's right. Xiaoyu continent's Meng country's Taiqing sect doesn't have 3 mountain peaks, heaven, earth, and human? These 3 mountain peaks are also known as Tongtan Peak. Yes. Thinking of heaven, earth, and human, Xiao Hua immediately thought of Han Zhu, the Kunlun sect's disciple who almost killed him in the Buddhist sect's ruins. Before Xiao Hua went to the Buddhist sect's ruins, He saw Han Zhu outside the ink-cloud black forest. At that time, Han Zhu was participating in a Kunlun sect's grand meeting, and he just happened to win one of the competitions. And this competition was to climb the heaven, earth, and human, the 3 mountain peaks that could reach the sky. Whoever could climb the highest would win. And because Han Zhu had Buddhist sect's cultivation method, he actually climbed to the peak of the mountain. But when he reached the peak, Han Zhu discovered that he wasn't in the sky, but emerged from the underground of the ink-cloud black forest. At that time, Han Zhu proudly told Xiaohua about this. Xiaohua was also quite puzzled at that time. He even thought that Han Zhu was joking. As for later, Han Zhu suddenly attacked and almost killed Xiaohua. Xiaohua threw this matter to the back of his mind. Now that he saw Tongtian Peak's vastness and Tongtian Peak, Xiaohua very naturally thought of this matter. He thought of heaven, earth, and human. Aren't heaven, earth, and human very similar to Tongtian Peak? Needless to say, Xiaohua's heart suddenly became lively. He thought to himself, although I don't know if Xiaoyu continent is like this great desolate continent, there is a huge formation enveloping it, but if Tongtian Peak is like heaven, earth, and human, then this Tongtian Peak is not the real Tongtian Peak. Instead, there is a formation that gives rise to an illusion of Tongtian Peak. The end of Tongtian Peak is the beginning of Tongtian Peak. In other words, the peak of Tongtian Peak is actually at the bottom of Tongtian Peak. That supreme dragon god who can't fly also doesn't need to climb to the top of Tongtian Peak. As long as Tongtian Peak is built, he will be at the top of Tongtian Peak. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more reasonable it was, his face unconsciously glowing. Daoist. The nearby heaven-devouring beast looked amused and laughed. Did you think of something delicious? What delicious? Xiaohua glared at the heaven-devouring beast and said, I thought of a trick to break the formation. Impossible? The heaven-devouring beast cried out in disbelief. You actually thought of a trick? Speak quickly. Di Ting hit the nail on the head. How should we break the formation? It's at the bottom of Tongtian Peak. Xiaohua said with confidence, that's the top of Tongtian Peak. How is that possible? Are you dreaming? Di Ting sneered. That Tongtian Peak was already pushed down by me. Why didn't the top of the peak appear? Chapter 42-48. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Xiaohua said with a smile, the Tongtian Peak has been toppled by Senior, but the mountain at the bottom is still there. Who would have thought that the broken mountain is the foundation of breaking the array? One is in the sky, the other is underground. The human race has too many unimaginable ideas. The heaven-swallowing beast disagreed and looked at Xiaohua coldly. I don't think this is a good idea. Seniors, why don't you go and take a look? Xiaohua said with a smile. If Senior wants the dignity of the dragon god to be trampled under the feet of the demon race, you should go and take a look. But when the heaven-swallowing beast heard that the dragon bones of the dragon god might be under their feet, he couldn't help but shrink back. We are about to die anyway. Di Ting said faintly, no matter what, you have to make things clear, right? Is the dignity of your Lord Dragon God not worth your life? See. There was no need for Di Ting to say a second sentence. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He had heard a kind of determination from Di Ting's mouth and also heard a kind of threat to himself. The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and replied, Di Ting, you are right. Even if the person in this array is really the dragon god, I still have to go and see him. See him for the last time. Let's go. Di Ting took the lead and flew in the direction of the Tongtian Peak. Behind him, the heaven-swallowing beast, Xiaohua, and the heaven-swallowing beast followed. When they reached the Tongtian Peak, Di Ting's ears trembled slightly. His figure flew slowly for nearly 1,000 miles and finally landed on the broken peak of the Tongtian Peak. He said faintly to Xiaohua, little guy, the array core you mentioned doesn't seem to be here. How is that possible? Xiaohua was a little confused. He almost shouted out without thinking. Di Ting smiled coldly and said, Can you not believe what I say? If you don't believe me, you can take a look yourself. I have searched the 6 realms and still have this little bit of divine ability. Of course, Xiaohua didn't dare to say that he didn't believe it. However, he was still unwilling to give up and rushed into the ground of the Tongtian Peak to take a look. The base of the heaven-connecting peak was a foundation that was several thousand li in size. This foundation was covered in a dark purple color, and there were also faint fluctuations coming from the foundation. However, under Xiaohua's divine sense, he couldn't see any signs of other great arrays. Even when Xiaohua fled to the very bottom of the mountain, he still didn't see the promised array formation. Most importantly, the water element yuan qi of heaven and earth was still lacking, and there were no signs of overflowing connate heavy water. The surface of Tongtian Peak and even the bottom of the ground were covered in a strange purplish color. Although it was already broken, it was unknown what material it was made of. Xiaohua was unable to escape. Xiaohua once again flew out from the ground and entered the Tongtian Peak using earth escape from the place where he was cut off by Panga's axe. Finally, he arrived at the bottom of Tongtian Peak. The entire heaven-connecting peak was like a huge cylindrical space. There were strange restrictive spells on the outside, and the inside was simply refined materials. How strange! Xiaohua looked to his left and saw that there really weren't any signs of a spell formation. Then, he opened his Dharma eyes and carefully looked again. Finally, he flew out with heavy doubts in his heart. How is it? The heaven-devouring beast greeted him and asked with concern, "Did Daoist discover anything strange?" "No." Xiaohua frowned and replied, "There are no signs of a spell formation here, so there shouldn't be any array core." Daoist's idea is indeed interesting, but it might be a bit unimaginable. If Lord Dragon God were to set up a spell formation, he wouldn't be so childish. The heaven-devouring beast advised. Perhaps this old man's thinking is too simple. Xiaohua was somewhat depressed. His eyes turned slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. The heaven-devouring beast laughed and said, "Can the human race actually predict Lord Dragon God's thoughts? Little thing, you still have a long way to go in the future. Is the road long?" Xiaohua suddenly laughed. He raised his head and asked the truth listener, "Senior, even if the array core isn't here, this junior still believes that the array core is definitely on the land of this great desolate continent. Have you carefully checked the surroundings?" Of course this daddy has checked." The truth listener was somewhat displeased. "You dare to not believe this daddy?" No. Xiaohua hurriedly smiled and said, "It's not that this junior doesn't believe senior, but this junior feels that the array core shouldn't be far from here. If possible, I ask senior to look further." "Actually, there's no need for that." The truth listener said, "This daddy has already listened to everything within 1,000,000 miles, and there isn't any abnormality at all." Xiaohua's face instantly turned ugly. He thought for a moment and said earnestly, "This junior would like to ask senior to carefully check again." "All right." The truth listener was also straightforward. Without saying anything else, it flew up and really flew around again. When it turned back, it said, "Little thing, this daddy has looked again, and there really isn't. How is that possible?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. The array core must be on the Great Desolate Continent. How can it not be there? The Great Desolate Continent is so big, even if there is an array core of 1,000 miles, where can we find it? The heaven-swallowing beast ridiculed, "This daddy thinks that this idea of yours is just wishful thinking." Alas! Xiaohua sighed, looked at the sky, looked at the earth, and muttered to himself, "Yes, from the 3 peaks of heaven, earth, and human to the Inkzhao Black Forest, from the Tongtian Peak to the array core, naturally, it would be extremely far, possibly the entire Great Desolate Continent." At this point, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands and laughed, "Haha, this Xiao knows, this Xiao knows." "Oh, what do you know?" The heaven-swallowing beast's eyes also lit up, and asked curiously, "This old man knows where the array core is." Xiaohua's eyes lit up, revealing the power of life in the rain of innate heavy water. The heaven-swallowing beast was stunned, and hurriedly said, "You really know where it is? Say it quickly. Say it quickly." Chaolan Tower. Xiaohua pointed in the direction of Chaotian Tower and said confidently, "Chaotian Tower? Chaotian Tower?" Di Ting and the heaven-swallowing beast cried out involuntarily, looked at each other and said, "How is that possible? We have also been to Chaoyan Tower's Buddhist pagoda. How come we have never sensed the aura of the dragon god inside? How come we have not found any traces of the dragon array?" Xiaohua smiled and looked at the heaven-swallowing beast and asked, "Heaven-swallowing beast, you have been to Chaotian Tower, right?" The heaven-swallowing beast's face was somewhat unnatural, and it replied awkwardly, "I have been there, but I did not dare to enter that Buddhist pagoda. You cannot go in. If you go in, you will become the pagoda guardian spirit beast inside." Xiaohua was in a good mood and said with a smile, "However, even if you did not enter the Buddhist pagoda, you must have seen the symmetrical and inverted Buddhist pagoda inside, right?" "I have seen it." The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and replied, "At that time, I felt it was very strange. I did not know what use these two Buddhist pagoda have, or what kind of weapon they are." "You only know about weapons," Xiaohua said with a smile. "That inverted Buddhist pagoda is probably the center of the entire array, the restriction that connects the peak and the bottom of Tongtian Peak. Or it could be said that it is the link between the sky and the earth of the great desolate continent." "Not bad, not bad." The truth listener nodded with some joy, hearing you say that this lousy thought about those two Buddhist pagoda opposing each other, and the feeling of going from one Buddhist pagoda world to another Buddhist pagoda world, it really is like that. The head of the human race. What is it made of? The heaven-swallowing beast's voice was close to a whisper. "This lousy has entered Chaoyan Tower countless times, but I have never thought of it like that, actually." Xiaohua replied mysteriously, "The reason is very simple. Hurry up and say it." The heaven-swallowing beast could not wait any longer and asked, "How do you know?" Xiaohua said neither quickly nor slowly. Actually, previously, when the truth listener and the heaven-swallowing beast worked together to tear apart the heavenly dome array, there was a flash of golden brilliance. At that time, this Xiao thought that it was the sunlight of the sun. But now that I think about it, the sun was about to set back then. The color should have been orange-red, not golden. Furthermore, this Xiao is very familiar with that golden color. Isn't it the yellow sand of Chaotian Tower? And at that moment, the sand of Chaotian Tower should have been submerged by the connate heavy water. The place where such sand can be found should be another inverted world in Chaotian Tower. Therefore, the top of Heaven Ascension Peak, which pierces the sky, is at the bottom of the inverted Buddhist pagoda in Chaotian Tower. Hiss! Not only did the heaven-swallowing beast gasp, but even the real heaven-swallowing beast and truth listener were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was self-evident. They had seen everything that Xiaohua had said, but they had never thought in this direction. Although it was because Xiaohua had previously experienced the three peaks of heaven, earth, and man. If they could not string all these details together, how could they arrive at such a strange conclusion? Humans. The heaven-swallowing beast only had this sentence left. Although they had not gone to Chaotian Tower to investigate, the heaven-swallowing beast almost believed Xiaohua's words. Actually, a bitter expression appeared on the heaven-swallowing beast's face. "Daoist, you said so much, but it was all conjecture after the fact. The primordial beasts who received the news of Heaven Ascension Peak had all gone to Chaotian Tower. It's not particularly difficult to link the two together." "He, of course," Xiaohua said with a smile. The heavenly demon thought that what he did was strange. The primordial beasts had already gone to Chaotian Tower. In the future, when they search for the array core, they will definitely exclude Chaotian Tower. However, his attempt to cover it up only makes it more conspicuous. To the point of revealing 300 taels of silver is really not worth mentioning in this Xiao's eyes. In fact, Xiaohua had another reason that he did not mention. This was because he believed that this array was set up by the dragon god. Since the dragon god could not move casually, then if he wanted to leave a message, it would definitely be near the array core. Since all the primordial beasts had obtained the news of Heaven Ascension Peak from Chaoyan Tower, then Chaotian Tower must be at the peak of Heaven Ascension Peak. Chapter 42-49. Let's go! Di Ting was a little anxious. It whispered and left with the heaven-devouring beast. The heaven-devouring beast seemed to be a little hesitant. It hesitated for half a cup of tea's time before it took Xiaohua and flew towards the imperial palace. Xiaohua closed his eyes and waited for the light to disappear. However, the heaven-devouring beast's voice sounded in his mind again. Little thing, let me ask you. Do you really think that this formation was set up by the demon lord using the remains of the dragon god? Are you really not lying to me? Xiaohua's heart thumped. He knew that the heaven-devouring beast was already suspicious. However, he didn't have time to think too much. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and answered truthfully. Actually, this junior thinks that the possibility of the demon lord using the dragon bones of the dragon god is only 30%. Oh? Then what about 70%? The heaven-devouring beast's tone didn't fluctuate at all. It seemed that it had already expected Xiaohua's words. Xiaohua knew that he was right. However, he still said carefully, the other 70% is, this formation was set up by the dragon god himself. Xiaohua then told the heaven-devouring beast his guess. Finally, he said, actually, this junior also knows that this formation can't be broken. This junior just wants to find a place to escape. Moreover, this junior also wants to see the dragon god and ask him why he wants to destroy the world. Moreover, why he wants to use senior as bait. After all, this junior doesn't believe that the dragon god is that kind of cold-hearted dragon god. Why does the dragon god want to destroy the world? He doesn't need any reason. The dragon god must have his own reasons. You're asking for nothing. The heaven-devouring beast sighed. This senior actually already knew that this formation must be set up by the dragon god. This senior just wants to see the dragon god and personally ask him why he didn't come to find me even though he knew that I was in the chaotic continent all these years. Why did you abandon me as bait without saying a word? Of course, if the dragon god wants me to be bait, he only needs to say it. How can I not listen to him? Sigh, that's right. This junior also feels that it's unfair for senior. Therefore, this junior wants to ask the dragon god while saving his own life. Xiaohua also agreed. Moreover, if you can really see the dragon god, and if His Highness still remembers our old friendship, I believe that senior won't throw your life away? You think that you're the smart one? The heaven-devouring beast snorted. This is also that bastard's idea? All right. Xiaohua was also helpless. After all, although these two strange beasts weren't humans, they had lived for so long. What kind of deception hadn't they seen? He didn't have the dragon god's heart. Furthermore, from the looks of it, if Truth Listener were alive, Xiaohua would have a chance of survival. If he were dead, he would definitely drag Xiaohua down with him before he died. He wouldn't tolerate Buddha's subhoodie occupying Nanwu Maitreya Buddha's Buddha fruit. Moments later, the light in front of Xiaohua slowly vanished. What appeared in front of him was a boundless flood. The heavenly imperial court was a plain to begin with. Now, the flood had submerged everything underwater. If not for Truth Listener's extreme familiarity with the area, it would have been difficult to find it. Is it here? Xiaohua's divine sense swept out. He looked again and again, but he still couldn't confirm it. Heaven-devouring beast, do it? The Buddha ignored Xiaohua and said to the heaven-devouring beast. The heaven-devouring beast nodded. It flew into the sky and opened its mouth slightly. A huge whirlpool immediately appeared above the innate heavy water. The whirlpool continued to expand. In just a few moments, it was 1,000 miles wide. At the bottom of the whirlpool, golden sand was exposed. What was strange was that the sand was not corroded by the innate heavy water, nor was it washed away. It was exactly the same as before. The heaven-devouring beast didn't hesitate at all. It opened its mouth again as if it had entered it countless times before. Woof! With a soft howl, spatial ripples like fishing nets appeared among the golden sand. These ripples didn't affect a single grain of sand. Then, a void passage appeared in front of Xiaohua. The heaven-devouring beast looked at the passage cautiously. It turned to look at the Buddha. The Buddha looked puzzled. It didn't seem to find anything inside. "I'll go in first." Xiaohua knew that the two beasts were still puzzled. He said and entered the passage first. The passage wasn't short. It was different from the one Xiaohua had entered previously. After entering the wave-like passage, there was a light at the end of the passage. When Xiaohua flew out of the light, he saw the great derivation exquisite pagoda that pierced straight into the sky. Looking at the huge golden sand under the exquisite pagoda of great derivation and the huge pagoda above his head which was connected to this huge pagoda by its spire in another inverted space, Xiaohua really couldn't associate this huge pagoda with the dragon god, nor could he associate this huge pagoda with the tragedy of the end of the world. Translator's thoughts. Cultivation editor. Valvrave looking at the huge golden sand under the exquisite pagoda of great derivation, Xiaohua really couldn't associate this huge pagoda with the dragon god, nor could he associate this huge pagoda with the catastrophe of the world. Seeing that the strange mirror had disappeared, Xiaohua was about to take a closer look at the inverted space, which he suspected was the top of Heaven Ascension Peak, when there was a sound behind him. The heaven-devouring beast and the Buddha had arrived. Behind the heaven-devouring beast, the void passage slowly closed. "Did you see anything?" A complicated expression appeared on Truth Listener's face. His gaze landed on the pagoda as he asked Xiaohua. This junior didn't see anything unusual. Xiaohua replied thought-provokingly. "However, this pagoda seems to have been here for many years. I wonder if senior has seen anything?" "Of course I've come here more often than the heaven-devouring beast." The Buddha pagoda's face revealed endless loneliness, even more so than the heaven-devouring beasts. "Moreover, in order to find some clues, I simply moved to the nearby area. But after so many years, I haven't found anything. Senior, what do you want to find?" Xiaohua suddenly asked. The Buddha pagoda had unconsciously been fooled and blurted out, "Nonsense, of course it's the trace of my Buddha Lord." However, as soon as the Buddha pagoda finished speaking, it immediately understood. It immediately shut up and glared fiercely at Xiaohua. In fact, there was no need for the Buddha pagoda to say anything. Looking at the hostility between the Buddha pagoda and the heaven-devouring beast, and seeing that neither of them had news of their master, Xiaohua had already guessed the ins and outs of the matter. Xiaohua even knew more than the Buddha pagoda. After all, Jiang Luer had already escaped from the cycle of reincarnation. This meant that the Buddha Lord had already fallen, and the Buddha pagoda was still looking for traces of his Buddha Lord. However, what Xiaohua didn't understand was why Nanwu Methriya Buddha and the Dragon God came here. Why did the two powerful beings start a war, causing Nanwu Methriya Buddha to fall into the cycle of reincarnation and the Dragon God to lose his divine ability and couldn't even move? What purpose did they have to use killing to achieve? "Senior, do you think this pagoda was built by the Buddha Lord?" Xiaohua asked. "Of course." The Buddha pagoda replied without hesitation. "In this primitive continent, other than my Buddha Lord, who else can build such a merciful pagoda?" After the Buddha pagoda finished speaking, the heaven-devouring beast's expression changed greatly, as if it had thought of something. The Buddha pagoda was shocked and hurriedly flew a distance away, once again on alert. Just as Xiaohua had guessed, the Dragon God was in this great formation. If the Dragon God could move, with the divine ability of the Dragon God, it wouldn't have to waste much effort to destroy the world. The reason why the Dragon God couldn't move was because it was suppressed by the pagoda. "The Buddha pagoda." The heaven-devouring beast said faintly, "You don't have to be nervous. You and I are about to die. It's meaningless to worry about the other party attacking now." "Yes, that's right." The Buddha pagoda nodded slightly and replied, "No matter who you and I meet, it's our fortune. Perhaps we can all be saved. Let's go over and take a look." The heaven-devouring beast looked up at the top of the exquisite pagoda and said, At this moment, the exquisite pagoda was so similar to the heaven-connecting peak from before. Both of them pierced through heaven and earth, revealing a boundless aura. Xiaohua wouldn't believe that this pagoda had nothing to do with the heaven-connecting peak even if he was beaten to death. Wait a moment. The Buddha pagoda said. Di Ting knew what the heaven-devouring beast was talking about. As he said that, his figure moved closer to the exquisite pagoda with familiarity. As if he had done it countless times before, the Buddha light around his body flickered. Sure enough, the Buddha light turned into lotuses and fell around the pagoda along with the multicolored light, turning into a lotus seed pod path that led to the top of the pagoda. The Buddha pagoda didn't need the heaven-devouring beast to say anything. He landed on the path first and ran happily on all fours to the top of the pagoda. It looked like he was looking for his master's spirit pet. When the heaven-devouring beast saw this, a rare smile appeared on its face and also landed on the path. Woof woof. It barked and followed behind the Buddha pagoda. Enlightened master, please? The heaven-devouring beast hesitated for a moment and asked Xiaohua to go first. You go first. Xiaohua waved his hand. This old man will go last to prevent any accidents from happening. Many thanks, enlightened master. The heaven-devouring beast smiled gratefully and stepped on the path, heading towards the top of the pagoda. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to step on the path. Instead, he took advantage of the fact that there were no restrictions around the pagoda and quickly scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, although the heaven and earth yuan qi around the pagoda was very rich, the water-type heaven and earth yuan qi was still lacking. It was exactly the same as before. There was no water-type heaven and earth yuan qi wreaking havoc as he had imagined. Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He thought to himself, damn it, did I make a mistake again? When Xiaohua braced himself and reached the top of the pagoda, the heaven-devouring beast and the heaven-devouring beast were already waiting there. They didn't rashly enter the inverted space. Seeing Xiaohua come up, the Buddha pagoda smiled faintly and asked, if your guess is correct, this is the top of the heaven-connecting peak. And it should be. Xiaohua said hesitantly. I'll know when I go take a look. At this point, even Xiaohua, who had long felt that he had a card up his sleeve, was nervous. Chapter 4250. What is this place? Is it the same space as ours? Sky Devouring asked curiously, why don't I go in and take a look first? Of course. Di Ting smiled and replied casually, you can go first. But Sky Devouring said and plunged into the inverted space. Xiaohua, Di Ting, and Sky Devouring Beast all stood there motionlessly, quietly waiting for something. Sure enough, in just a moment, Sky Devouring Beast flew out of the space barrier again in a sorry state, shouting, damn it, it's really weird. Ah. Di Ting couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Sky Devouring Beast lovingly and said, haste makes waste. You can slowly comprehend it. Hot tofu? Sky Devouring Beast's figure that was flying towards the space barriers suddenly stopped. It turned around with saliva in its mouth and said with a smile, great-grandfather, what kind of delicacy is this hot tofu? Damn it, you glutton. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and urged, that's the food of the human race. If you want to eat it, this old man will bring you to eat it when there's a chance in the future. Hurry up and go in first. Yes, yes. Sky Devouring Beast swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and slowly rushed into the space barrier again. This time, Xiaohua and the others could clearly see that Sky Devouring Beast slightly adjusted its position above everyone's head and stood there steadily. Sky Devouring Beast stood firmly and said a few words to Xiaohua and the others through voice transmission. Unfortunately, Xiaohua and the others couldn't hear anything at all. Xiaohua cautiously asked Di Ting, Senior, we should go in too, right? Di Ting didn't speak but looked at Sky Devouring Beast. Sky Devouring Beast's face revealed a worried expression. After a moment, seeing Sky Devouring Beast flying towards the bottom of the pagoda, Sky Devouring Beast took a deep breath and said, I'll go in first. After saying that, Sky Devouring Beast urged its body to crash into the space barrier. Senior, please. Xiaohua suppressed his curiosity and respectfully asked Di Ting to go first. You go in first. Di Ting seemed to have something on his mind. He looked at the pagoda below him absent-mindedly and instructed Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly said, "Senior, the interior of the pagoda is the same as when we entered before, right? Is there anything unusual?" This time, the Harken learned its lesson and didn't answer immediately. Instead, it glanced at Xiaohua and slowly replied, "It's no different from before. This is not the time for selection, so there won't be any pagoda guardian spirit beasts." "That's good," Xiaohua said meaningfully. His figure also rushed into the inverted space. After Xiaohua stabilized himself, he immediately scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, not only was there no abnormality within the pagoda, there was also no abnormality within a radius of 10,000 miles. The golden sand on the ground and the distant mountains and valleys were no different from the last time Xiaohua had come to investigate. In fact, the heaven-earth yuan qi in this space was the same as in the other space. It was also water-based, and the heaven-earth yuan qi was still lacking. It wasn't as abundant as Xiaohua had imagined. Motherfucker! Xiaohua almost cursed, because at this moment, the heaven-swallowing beast was coldly looking at him. Although it didn't say anything, the ridicule in its eyes was obvious. Devouring heaven. Seeing that the Harken had yet to arrive, Xiaohua instructed the devouring heaven Dao, "Go take a look inside the pagoda." "Okay." The devouring heaven Dao didn't say anything and entered from the 9th floor of the pagoda. At this time, the Harken had just passed through the space barrier. Similar to the heaven-swallowing beast, the Harken immediately frowned as soon as it entered the inverted space. Its 2 ears twitched slightly, but only for a moment. It looked coldly at Xiaohua and asked, "Little thing, do you have anything to say?" Xiaohua shrugged and looked into the distance. He shook his head and said, "This junior has nothing to say. Since there's nothing abnormal here, we might as well stay here. After all, there's no connate heavy water here. If it's possible, in a few days, this junior will send those ancient beasts that I've collected into my magical artifact here. It can be considered as giving them a new home." The Harken said almost resolutely, "How can those disgusting ancient beasts stay here? If you dare to let them out, this daddy will immediately kill them all." The corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up, and he asked with interest, "Why not?" "There's no why. If this daddy says no, then no." The Harken replied unreasonably. Xiaohua asked curiously, "Senior, could it be that you've discovered something?" "Nothing, it's the same as before." The Harken shook its head impatiently. "If there's nothing else, shall we leave now?" Xiaohua looked at the heaven-swallowing beast and narrowed his eyes. He spoke again, "Senior, could it be that you think this isn't actually a great formation set up by the dragon god, but a Buddhist formation set up by the Namo Maitreya Buddha? Or perhaps, you've already noticed something else out of the ordinary? So much so that you don't even plan to explore other places and want to chase us away." "Scram!" The Harken roared and shouted, "Damn little thing, what do you know? Put away the filth in your heart. My Buddha Lord is the real Namo Maitreya Buddha. How can he destroy the world? My dragon god is also the god of the dragon race. It's even more impossible for him to destroy the world." The heaven-swallowing beast also roared and shouted, "Right now, the imperial court is filled with pagodas and the aura of Namo Maitreya Buddha. It's completely different from when this daddy was here." How can this daddy not know what you humans are thinking? Do you think this daddy will be stupid enough to believe you? Scram, you want to scram out of the imperial palace right now? Don't even think about touching this pagoda with a single finger. Hee hee. Xiaohua shrugged and smiled faintly. This Xiao doesn't care. This Xiao doesn't have any injuries on his body. I don't need to see any highness, and I don't need to seek redress for injustice. Moreover, this Xiao previously thought that it was the demon lord who tarnished the dragon god's bones, but now it seems... Buzz. The truth listener's body immediately emitted an inexplicable aura. That aura was like a giant hand, enveloping nearly 10,000 miles around the pagoda. Xiaohua felt his vision darken. Whatever Buddhist light, whatever light shadow, everything turned into a monstrous fury that pounced on him. Although this fury could strangle Xiaohua, he didn't panic at all. He stood there as if he had a card up his sleeve. He didn't believe that the heaven-devouring beast, who knew that the dragon god might be suppressed by the Maitreya Buddha, would ignore it. Sure enough, without waiting for the truth listener's aura to fall, the heaven-devouring beast slightly raised its head. The heaven-devouring beast's aura immediately swallowed Xiaohua's aura, leaving not even a trace behind. Heaven-devouring beast. The truth listener's expression changed. It said coldly again, "What are you doing?" "Nothing." The heaven-devouring beast said coldly, "Since we've reached this step, whether it's the dragon god, the Maitreya Buddha, or the Buddha Lord inside this pagoda, I think we should meet them." Chapter 4252. Then, the heaven-swallowing beast turned to Xiaohua and said, "Little guy, don't be afraid. I'm here. Whatever you want to do next, just do it according to your own thoughts." "Senior, please wait a moment." Xiaohua successfully caused the confrontation between the two beasts. After bowing to the heaven-swallowing beast, he flashed into the pagoda and carefully released his Buddhist sense to explore. Unfortunately, it was as the heaven-swallowing beast said. There was nothing in the pagoda. Xiaohua flew out of the pagoda and entered another space. He also started from the beginning of the pagoda until he reached the bottom of the pagoda. Di Ting looked at Xiaohua coldly and did not speak. The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Di Ting coldly, guarding against Di Ting's sudden attack. The heaven-swallowing beast was like a bullied little wife. It kept a distance from the two beasts and carefully accompanied them. Xiaohua walked out of the pagoda and used his Buddhist sense to look into the distance. Then, he patted his forehead and opened his delirium eyes. A moment later, Xiaohua flew back to the inverted space and also released his Buddhist sense to look into the distance. Di Ting sensed Xiaohua's Buddhist sense and the Buddhist light on its body moved slightly. The heaven-swallowing beast sneered. Di Ting glanced at the heaven-swallowing beast and concealed the killing intent in its heart. It sneered and said, "I want to see what you can find." Xiaohua did not speak. He stood on the ground and opened his delirium eyes again. When he saw everything in front of him, he was stunned. Because the pagoda in the previous space did not have a specific outline, he could only see the occasional Buddhist light. However, the pagoda in the inverted space was indeed a real pagoda. Exquisite tower of great derivation? Damn it, how can there be two of them? Xiaohua was shocked and hastily flew up again to look up. After a few more glances, Xiaohua's shock gradually disappeared. This was because the appearance of this pagoda was exactly the same as the exquisite tower of great derivation. However, there were some differences in the delirium breaker eye. In the eyes of Xiaohua and the others, they were unable to distinguish these differences in a hurry. This pagoda also had 9 levels. At the top of the pagoda, there was the sun and moon overflowing with the light of the sky. At the base of the pagoda, there were mountains and rivers, revealing the great virtue of the earth. And at the eaves of the 9 levels of the pagoda, there were clouds and jade, showing infinite brilliance. Xiaohua finished looking at the pagoda and frowned. This doesn't seem to be a pagoda. It's not my Dao sect's Dharma artifact either. Instead, it was the imperial artifact of a Confucian cultivator. How could there be a imperial equipment here? Could it be that other than the dragon god, the Maitreya Buddha, and the Buddha Lord, there was someone else here? Or perhaps this Xiao's guess is correct? Little thing. The Harkin sneered, "What did you see with your third eye?" Xiaohua closed his delirium eyes and pointed at the pagoda. There is another pagoda inside this pagoda. Everything we saw was an illusion. How is this possible? The Harkin was shocked. It twitched its ears in disbelief, but the expression on its face did not change much. The heaven-devouring beast naturally released its primordial perception as well, and even opened its mouth to release waves towards the Buddhist pagoda. However, The two beasts, without exception, showed a puzzled expression. Obviously, they didn't find anything unusual. Seniors. Xiaohua opened his mouth. There's no need to look anymore. The pagoda in that layer is fused with the pagoda in the outer layer. Only, if we break the pagoda in the outer layer, we might be able to see the pagoda in the inner layer. Who dares? The Harken originally wanted to drive Xiaohua and the heaven-devouring beast out of the skyward tower. How could it allow them to break the pagoda now? The Harken roared, and the Buddhist light around its body soared into the sky. Its voice shook Xiaohua's mind until it was buzzing with pain, like the legendary Buddhist lion roar. Of course I dare. The heaven-devouring beast was even more unaffected by the Harken's words. Its body trembled, and the pitch-black demonic cloud appeared again, and its body expanded several times. The Harken was not surprised by the heaven-devouring beast's attitude. He only looked at Xiaohua coldly. Xiaohua's body turned cold. The Harken's fierce gaze was like a flying sword that wanted to pierce through him. Xiaohua sneered. At this point, did he still have the chance to retreat? Even if the nameless pagoda was the dragon god or the Buddha lord, for his own survival, for the billions of lives in the Chaos Continent, Xiaohua would definitely give up his life. I dare too. Xiaohua straightened his body and took a step forward. His voice was not loud, but the unquestionable tone was more real than gold and stone. Damn it! The Harken cursed angrily. Its entire body suddenly expanded, and its aura completely changed. It was no different from when it was in front of the heaven-connecting peak. Buddhist lotuses appeared in the surrounding space, and each of them contained terrifying negative karma. In the center of these Buddhist lotuses, wisps of blood-red light resembled stamens, tainted with incomparable desolation amidst the benevolence. The heaven-devouring beast roared at the sky and swung its huge head in midair. Tens of thousands of black gas immediately flew out from the demonic cloud phantom that soared into the sky. When the black gas landed in the air, it immediately transformed into small heaven-devouring beasts. Each heaven-devouring beast emitted a strange fluctuation from its mouth as it pounced towards the Buddhist lotuses within the Buddhist light. The moment these fluctuations landed in the air, they immediately produced spiral-like spatial ripples that enveloped the Buddhist lotuses. The Buddhist lotuses spun as though they were about to be annihilated by the spatial ripples. However, wherever the Buddhist light around the Harken flickered, endless heavenly flowers fell from the void. Not only did the heavenly flowers disperse the void ripples created by the heaven-devouring beast, but they also made the Buddhist lotus's rotation as stable as a boulder. Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were evenly matched to begin with. Furthermore, the two beasts' injuries were the same. It was very difficult to determine the victor between them under normal circumstances. As for Xiaohua, Truth Listener did not take him seriously at all. Unfortunately, Truth Listener was wrong. At that moment, there was a wild roar. Not far from the two beasts' battle, countless hurricanes were produced. Countless indescribable fluctuations were produced in the void. The Chaos Continent's alien realm also began to distort in the hurricanes. An aura that was enough to affect the battle and make Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast feel threatened gradually revealed itself. Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were shocked. They hurriedly looked over and saw that the bone-honing Xiaohua had already rushed out of the space above Xiaohua's head. The triangular blood bone was falling on the heaven-devouring beast's head. This. Truth Listener turned pale with fright and cried out, "Where did you get the heaven-devouring beast's bone? Quick, quick!" The heaven-devouring beast was overjoyed. "Hurry up and give me a hand. Let's kill this damn Truth Listener first." Kill. The blood bone landed on the celestial skeleton's head, and an ugly celestial with 3 heads and 6 arms quickly took shape. A thunderous voice came out of the celestial skeleton's mouth, and it was very straightforward. Woo! As soon as the heaven-devouring beast was born, different rays of light shot out from its 3 mouths and rushed towards Truth Listener like a waterfall. The primordial aura was even more obvious than that of Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast. Although the power of this ray of light was insufficient, wherever it went, fine lines would appear in the space. A slight sound of thunder was produced from these fine lines. Swish! Wherever the ray of light landed, the countless heavenly flowers that Truth Listener summoned were destroyed. The Buddha lotus that was as stable as a rock moved and fell towards the heaven-devouring beast's mouth. Moreover, the edges of the Buddha lotus were also destroyed by the ray of light. Phew! Seeing that the ray of light was weak, Truth Listener let out a long sigh and sneered, "So it's just a piece of paper. With such strength you still dare to show off?" Hee hee. The heaven-devouring beast suddenly let out a strange laugh. When this laughter fell into Truth Listener's ears, it actually made him feel uneasy. Rumble! Two of the heaven-devouring beast's arms waved slightly in midair, and the somewhat dim ray of light suddenly brightened. Countless thunderbolts and thunder threads bloomed from the ray of light like flowers, instantly destroying more than 40% of the Buddha lotus. Damn it! Truth Listener was alarmed. He was already seriously injured and did not dare to rely on his body to fight head-on with the heaven-devouring beast. Therefore, the two beasts tacitly used spells to fight. However, spells were not his forte. In particular, although the heaven-devouring beast controlled by bone-honing Xiaohua looked inferior to Truth Listener, if he used his body's ability, the heaven-devouring beast was still much more powerful than Truth Listener. Therefore, the heaven-devouring beast's innate lightning power could match up to 40% of the power of Truth Listener's spells after being injured. Under the situation where Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were evenly matched, not to mention 40% of the power, even 10% of the power was enough to push the victory to Xiaohua and the heaven-devouring beast. How could this situation not shock Truth Listener? With 40% of the Buddha lotus destroyed, the remaining could no longer resist the devouring of the small heaven-devouring beasts. Just as Truth Listener was shocked, they were all sucked into the heaven-devouring beast's stomach. After obtaining the Buddha's light, the heaven-devouring beast's body swelled up again, turning into endless demonic aura once again and pouncing on Truth Listener, sealing the space within millions of miles around Truth Listener. Even the connection between the pagoda and Truth Listener was cut off. After Truth Listener lost its connection with the pagoda, the Buddha's light immediately shrank rapidly, revealing Truth Listener's scarred body. "Little thing, I'll definitely kill you!" Truth Listener yelled, his body suffused with a bloody light. Within the bloody light, fist-sized golden swan runes tumbled out like bubbles. As the golden swan runes tumbled, the sound of a wooden fish, the chanting of sutras, and the chanting of thousands of Buddhas came out from the golden swan runes. Layers of bloody Buddha's light surged out from the golden swan runes, not only piercing through the sealed demonic aura, but also turning into a bloody phantom that pounced on the heaven-devouring beast. The phantom had already been born, and the golden swan runes had completely turned into a golden liquid. Every drop of the liquid was like a minor chiliocosm, surging with the powerful power of karma. Ha! The heaven-devouring beast laughed. "Truth Listener, you've even used the bloody Buddha's shadow. I'm afraid you're already at the point of exhaustion, aren't you?" As it spoke, the heaven-devouring beast's figure pounced forward. The demonic clouds around its body merged with the demonic clouds that had previously sealed Truth Listener. A loud explosive sound was produced from the demonic clouds and the Buddha's shadow, and the entire space shook violently from this sound. Chapter 4253. Woo! Just as space trembled, Truth Listener suddenly moved. Its figure stirred up a gust of wind in space as it pounced at the celestial with its single horn. Hon Xiaohua was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately understood Di Ting's plan to create a diversion. He smiled coldly, and his 3 heads spat out thunderbolts while his 6 arms reached into the void. The space around Di Ting rippled, and 6 skeletal arms were revealed. Before the skeletal arms appeared, Truth Listener suddenly opened its mouth. A fluctuation visible to the naked eye stirred up spatial folds. It was as though a fishing net had been lifted in front of Truth Listener, instantly binding the Celestial's 6 arms. Furthermore, the fluctuation's momentum didn't diminish. While extinguishing the lightning, it also sealed the Celestial's white bones. Bone-honing Xiaohua was shocked. Darkness appeared in front of his eyes and ears as a dizziness arose in his mind. He couldn't stand steadily. Just as the Celestial's white bones staggered and tried to break free from Truth Listener's sound wave, Truth Listener raised its head fiercely and looked at Xiaohua. Its gaze suddenly landed on Xiaohua like lightning. At that moment, Xiaohua's essence had been absorbed by the Celestial's white bones. He was extremely weak as he stood in midair dispiritedly, barely maintaining his balance. Truth Listener looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart immediately shrank. He had already seen through Truth Listener's sinister intentions. Truth Listener clearly wanted to fight to the death and kill him before Truth Listener was killed by the heaven-devouring beast. Xiaohua's face was pale as he urged his body to escape. However, he wasn't Truth Listener's match to begin with. Now that his essence was damaged, he was no match for Truth Listener. Just as his body flew, Truth Listener's body had already escaped from the space sealed by the demonic aura like a blood-colored qilin. Although the demonic aura tore off his flesh and blood in midair, Truth Listener had already pounced in front of Xiaohua's head in a few breaths. The murderous aura had already controlled Xiaohua's surroundings. Xiaohua found it difficult to breathe, let alone use his dermic powers. "What are you trying to do?" Xiaohua desperately tried to dodge. His pale face was filled with panic. The Harken was no more than 300 meters away from Xiaohua. Behind him, the heaven-devouring beast was blocked by the blood-colored Buddha image, and the Deva skeleton was trapped by the sound waves. Although the two of them were about to break through the encirclement, and although the Harken would be killed by the two of them in mere moments, at this moment, Xiaohua was the absolute ruler of this area. His goal was very simple. He wanted to deal a fatal blow to this human who had given him a sense of threat since he appeared on the Eldritch continent. Furthermore, he had absolute confidence that he could kill this human. Truth Listener lashed out with its hoof, shattering space and time. Light and shadow distorted as the despicable human's horrified face magnified infinitely in front of Truth Listener's eyes. However, at this moment, a roar that made Truth Listener feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart resounded. A wave of devil chi that made Truth Listener tremble in fear was born. Xiaohua's fearful expression suddenly turned into ridicule, and his trembling body suddenly became as steady as a mountain. Amidst this steadiness, Xiaohua's left hand, which had been hidden in his Daoist robe, suddenly swung out. Truth Listener saw a flash of black light, and thousands of layers of devil chi sealed the surrounding space. Before he could even think of trembling, his huge body had already been split into two by the devil saber. Not only that, as the devil saber shrank back into Xiaohua's Daoist robe, the thousands of layers of devil chi turned into thousands of devils, madly pouncing on Truth Listener's corpse and desperately devouring the Buddha's light. When the heaven-devouring beast destroyed the blood-colored Buddha image and looked at Xiaohua in shock, all the Buddha's light had already disappeared. Those devils were devouring the flesh and blood under the Buddha's light. Xiaohua coldly snorted and raised his left hand again. At this time, his left hand was slightly trembling, but devil chi gushed out from the surface of his body and quickly formed a layer of devil armor on his left arm. Immediately after, Xiaohua's left hand grabbed, and the devil shadow pounced on Truth Listener's corpse. The thousands of devils that were preparing to devour the flesh and blood were frightened and scattered in all directions. The devil shadow fell into Truth Listener's corpse and passed through it. When the devil shadow flew out with a bloody light, Truth Listener's corpse turned into flying ash and scattered in the air. "Come here." Xiaohua's mouth was filled with killing intent. The blood-colored devil shadow obediently fell into Xiaohua's left hand. The entire devil shadow spun rapidly in Xiaohua's left hand and finally condensed into a red-black rhombus. "Come out." Xiaohua ordered again, and the devil shadow obediently flew out of the red-black rhombus. The rhombus instantly turned into a sparkling and translucent blood-colored rhombus, emitting a misty luster. The luster rushed out of the rhombus and turned into Truth Listener's appearance. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the blood-colored rhombus. His mind swept it into the space, and then his left hand moved. Whether it was the devil shadow, devil head, or devil chi, they all shrank back into his body. You are the devil. The heaven-swallowing beast's tone was filled with surprise, but its expression did not change much. Xiaohua respectfully said, "This junior has a devil clone, I presume senior already knew." If this junior did not know the Devil Clan's cultivation method, how could I know that the dragon bones of Supreme Dragon God were defiled by Supreme Dragon God? At this time, bone-tempering Xiaohua also urged the Celestial to fly back. In order to not cause the heaven-swallowing beast to misunderstand, Xiaohua kept bone-tempering Xiaohua and the Celestial. The heaven-swallowing beast looked thoughtfully at Xiaohua keeping the Celestial, and said indifferently, "At this time, you don't have to hide anything from me. You want to kill the Maitreya Buddha in this pagoda, right? Moreover, there is no dragon god here." "Senior is wrong," Xiaohua said with a smile. "This junior can clearly tell senior that there is no Maitreya Buddha in this pagoda. If there is, it is only the remains of Maitreya Buddha. In other words, there must be a dragon god in this pagoda, and it is Supreme Dragon God who is using the remains of Maitreya Buddha to confuse Di Ting." "How is that possible? How do you know?" The heaven-swallowing beast seemed to be in disbelief. "I and Di Ting have spent who knows how much effort and time to find out the truth. How do you know so well?" "It's very simple," Xiaohua explained. "Namo Maitreya Buddha has already reincarnated, and his reincarnation is this junior's nephew." "Ah?" The heaven-swallowing beast was stunned on the spot, and said hesitantly, How can it be so coincidental?" "Yes, it is so coincidental. I don't know if senior knows that there is an ancient saying in our human race, called there is no story without coincidences. Many things seem to have been arranged, and it is unimaginable." Xiaohua nodded and said, "When Junior saw the Buddha statue of Namo Maitreya Buddha, I already knew about this coincidence." So, when Junior didn't know about the relationship between Di Ting and Namo Maitreya Buddha, Junior didn't think much of it, but when Junior knew about this relationship, Junior already understood that Di Ting will definitely not let Junior off, and he will definitely force Junior into a dead end. Human race, a human race. The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiaohua, truly speechless. The human race has always claimed to be the leader of all living things, and I have always scoffed at it. But looking at it today, this sentence is not without reason. Actually, Xiaohua said again, if Di Ting didn't have killing intent towards Junior, Junior would definitely not make a move. I believe Senior can also see this. Hee. The heaven-swallowing beast sneered, how can he not have killing intent? He is the same as me and won't live for long. How can he let go of a human who snatched the Buddha light from his Buddha Lord? He has carried his Buddha Lord for millions of years. I believe this is also the reason why Senior is not worried about Junior. Xiaohua said with a smile. Alas, if I didn't fight with Di Ting, it would have been fine. This fight has already worsened my injuries, and I am like a dried-up oil lamp. You don't even need to make a move, and I will die. At this point, why should I be afraid of you? The heaven-swallowing beast sighed lightly, and didn't hide anything, answering honestly. At this point, the heaven-swallowing beast's eyes suddenly turned and asked, That's right, that pango axe, you really didn't take it? Xiaohua looked at the pagoda, then looked at the heaven-swallowing beast, and said with a smile, Senior doesn't need to be depressed, Venerable Dragon God is in this pagoda. As long as Senior finds Venerable Dragon God, won't these injuries be trivial? I hope so. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer his question, the heaven-swallowing beast somewhat understood, but then Xiaohua replied seriously, That's right, Senior, that pango axe, Junior really didn't take it. Hearing this, the heaven-swallowing beast's heart that had just understood instantly became confused again. He didn't understand what Xiaohua meant by himself. Senior, please wait a moment. Xiaohua ignored the heaven-swallowing beast's confusion and flew up. Although it was very slow, It was still much better than before when he used the Deva white bone. The heaven-swallowing beast casually responded, and watched Xiaohua fly towards the pagoda. Heaven-swallowing beast, come here. Xiaohua flew towards the pagoda, looked up at the heaven-swallowing beast in the distance, and said, "Enlightened master." The heaven-swallowing beast stuttered. It seemed that this child was frightened. "Try using the nine-toothed rake, see if you can topple this pagoda," Xiaohua instructed. Hearing that Xiaohua wanted it to work, the heaven-swallowing beast finally breathed a sigh of relief and activated its avatar, waving the nine-toothed rake and hitting the pagoda. Buzz! The pagoda burst with a burst of Buddhist light, not only blocking the nine-toothed rake, but also sending the avatar flying. The heaven-swallowing beast was a little scared, but it didn't dare to be negligent. It took a deep breath, and the aura around its body surged. The nine-toothed rake flashed with hundreds of afterimages and attacked the pagoda. Unfortunately, the result didn't change, except that the heaven-swallowing beast was pushed back dozens of miles. "No need." Xiaohua waved his hand, stopping the heaven-swallowing beast from attacking again. The heaven-swallowing beast at the side suggested, "This pagoda is very powerful. In my opinion, I'm afraid we'll have to use Pango Axe. You'd better go out and find Pango Axe first." Of course, Xiaohua wouldn't reveal the whereabouts of Pango Axe. He smiled bitterly and said, "With junior strength, I don't know how long it will take to reach Tongtian Peak. If I look for Pango Axe and come back, this innate heavy water will probably flood the primitive continent several times." Chapter 4254. Then there's no other way. Heaven-swallowing beast wags its tail, looking like it wants to help but can't. If I didn't have any injuries, I could give it a try. But now, I don't dare to casually make a move. Junior will think of another way, Xiaohua says and moves his body to look around the pagoda. Soon after, Xiaohua flies over the space barrier and comes to the other side, looking left and right at the pagoda. Finally, Xiaohua flies to the top of the pagoda and looks at the mirror-like space barrier and ponders. Heaven-swallowing beast and heaven-swallowing beast wait for a moment, look at each other and fly up to the sky at the same time. Seeing the two beasts fly over, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly light up and he reveals a confident smile. Heaven-swallowing beast and heaven-swallowing beast fly over the space barrier and see Xiaohua coming over with a smile. Heaven-swallowing beast's face shows surprise and it says anxiously, "Daoist, you've already thought of a way?" He, of course. Xiaohua nods and says while looking at the pagoda under his feet, "This pagoda and the pagoda in the inverted space are definitely not simple. The reason why the scenes in these two spaces are inverted is because of these two pagodas. Previously, when this Xiao arrived at the Imperial Palace, the space barrier was a mirror, reflecting all the scenes in this space to the other space. After this Xiao shattered the mirror, the space barrier appeared. This Xiao had always thought that the mirror was a restriction, but now, this space barrier is the real thing. But the reality is not so. The current space barrier is actually the surface, the mirror is the real thing." How can heaven-swallowing beast and heaven-swallowing beast understand this? Both beasts had a baffled look in their eyes. "Ah," Xiaohua says with a smile, "actually, to be more clear, this pagoda under this Xiao's feet is the same as the pagoda in the inverted space. This pagoda is the real pagoda. The pagoda in the inverted space above our heads is only the reflection and surface of this pagoda. Its purpose is to cover the real pagoda in the other inverted space. And in that pagoda, there are the remains of Lord Dragon God and Namo Mithraea. See." Heaven-swallowing beast takes a breath of cold air and rubs its eyes in disbelief. It looks at the pagoda under its feet and says, "Daoist, what you said is too profound. It can't understand." "I think I understand." The heaven-devouring beast frowned and said, "Little thing, do you mean that there are two different pagodas in each of these two spaces? The one above us is the real pagoda used by Supreme Dragon God to set up the formation, and the pagoda below us is just a cover for that pagoda?" "Indeed." Xiaohua nodded. "If we blindly attack the pagoda in the inverted space, It would be like attacking the pagoda's shadow. We would never be able to break the pagoda. Only by attacking the pagoda in this space would we be able to break the pagoda in the inverted space. I don't understand. Sky Swallowing sniffled and replied, I only understand that we need to attack this pagoda. Seeing that the two beasts didn't understand at all, Xiaohua simply didn't say anything more. He raised his hand and patted his head, calling out, Fellow Daoists, Xiaohua, Xiaohua, Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline, Xiaohua of the phoenix body, Xiaohua of the bone tempering, Xiaohua of the green robe, Bodhi of the Buddha, and Xiaohua of the devil spirit all flew out and said in unison, I greet you. I believe that fellow Daoists already understand. Xiaohua pointed at the exquisite tower of great derivation and said, Only by pushing down this pagoda can we see the truth of the matter. Only then can we save the billions of lives in the great wilderness continent from the flood. Watch Eye's method. Bone-honing Xiaohua was the first to roar. He opened his mouth and streams of heaven and earth Yuan Qi entered his mouth. His great wilderness Dharma body rushed into the sky. The bronze brilliance of his body reflected an emerald green color. A spirit that wanted to compete with the heavens pounced towards the exquisite tower of great derivation. Seeing Xiaohua move, Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline also opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. His huge dragon body was revealed, and the dragon horn on his forehead glowed with a mysterious dragon pattern. Xiaohua of the phoenix body didn't want to be left behind, so he spread his wings and let out a deafening phoenix cry. The power of the stars and moon fell into his phoenix body, and layers of phoenix phantoms appeared on Xiaohua's feathers. Xiaohua of the Confucian body opened his mouth. Buzz buzz. The 9 cauldrons glowed with multicolored light and gathered into a huge cauldron shape in midair. The destiny of the human race fell from the sky, and its momentum was no less than that of the exquisite tower of great derivation. Xiaohua of the demon spirit was even more arrogant, and his demonic aura covered the lower half of the exquisite tower of great derivation. Tens of thousands of blood demons rushed out crazily and tore at the Buddha's light at the base of the pagoda. The Buddha's light tore the space apart, and whether it was the heavenly flowers, Buddha phantoms, or Buddha's voice, they all fell into the demonic aura and disappeared. Xiaohua of the green robe stood on top of Xiaohua of the demon spirit. As he waved his hands, thunderbolts condensed into the shape of a sickle, and wherever the sickle's blade passed, the void couldn't take shape. Namo Methriya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha, and stepped on a Buddhist lotus. The million Buddha painting reflected layers of Buddha phantoms on his body. Buddha Bodhi's hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and the power of mountains mixed with the power of stars was about to smash the pagoda. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the seal of overturning the sea rushed into the sky. Wherever the rays of light passed, lines of jade appeared around the seal of overturning the sea. Xiaohua urged his magic power and shouted, Fellow Daoists, let's attack together. As the seal of overturning the sea fell, all of Xiaohua's avatars moved in tacit understanding. Other than the devil spirit Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua who were at the bottom of the pagoda on the other side, the other avatars were at the top with Xiaohua on one side. All kinds of divine abilities were unleashed together, and countless rays of light soared into the sky. Even the rumbling sound resounded throughout the entire space. Not to mention the sky-devouring beast was dumbstruck. Even the sky-devouring beast's face was somewhat moved. Its previous calmness had already begun to weaken, and its main body under the demonic cloud slightly shrank back a bit, raising its vigilance. Namo Methriya Buddha, Namo Methriya Buddha. But within the pagoda, the chanting that sounded like thunder also sounded along with Xiaohua's attack. That Buddha's rays of light were like the rising sun, covering the brilliance of all kinds of divine abilities and magic treasures. Even within that Buddha's rays of light, a small world that was like a sea of sand once again appeared. These small worlds were born and extinguished along with the Buddha's rays of light and gave birth to an endless amount of telekinesis. This telekinesis was continuous like spring water, unceasingly slashed by sabers, and its power was inexhaustible. It protected the entire pagoda. No matter how Xiaohua and the others attacked the pagoda until its light and shadow were distorted, and even the nearby space was fake, the entire pagoda didn't collapse like Xiaohua and the others thought it would. In a short moment, the raging force all disappeared. Xiaohua and the other avatars somewhat awkwardly appeared in midair. The Buddha's rays of light from the pagoda were still there, and all kinds of strange phenomena from before had already disappeared along with the Buddha's rays of light, just like the pine trees on the cliff in the fierce wind. Little thing. The heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth. Didn't you say it clearly before? This pagoda is the center of these two spaces, and is also the key to the great array. Do you think that with your strength, you can break it? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Sighed. Xiaohua sighed. How could he not know that his strength was insufficient? Even if several of his avatars were all at the great ascension stage, in this chaos divine realm, they really couldn't even be compared to the spiritual beasts they were riding. But at this time, in the entire space, in the entire chaos continent, how many assistants could he rely on? Only the Panga axe. The heaven-swallowing beast seemed to be egging him on. Even if I am at my peak strength, I still have to rely on the Panga axe to split this pagoda open. It's just like toppling Tongtian Peak. The bone-honing Xiaohua looked at this similarly sky-reaching pagoda, and inwardly pondered whether or not he should take out the celestial bones. At this time, Buddha Bodhi opened his mouth. Namo Methriya Buddha, this poor monk has an idea. Speak. Xiaohua asked indifferently. Our strength is insufficient. Facing this pagoda, we can only use our wits and not our strength. Buddha Bodhi didn't care about Xiaohua's attitude and replied. This poor monk saw that this pagoda was built in the shape of the exquisite derivation pagoda, but in fact, it's not the exquisite derivation pagoda. If we use the exquisite derivation pagoda to break it, it'll be easy. Good. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, Grandmaster's words are very true. Although we don't know who built this pagoda, but it seems the possibility of Jiang Luo's actions in his previous life is quite high. He must have some thoughts. Only in this life can he rely on the exquisite derivation pagoda to break the array. Unfortunately, the exquisite derivation pagoda is now in Grandmaster's hands. Under a freak combination of factors, the Tao of Heaven wants to borrow our hands to solve the disaster of the flood. Xiaohua didn't comment and only replied indifferently. After obtaining Xiaohua's help, Buddha Bodhi returned to his Naiwan palace. When he came out again, he was holding the exquisite derivation pagoda that was overflowing with Buddhist light. Exquisite derivation pagoda. Although the heaven-devouring beast was mentally prepared, when it saw the real exquisite derivation pagoda, it still couldn't help but cry out. At the side, a faint trace of madness flashed through the heaven-devouring beast's eyes. Xiaohua and his clones all held their breaths and stared at Buddha Bodhi with rapt attention. Buddha Bodhi flew out of his Naiwan palace and landed at the base of the pagoda. He chanted the exquisite leaf scripture, and the exquisite derivation pagoda immediately fell into the Buddhist light of the pagoda. When the Buddhist light of the pagoda came into contact with the exquisite derivation pagoda, it instantly reflected thousands of Buddhist kingdoms. Within these kingdoms, there were countless Buddhist shadows of Nanwu Methriya Buddhas smiling while holding flowers. When the exquisite pagoda fell into the pagoda, the Buddhist light of the entire pagoda suddenly converged towards the interior of the pagoda. After that, a rumbling sound could be heard from within the pagoda. A circle of Buddhist light flew out from the base of the pagoda and rushed towards the top of the pagoda. Wherever the Buddhist light passed, the originally indestructible pagoda collapsed layer by layer. The 9-layered pagoda collapsed in just a few breaths of time. The ring of Buddhist light didn't stop after reaching the top of the pagoda. It rushed through the space barrier and landed on the top of another pagoda. Then, it followed the top of the pagoda and fell toward the base of the pagoda. Chapter 4255. Unlike the collapse of the pagoda, The pagoda in the inverted space merely overflowed with light and shadow. After the extraordinary Buddhist light faded, a huge pagoda with a dense and noble aura appeared. How is this possible? Is it really like this? The heaven-devouring beast couldn't believe its eyes. This was a mystery that even Di Ting couldn't see through, but a little cultivator of the human race actually saw through it. Moreover, he was able to easily uncover this mystery. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to the heaven-devouring beast's shock. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the exquisite pagoda that had replaced the pagoda. A feeling of the vicissitudes of time involuntarily emerged from the bottom of his heart. At that time, he was still a qi condensation cultivator. Because of a stroke of luck, he obtained the exquisite derivation pagoda during a fierce battle between two foundation establishment cultivators. From then on, he embarked on the path of Buddhist cultivation. Now, the exquisite derivation pagoda had arrived at this moment. Tens of thousands of years later, in this unfamiliar place, he was about to settle the karma from countless years ago. Fate, is it really so wonderful? Xiaohua muttered. However, in a moment, his heart felt as if it was being pierced by needles. Because if he hadn't obtained the exquisite pagoda in the Imperial Thunder sect, it would have been obtained by Jiang Luer in the future. It would have been the step he took to enter the Buddhist sect and blocked Jiang Luer's path forward. There were 3,000 great Daoists, and every cultivator was fighting for a chance of survival. Xiaohua was no exception. However, Xiaohua didn't want to snatch the chance of survival from his junior, and he didn't want to erase his senior sister's hope from this world. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's joy of breaking the seal disappeared. Xiaohua indifferently ordered, "Take it." Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi nodded and chanted Buddha's scriptures. The exquisite pagoda once again fell into his hands. At this time, there was no longer a pagoda in the entire space. A heavy pressure fell from the sky, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Fellow Immortal, you're a bit reckless. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was somewhat displeased. It's better to let Grandmaster try first. If there's any mishap, all our previous efforts would have been in vain. Xiaohua said disapprovingly, "Won't. This space is one with the inverted space above our heads. Before either space collapses, the other will definitely not collapse. That space is supported by the giant tower, so there won't be any problems for the time being." As he spoke, Buddha Bodhi sent the jewel derivation pagoda into his Naiwan palace and came out again. However, he only stood behind the crowd and looked up worriedly without saying anything. Little thing. The heaven-devouring beast firmly believed in Xiaohua now, and it said, "What should we do next?" "Enter the tower." Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the huge tower overflowing with awe-inspiring qi. He said confidently, "All the secrets are in this huge tower." "All right." The sky-devouring beast nodded and charged into the sky with the sky-devouring beast. At this time, the spatial barrier was even thinner and there was no resistance at all. When Xiaohua and his clone fell into the inverted space, an aura that made Xiaohua's body tremble came from the giant tower. Fellow Daoist. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a low voice, "This is the heaven and earth pagoda. If I'm not wrong, it should be the mother and child pagoda. There is also a child pagoda inside. Oh, don't ask me how I know. This is the information from the literati star. It should be the holy news of all the saints." Xiaohua was overjoyed and asked, "Do you know how to collect it?" What we Confucian cultivators emphasize is passing on the torch. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua smiled and said, "The holy news of the literati star is the inheritance of our human race since the birth of our race. There are countless profoundness in it, so it naturally has the secret of how to collect the heaven and earth pagoda." "So you're saying?" Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to ask, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This kind of inheritance is similar to the demon race, but it is different from the demon race. I can only use it when I need it or when my cultivation reaches a certain level. Moreover, my usual cultivation is different from the literati star. After all, we Confucian cultivators emphasize sailing against the current. If we don't advance, we will fall behind. The saints definitely won't let their descendants reap without sowing. All right. Xiaohua understood that his extravagant hope of obtaining the Confucian cultivation technique from the saints' literature song was shattered. Fellow immortals, please wait a moment. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua said confidently. He soared into the sky and landed on the top of the heaven and earth pagoda. He opened his mouth and the 9 continents cauldrons flew out. Then he raised his hand and patted the top of his head. 5-colored true qi gushed out and landed on the 9 continents cauldrons. The 9 continents cauldrons let out a rumbling sound and clusters of mountain, river, and country patterns flew out from the cauldrons and landed on the heaven and earth pagoda. Strangely, when these mountain, river, and country patterns landed on the top of the heaven and earth pagoda, they immediately fell down along the body of the pagoda. Every time they passed by a layer of clouds, some of them would be left behind. When all 9 layers of the pagoda eaves merged with the mountain, river, and country patterns, the body of the heaven and earth pagoda let out a chanting sound. Fellow immortal. At this moment, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua said to the dragon bloodline Xiaohua with a smile, "The sun and moon in the sky and the clouds covering the sky are the sky. The yellow soil laying the foundation and the mountains and rivers as the roots are the earth. The royal aura is the authority and the mountains and rivers as the seal are the monarch. The 5 elements are the form and the country is the tool is the human being." At this moment, the heaven, the earth, and the human are all present. It's time for fellow immortal to suppress them with the mountain and river seal. Good. The dragon bloodline Xiaohua laughed and opened his mouth. The mountain and river seal rushed into the sky with the royal aura and the 9 province cauldrons resonated with the nation weapon. When the mountain and river seal landed on the cauldrons, the entire heaven and earth tower let out the sound of flowing water. Along with the sound of flowing water, the sun and moon at the top of the tower moved like the rising and setting sun. As the sun and moon changed, the top of the tower was gently opened and the 9th layer of the tower turned into a giant plum blossom. After the plum blossom bloomed, it revealed the empty tower. At the same time, a dense benevolent aura uncontrollably leaked out from the bottom of the plum blossom and a faint Buddhist light shined out. Why is it like this? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and revealed a surprised expression. It was as if the emptiness inside was different from what he expected. The heaven-swallowing beast was originally vigilant, but when it saw that the tower was empty, it rejoiced but also felt a bit disappointed. It sniffed and coldly said, "Panga's axe was placed here before. There is the aura of Panga's axe inside." I see. Xiaohua pondered. He looked at the 8th layer of the tower and said, "If I'm not wrong, this 8th layer of the tower should be a Buddhist artifact. Before Panga's axe was hung on the heaven-connecting peak, it was placed here to suppress Buddhist artifacts." That's right. The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and said, "But I can't think of any other Buddhist artifact that Di Ting's Buddhist lord has that could compete with Panga's axe other than the exquisite derivation pagoda." At this point, the heaven-swallowing beast hesitated, but after a while, it transmitted its voice. "I thought Lord Dragon God was in the 9th layer of the tower, but I didn't expect him to not be there. Moreover, we caused such a huge commotion when we destroyed the heaven and earth tower. Why didn't he do anything?" "Senior," Confucian cultivator Xiaohua explained, "didn't I say earlier? The heaven and earth pagoda is a mother-child pagoda, and there's a sub-pagoda within it. The sub-pagoda and the main pagoda are 2 different spaces. Lord Dragon God should be in the sub-pagoda, and he should be at the bottom of the heaven and earth pagoda right now." "All right." The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and said no more. Then, Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Confucian cultivator Xiaohua once again activated the mountain river seal and 9 province cauldrons on the heaven and earth tower. The 8th layer of the tower slowly bloomed like a lotus flower. As the lotus flower bloomed, a Buddhist light that connected heaven and earth was produced. Wherever the Buddhist light went, countless rivers of faith were born from the void and poured into the Buddhist light in an endless stream. Between heaven and earth, an incomparably solemn aura began to gather. Countless flying flowers, Buddha shadows, and heavenly dragons were also revealed. At the center of this multitude of strange phenomena was the Buddha shadow of Nanwu Maitreya sitting cross-legged. One of its hands pointed to the sky and the other pointed to the ground. It was the only one in the world. Looking at the appearance of this Buddha shadow, wasn't it the same as the one enshrined in the stone giant's magma shrine? Wasn't it Jiang Luo's appearance? And in this Buddha shadow, a 9-colored relic flashed with indescribable Buddhist light and emerged from the void. This is Nanwu Maitreya's relic. The heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth in shock and couldn't help but cry out, "Lord Buddha has indeed reincarnated." And he even left all his reincarnation merit points here. Luo Xiaohua also couldn't help but tremble. He was already familiar with the Buddha's secret arts, so how could he not know the function of this ancient relic? Previously, he had thought of many possibilities. He thought that this could be the remains of Nanwu Maitreya, or it could be Nanwu Maitreya's relic. But he absolutely didn't expect that Nanwu Maitreya would leave all his merit here to condense into relic. No wonder Luo couldn't be accurately born in the Dawn Rain continent. No wonder he couldn't find the exquisite tower of great derivation first. No wonder I put him in the space to be destroyed for hundreds of years. No wonder he fell into the tribulation of sutra seeking in paradise. At this point, Xiaohua finally understood. Because before he reincarnated, he was simply staking everything on one throw. He didn't bring any merit or karma with him when he reincarnated. Could it be that he encountered some great difficulty here? So much so that he took such a risk because he couldn't grasp it? Thinking of Jiang Luo's suffering, Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but ache. In the lotus-shaped pagoda, Nanwu Maitreya's Buddhist light overflowed. Layers of Buddhist halls and halls appeared one after another, magnificent and magnificent. And these halls and halls slowly sank into the 7th level of the heaven and earth pagoda under the Buddhist light, as if they were also suppressing something. Little thing. The heaven-swallowing beast withdrew its shock and said, "There's no need to say more." The relic of the 8th level is to suppress something in the 7th level. If Daiding was here, this relic would naturally be his. It's very useful for his cultivation. Since he's not here, it's his. Following this hymn, the heaven-swallowing beast looked up at Buddha Bodhi, who was hiding not far away. Chapter 4256. The sky-devouring beast looked up at Bodhi and said meaningfully, "I can see that he and Di Ting's Lord Buddha are of the same lineage. Besides, in this life, he has snatched the opportunity from Di Ting's Lord Buddha. All he needs to do is devour the fortune, and Di Ting's Lord Buddha will be gone in this life. No, that Di Ting's Lord Buddha will be gone forever. He will never have the chance to attain the fruit of Nanwu Maitreya." Xiaohua nodded. This junior understands. Saying that, Xiaohua released his mind and wrapped the fortune, wanting to put it into the space. However, in his mind, the fortune was heavier than a mountain. Xiaohua's mind couldn't move it at all. Oh! Xiaohua frowned slightly. He glanced at Buddha Bodhi in the distance, who had lowered his head and ignored him. Xiaohua patted his head again. A Buddhist light rushed out and landed on Siley. Unfortunately, Siley was still as steady as a mountain and did not move at all. "Little fellow." The heaven-devouring beast was getting impatient. It sent a telepathic message. Kylie is the accumulation of merit from the countless reincarnations of Nanwu Maitreya Buddha. How could it be collected by an outsider? Xiaohua was unwilling to give up. He raised his hand and took out the Jewel Divination Pagoda and Mahavairocana Buddha's edict. He wanted to take the fortune into the Jewel Divination Pagoda. But it just so happened that even after Xiaohua exhausted all his abilities, he was still unable to move the Jewel Divination Pagoda in the slightest. Fellow immortal Confucian cultivator. Xiaohua's eyes were a bit red. He looked up and asked, "Can it be that we can only enter the 7th floor after taking away the fortune? Since you already control the heaven and earth pagoda, Why can't you directly? Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua immediately answered, "This junior actually doesn't control the heaven and earth pagoda. Instead, I used the mountain river seal and the 9 province cauldrons to suppress the heaven and earth pagoda. Without Namo Mithraya's fortune suppressing the 7th floor, we can naturally enter. However, with the fortune suppressing it, how can we pass the 8th floor? Moreover, if we can't pass through the 8th level of the pagoda, we won't be able to enter the other levels of the pagoda, let alone break the formation. It seems, only you can do it?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked at Bodhi with ridicule. "Namo Mithriya." Buddha Bodhi did not refute. He stepped on a Buddhist lotus and arrived in front of Tsaili. Although Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist light was not as bright as Tsaili's Buddhist light, when it came into contact with Tsaili's Buddhist light, it blended into the Buddha shadow like water and milk. The moment the Buddha's light entered, Tsaili trembled violently. The Buddha's shadow on Tsaili opened its eyes and tears of blood flowed out of its eyes. The tears of blood flowed down the Buddha's cheeks and slowly dripped onto the 8th level of the pagoda. Namo Mithriya Buddha. As the tears of blood dripped down, Tsaili began to recite the exquisite leaf sutra, one word at a time. Namo Mithriya Buddha. As soon as Tsaili's Buddha shadow's voice rang out, Bodhi also sat down cross-legged and pointed one finger at the sky and the other at the ground. His eyes were slightly closed and he began to recite the exquisite leaf sutra. His recitation matched Tsaili's. As the exquisite leaf sutra was recited, Bodhi's Buddhist light seeped into Tsaili's Buddha shadow like hundreds of millions of tentacles. The Buddhist kingdom phenomenon also slowly disappeared. All the clones who had their attention on Bodhi heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a cold, bloodthirsty, and emotionless voice rang out not far from Bodhi. "Let go of Tsaili." As soon as the voice rang out, an earth-shattering killing intent filled the space. Within this space shrouded by killing intent, wisps of blood-red devil flame mixed with pitch-black devil chi emerged from the void. When the devil flame and devil chi landed in the air, they transformed into ferocious devils. All the clones were shocked and hastily looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that the source of the voice was Xiaohua. However, at this moment, the badge on Xiaohua's chest was seeping with blood. A broken heart-shaped mark was overflowing with devil chi. This devil chi was like a surging fountain that constantly gushed out of Xiaohua's chest. This devil chi not only entered the surrounding space, but also covered Xiaohua's body and gradually transformed into a devil armor. At this moment, the devil armor was different from before. An extremely large amount of Xianming devil lightning flickered between the devil flame and the blood-red color. This devil lightning condensed into a knot and covered the entire devil armor. Moreover, behind the devil armor, several tens of feet long devil thorns suddenly stretched out. The space near the devil thorns had already begun to distort and become extremely unreal. In particular, at devil god Xiaohua's back, a huge irregular mirror had already formed an outline. It was incomparably dark inside, and even light couldn't escape. Moreover, within the darkness, an indescribable aura leaked out from the edges of the outline. This aura was full of blood and evil. The moment the aura leaked out, light and shadow flickered in the air. Within the light and shadow, there was a strange devil kingdom vision. However, this light and shadow flashed and disappeared. Even with Xiaohua's many clones, none of them could see it clearly. Devil sovereign? Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was the most sensitive to the aura of the devil race. When he saw Xiaohua's devil chi rush out, his expression immediately changed and he couldn't help but shout, "Devil spirit brat, what's going on? Big brother has turned into a devil." Devil spirit Xiaohua had a long face. The blood-red figure appeared on the surface of Xiaohua's devil armor and was struggling with all his might. However, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape from the devil chi. "This little brother can't break free, damn it." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua cursed angrily. "Why didn't you step into the devil sovereign realm earlier or later? Why did you step into the devil sovereign realm at this time?" Big brothers. Devil spirit Xiaohua had an innocent face. He tried to stick his head out and shouted, "This has nothing to do with this little brother. Although this little brother has devoured the devil spirit of the devil formation, if I want to advance into the devil sovereign realm, now is not the time. This little brother still needs some blood spirits. Damn thing, quickly get to the point." Confucian cultivator shouted, "Why are you still thinking about blood spirits now?" Devil spirit Xiaohua was very afraid of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. He hurriedly explained, forcefully advancing into the devil sovereign realm wasn't something this little brother deliberately did. It was Big Brother who pushed me. Just now, when Big Brother forcefully occupied this little brother's devil body, this little brother realized that Big Brother actually already had a heart devil when we entered this great desolate continent. Nonsense. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua berated, "When we were in the ruins, we already killed the heavenly devil. How could he have followed us to the great desolate continent?" Devil god Xiaohua's aura rose little by little. His doppelgangers were really at a loss. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and dragon bloodline Xiaohua were currently busy suppressing the heaven and earth pagoda. They couldn't spare too much energy to stop devil god Xiaohua's advancement. Buddha Bodhi was sitting cross-legged, chanting the exquisite leaf scripture along with Tsili's Buddha image. He acted as if he didn't hear devil god Xiaohua's situation. How could the other doppelgangers like Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Green-Robed Xiaohua be a match for devil god Xiaohua? Hearing Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's berating, devil spirit Xiaohua explained again, "Big brothers, there's something you don't know. It was only when Big Brother occupied this little brother's devil body that this little brother was able to clearly see the ins and outs of the matter." Motherfucker, hurry up and say it. If you delay any longer, my true body will really be beyond saving. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua was truly anxious. Demonic chi covered several thousand miles of space. A sealing force that was several times stronger than the blood drop paradise gradually emerged. It was like a demonic cocoon wrapping everything within the inverted space. A feeling that made dragon bloodline Xiaohua tremble with fear rushed into his heart. He couldn't help but curse as he found it difficult to control the mountain and river seal. Yes. Devil spirit Xiaohua was also somewhat at a loss at this moment. He hurriedly replied, "Big Brother has always been concerned about Jiang Luer. Long before Jiang Luer went to Nirvana to seek the sutra, he would rather give up his life to forcibly stop her. He felt that since he brought Jiang Luer to the hidden immortal continent, he must protect Jiang Luer well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to senior sister. As soon as we entered the wilderness continent, we began to fight for Jiang Luer's past life's merits. Big brothers, do you still remember the Buddha shrine and Buddha statue in the lava of the stone giant? It was also at that time that Big Brother had already planted the heart devil. And as time passed, Big Brother's heart devil grew stronger. Now, at this moment, Senior Heaven-Swallowing Beast had clearly said that the fortune was Jiang Luer's last hope for cultivation in this life. Without the fortune, Jiang Luer's cultivation path would be blocked. Jiang Luer could only cultivate from the beginning again. Thinking about how he had personally blocked his nephew's path of survival, Big Brother, in the end he had turned into a devil. He himself wanted to stop Master Bodhi from collecting the fortune. Fellow Daoist, you're smart all your life, but this time you're stupid. Green-robed Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter, Jiang Luer is only one person, even if he was Namo Maitreya Buddha in his past life. But now, there are billions of living beings in the wilderness continent. How can one person compare to billions of living beings? If billions of living beings die, the entire wilderness continent will be destroyed. But if Jiang Luer's path of survival is blocked, he can find another way to survive. Speaking of which, scholarly cultivator Xiaohua sighed, and a look of realization and difficulty appeared on his face. He said, "But you have to know that Jiang Luer is our nephew, but billions of living beings are not. We can't use the lives of billions of living beings to force fellow Daoist to personally destroy Jiang Luer. Moreover, if you don't love one person, how can you love the world? If fellow Daoist doesn't even cherish Jiang Luer, how can he cherish the world?" Alas, with such a difficult choice, It's no wonder that fellow Daoist would turn into a devil. Phoenix cultivator Xiaohua also sighed. If it was me, I also wouldn't know how to deal with it. Forget it, forget it. This matter is the foundation of fellow Daoist's rebirth. I can't participate, everything depends on fellow Daoist's choice. No matter what fellow Daoist decides, I will agree. While speaking, Phoenix cultivator Xiaohua spread his wings, flew back several miles, and landed in a corner of space. Green-robed Xiaohua blinked his eyes. Seeing that every time Buddha Bodhi finished chanting a layer of the Heart Sutra, Devil God Xiaohua's devil chi would rise by a layer, he also sighed and said, "Originally, we were born from the same root. Why are we in such a hurry to destroy each other? I also can't choose." After speaking, green-robed Xiaohua's figure flashed and landed on the other side of space. Chapter 4257. Fuck. Bone-honing Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. He looked at the furious Xiaohua and then at Buddha Subhuti, who insisted on chanting the scriptures. He didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only curse at fiend spirit Xiaohua. "I knew you were the root of disaster. I shouldn't have let you live back then." "Brother, I'm innocent." Fiend spirit Xiaohua really wanted to cry but had no tears. This was clearly Xiaohua's main body that had been demonized. Furthermore, he had forcefully taken over his fiend body. He was the victim. Unfortunately, bone-honing Xiaohua ignored him. He stepped on a cloud and landed in another spot in space. He squatted down gloomily and drew circles in the air with his thick fingers in boredom. Seeing that all the avatars had chosen to leave, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and dragon bloodline Xiaohua were helpless. They looked at each other and flew up slightly. Although the two avatars didn't say anything, their actions clearly told everyone that they were also watching from the sidelines. Xiaohua's avatars had made their decision. The heaven-devouring beast and heaven-devouring beast beside him also looked at each other. Heaven-devouring beast was the first to fly back a few kilometers. He was just a minor character in such a situation. It was already good that Xiaohua didn't kill him when he killed Truth Listener. How could he dare to say another word? When the heaven-devouring beast saw that heaven-devouring beast had also left, he looked coldly at fiend celestial Xiaohua. He didn't retreat or charge forward. Only his eyes revealed a thought-provoking expression. It was exactly the same as the look he had when he spoke of the importance of Kylie. After all, the exquisite Leaf Sutra was a Buddhist scripture. There was always an end to the chanting. When the 7th level of the Buddhist scripture was finished, Kai Li's Buddha figure paused slightly and raised her head. Her face was already covered in blood and tears. However, Buddha Subhuti didn't stop. He continued chanting the incomplete Buddhist scripture on the 8th level. As the scriptures filled the space, the devil chi actually showed signs of retreating. Furthermore, the Buddha light that had fused with Tsili's Buddha shadow fell on Tsili like a hot knife through butter. Buzz. Tsili emitted a dazzling light. The entire Buddha shadow collapsed rapidly amidst the dazzling light, turning into a blood-colored Buddha light that fell into Tsili. Demon God Xiaohua shook his arms and roared towards the sky. Demon God Xiaohua spat out a mouthful of demon blood that could make even Confucian cultivator Xiaohua tremble. When the blood landed in the middle of the surrounding demon chi, it immediately turned into 81 huge blood demon heads. When these blood demon heads appeared, they also roared towards the sky. However, they didn't spit out any demon blood. Instead, they produced an unparalleled suction force. Hundreds of millions of tiny blood demon heads were swallowed by these 81 blood demon heads. In just a few breaths, these 81 blood demon heads actually turned transparent and turned into 81 strange demon patterns. Demon God Xiaohua coldly snorted. Those 81 demon patterns ignored the space and firmly sealed the 8th layer of the heaven and earth pagoda in an instant. Demon God Xiaohua waved his left hand and the devil saber murder appeared in his left hand. Immediately after, Demon God Xiaohua slowly lifted his foot and walked towards Buddha Bodhi. With every step Demon God Xiaohua took, the entire blood-dripping space would tremble. The surrounding devil chi would spurt out a mouthful of blood-colored light and cleanse the space. When demon god Xiaohua arrived in front of Buddha Bodhi, it was exactly 81 steps. The entire space also trembled 81 times. The entire space was filled with despair and deathly stillness. Demon god Xiaohua looked at Buddha Bodhi, who was sitting cross-legged, then looked at the Buddha light that had already covered Sili's surface. His hoarse voice was like that of a god, containing a kind of ruthlessness. Are you going to stubbornly cling to your own course? That's right. Although Buddha Bodhi still hadn't finished reciting the exquisite leaf scripture, he still stopped and raised his head. His eyes were filled with compassion and determination. This little monk already made a decision when the flood fell. This little monk is willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the billions of living beings in the great desolate continent, regardless of the outcome. You are forcing this venerable. The emotion in demon god Xiaohua's voice became increasingly faint. Buddha Bodhi raised his eyes to look at demon god Xiaohua and said, neither too fast nor too slow. What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death? If this little monk can die for the sake of billions of living beings, this little monk is not afraid. Speaking up to here, Buddha Bodhi's eyes revealed a trace of warmth and said, Sandalwood, this little monk understands your heart. This little monk has never wanted to make things difficult for you. Didn't this little monk already say it when I first stepped into the great desolate continent? This little monk will absolutely not snatch Lu Er's Buddha fruit. This little monk has also once made a great vow that if the netherworld's demons are not eradicated, this little monk will absolutely not become a Buddha. Now, this little monk has once again made a great vow. Everything this little monk has obtained today, no matter how it was obtained, will definitely be returned to Jiang Lu in the future. Even if this little monk can attain Buddha fruit today, this little monk will absolutely not attain it. Since you don't want to make things difficult for this venerable, then step aside. Demon god Xiaohua said coldly, as long as you don't touch this fortune, this venerable will absolutely not touch a single hair on your head. If you don't take this fortune away, the billions of living beings in the great desolate continent will have no way to survive. Buddha Bodhi continued to persuade demon god Xiaohua. This little monk is only temporarily using this fortune. When this little monk returns to the hidden immortal continent, this little monk will immediately pass away in meditation and return all of this Namometria's merit to Jiang Lu. When you fuse with this fortune, you will instantly attain Buddha fruit. At that time, this venerable is afraid that this venerable will not be able to control you. Demon god Xiaohua replied, this venerable cannot guarantee that you will be able to return this Buddha fruit to Jiang Lu. This venerable cannot believe you. Namo Methriya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha and no longer tried to explain himself. Instead, he slowly chanted the exquisite leaf sutra. Under the Buddha's light, the Namo Methriya Buddha gradually took form, Wu. Almost without any hesitation, a ghost-like howl was born in the air. Before this howl, a pitch-black saber light flashed through the air. The entire space seemed to be split into two halves. The devil's saber murder in Xiaohua's left hand finally landed on Buddha Bodhi's body beyond the expectations of all the clones. Namo Methriya, Namo Methriya. Endless Buddha chanted the name of Buddha Bodhi's golden body. Ding ding. Countless sounds of wooden fish came from the rank 8 Buddha lotus. Swish, swish, swish. Innumerable flashes of blood flew out from the mirror behind Buddha Bodhi's head. Buddha Bodhi's golden body was split into two by the devil's saber murder. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The golden liquid in the flesh and blood also filled the surrounding 100 zhang of space. In this bloody scene, 10,000 Buddhas wailed, 10,000 flowers withered, and the Buddha light was dyed red. The 81 translucent devil runes let out extremely arrogant and wild laughter. The entire heaven and earth pagoda let out a rumbling sound. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and dragon vein Xiaohua, who were suppressing the heaven and earth pagoda, looked at this scene in disbelief. Dumbstruck expressions appeared on their faces. Seeing Buddha Bodhi's flesh and blood fuse with the golden liquid and that human figure slowly disappear, Dragon Vein Xiaohua rubbed his eyes and asked Confucian cultivator Xiaohua in a loud voice, "Immortal? Fellow Immortal? I didn't see wrong, right? This should be an illusion, right? Little monk Bodhi was killed by Xiaohua just like that? This shouldn't be possible, right?" Confucian cultivator Xiaohua didn't reply. Instead, he looked for a moment and said with a bitter smile, "If this little one's guess is correct, this is real. Our main bodies have already turned into devils. He really killed Buddha Subhuti. But why didn't the little monk fight back?" Dragon Vein Xiaohua was very anxious. Other than fellow Immortal, only the little monk is the nemesis of devil god Xiaohua, right? Because Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's face emitted a kind of holy radiance. His words were filled with reverence, because the little monk Bodhi wanted to die for the billions of living beings in the great desolate continent. He wanted to use his own death to tell our main bodies that he didn't have any selfish motives. He could give up everything he had. As long as our main bodies took away the treasures and broke the innate heavy water world destroying great array, he used his own death to repay everything he owed Jiang Lure. Damn it! Dragon Vein Xiaohua's eyes shed 2 drops of tears. Little monk, I am inferior to you. Congratulations, fellow Daoist." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua. There was no joy in his tone. "You're crying." "I'd rather not cry." Dragon Vein Xiaohua stuck out his tongue and licked the tears at the corner of his eyes. "I'd rather be that kind of dragon vein who doesn't understand emotions and only knows how to cultivate. That's just a kind of extravagant hope." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua and said with a double meaning, "We still have a long way to go. We still have to experience a lot. Along the way, what we gain is always more than what we lose." But Dragon Vein Xiaohua still wanted to say something. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuation appeared in the space of the blood drop paradise. This fluctuation appeared in an extremely strange manner. It was like a heartbeat and also like a breeze. However, at the origin of the fluctuation, the devil chi that sealed the surroundings of the heaven and earth pagoda was suddenly rushed out by this fluctuation, creating a void passage. Damn it! Just as the fluctuation appeared, demon god Xiaohua roared. The devil saber in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and landed at the location of the fluctuation. Shua! The space within several hundred zhang was like a pool of clear water being split in half by the flying sword. Between the 2 halves of the space that was split in half, there were still tens of thousands of spatial fine lines from before. These fine lines were now filled with devil chi and devil flames. The devils hidden in the blood drop paradise roared and pounced towards the fluctuation that was also split in half. However, beneath the group of demons, there was a faint ripple that flashed like an undercurrent. Within this ripple, an obscure void passage flashed and disappeared. In just a split second, the void passage landed on the 8th layer of the heaven and earth pagoda. The space of the entire pagoda began to twist and distort rapidly. Xiaohua felt his vision blurred for a moment. Then, the golden body of Buddha Subhuti, together with the rainbow of Namo Maitreya Buddha, disappeared in a bizarre manner in this void tunnel. The clones were greatly alarmed and hurriedly looked towards the origin of the fluctuation. They saw the heaven-swallowing beast standing there proudly with its mouth slightly open, a faint Buddhist light overflowing. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.